Good afternoon, actually. The Committee on County Affairs will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Niabi Criado.
Here.
Vice Chair Stuckey.
Here.
Rep. Tinderholt. Rep. Rosenthal.
Here.
Rep. Slayton.
Here.
Rep. Jones. Rep. Gerdes.
Here.
Rep. Orr. Rep. Schatzline.
Quorum is present. We want to welcome members and guests. We have a full house today, and if there's anybody here who has not yet registered to testify and wishes to testify, you may register in the kiosks in the hallway behind the hearing room, and due to the number of witnesses who have registered and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there will be a time limit of 3 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. Witnesses are not permitted to yield their time in order to give another witness more time to speak. And if anybody no longer wishes to testify, please inform one of our assistant clerks up here. And we will begin by the chair lays out House Bill 2867 and recognizes Representative Howard to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. This bill has to do with the historic Lyons Municipal Golf Course known as Muni. Historic Muni is owned by the University of Texas as part of a larger tract of land the university was bequeathed in 1910 by former Regent Colonel George W. Brackenridge for the benefit of the University of Texas. The 141 acres that make up the golf course was leased to the Lions Club of Austin in 1924 and then transferred to the City of Austin in 1936. The lease was set to expire around 2018, but has been extended as the university and the City of Austin continue discussions, which were further delayed by COVID. Responding to concerns about the loss of this historic site, which was likely the first golf club in the South to racially integrate, the Save Muni Historical District was established in the 86th session and extended in the 87th. Muni was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 2016. At this time, the district is seeking another 2-year extension. This bill would simply extend the date by which an agreement would have to be made until 2025. The district is working hard to raise money and has the support of over 5,000 members. They simply need more time for the negotiations to complete. If House Bill 2867 is not passed and an agreement with the university is not made by May 2023, the district would cease to exist. So many of my constituents love this piece of Austin green space. I know many of them will be writing in to share public comment on this bill. You're also probably going to hear today from Brian Grigg, a member of the Muni District Board, and maybe others. I want to answer any questions you might have, but you'll be hearing from some others I think that can give you more information, and I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Howard? Okay, thank you. We will
Thank you.
proceed to testimony. The chair calls Brian Grigg. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. My name is Brian Gregg. I am Vice Chairman of the Board of the Save Historic Muni District. The law was created to preserve the Lyons Municipal Golf Course in Austin for use as a public golf course, parkland, or a combination of those uses. That property in its configuration as a golf course has a National Historic Register designation because it was the first public golf course in the South to be integrated. The purpose of the district is to acquire that property and keep it in the public domain as for the uses described in that law. My grandfather, Ben Wayne Gregg, was chairman of the golf committee of the Lions Club in 1924 when the club arranged with the University of Texas to construct and operate a golf course on the Brackenridge track in Travis County in what is now West Austin. And he became the first manager of the course in 1927 and oversaw construction of the second 9 holes. Subsequently, in the 1930s, the golf course lease was transferred to the City of Austin, and Lyons Municipal Golf Course is operated as a public golf course until the present day. Under an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Austin, with the approval of the University of Texas, the district contracts with a vendor to provide food and beverage service to the course and receives a percentage of the gross revenue, which is solely dedicated to improvements to the golf course and related facilities. Expenditure of those substantial proceeds has benefited Muni. Muni is a gem of public land in a dense urban area, enjoyed by golfers from all parts of the city of Austin, as demonstrated by zip code records kept of those registering to play. Afternoons and weekends are filled with an abundance of young people in the golf academy, practicing on the putting green and playing on the course, in addition to people of all ages playing all day long. The course is filled with ancient live oaks, many of which are maintained under a sponsorship program developed by the district to ensure their preservation. The historic clubhouse will one day become a civil rights museum, celebrating not only the integration of Muni and its enjoyment by the people of all races and origins since the 1950s, but other events of racial progress in our community. The district has engaged the University of Texas in talks to acquire Muni, so far without success, in part due to delays caused by interruptions associated with the COVID pandemic. However, that effort is ongoing, and the continuation of the district beyond its current expiration date of May 2023 until May 31st, 2025, as allowed by this bill, would enable negotiations to continue to secure a reasonable agreement that will allow the district to fulfill the purpose of the original legislation creating it.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay.
Thank you for your courtesy.
And Chair recognizes Representative Jones, and Representative Tinderholt is present. Chair calls Scott Sayers. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Scott Sayers. Is that the right name? Yes. Okay. Scott Sayers. Chair. Chair calls Scott Sayers. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2867? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Howard to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. This is really just simply extending the time to give more of an opportunity to negotiate an agreeable outcome here. So I would ask for your favorable consideration, and if there's no other questions, I can close.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you,
Yes.
Representative Howard. Again, I think there's 141 acres on the golf course, but there's a total of like 300 and some acres that the University of Texas owns surrounding that or next to it or
Yes, I don't have the exact number with me right now, but yes, it includes like the LCRA building there
Yes.
and up where, along where the married student housing is, and further up on Exposition and Lake Austin Boulevard, a big area there, but this is a huge part of it, yes.
Okay. And one of the, I believe the objectives of the university was to figure out an agreement where they could continue the golf course at a reasonable lease price that in the meantime, Save Muni was going to come together and do some improvements and maybe stair-step some of the costs. I know it's probably the most economical golf course in the
Yes.
city, and it's obviously a beautiful golf course. I've been there, and the whole clubhouse and the beautiful trees.
Right.
It's absolutely beautiful. But because of COVID and everything that's affected us from COVID, you're now asking for a couple more years to get that arrangement done.
Correct.
And get the funding in place to do improvements to the course. And then I assume, I know at one point they talked about trying to leave for residents of Austin and similar cost to play golf, and then maybe stair-step it for out-of-town people, et cetera, but work out an agreement where it would be suitable for the University of Texas, since the land was actually donated to the University of Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct, and Mr. Gregg could probably answer this better than I since he's on the board, but indeed, they have looked at a variety of options as to how to move forward. They have been actively raising funds, and definitely the support is there to make this happen. It's just getting to an agreeable outcome negotiation with the university and with the city of Austin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, I close.
Thank you, Representative. House Bill 2867 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 1205 and recognizes Representative Martinez to explain.
And thank you, Madam Chair and members. House Bill 1205 establishes primacy in rare instances in which a fire code is enforced by two separate entities. As a firefighter, I understand the importance to our first responders of being involved in the planning and permitting of development to ensure our safety. So some emergency service districts throughout the state of Texas have chosen to adopt and enforce a fire code in their territories. Since these ESDs are first responders utilizing their statutory authority to enforce a fire code, it can ensure that new development is permitted in a manner consistent with their service. Except for Harris County, when the ESD begins enforcing a fire code, the county typically relinquishes the fire code enforcement within that territory. So now you have overlapping territories, two different fire codes, and people paying for two different types of certifications for the same thing. However, over the interim, we witnessed a problem that was created when a county refused to relinquish that responsibility. So on October the 1st of 2022, ESD 11 became the fifth ESD in Travis County to adopt its own fire code. But however, Travis County decided to continue enforcement of the fire code only in this ESD, leading to confusion and untenable situation, which developers must obtain permitting from two separate entities and paying double the fines and fees for one service. So this simply prohibits certain counties from dually enforcing in a territory in which an ESD has adopted and enforced a fire code. I believe we're also going to be making some changes in removing the arson investigation section in a committee substitute in the future. But for now, this is what we're attempting to do. Are there any questions?
Members, any questions for Representative Martinez? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Jeremy Trahan. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Jeremy Trahan. I work for the Travis County Fire Rescue ESD 11. I am a battalion chief over fire prevention, and I'm part of the 1205 for it to get it changed. We need to, behind all this is, as our emergency service district continues to grow in complexity and density, the intimate involvement of the local responding fire department becomes necessary. In fact, where a fire department also has the legal powers to inspect and enforce building owners to comply with building fire safety provisions, allows for a better enforcement of the fire safety provisions and the continuous monitoring of the same help in providing fire safety. Further, the status quo system, having duplicated fire suppression from fire code enforcement, ignores the need for a holistic approach and leaves an unquantified level of fire safety in buildings, provided minimal strategies to mitigate fire hazards, and provides an unnecessary disjointed management of the fire hazards in the community. Local enforcement of the fire code does not diminish the need for a county fire marshal. They still maintain relevancy related to the investigations and mass gatherings. Further, should the need arise for the agency support, Texas Government Code 352 states that on request, the county fire marshal may assist a rural fire prevention district or emergency service district located wholly or partially in the county to accomplish its powers and duties. But duplicating the routine matters such as plans review and permitting processes is an unnecessary hindrance to the local community without any meaningful benefit.
Members, do you have any questions for Mr. Trahan? If not, thank you for being here, sir. The chair calls Ken Bailey. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Mr. Bailey. Thank you for being here.
Chair. My name is Ken Bailey. I'm the Fire Chief for Travis County Fire Rescue. I'm here in support of House Bill 1205. Real quick history, and typically in Travis County specifically, when an ESD was to adopt in the previous times, they adopted a fire code, the county relinquished their need to enforce the fire code in that particular area. In this last year, we adopted a fire code because we're trying to take fire suppression and fire prevention and tie those two together as our district became more complex. And in this unique situation, which is primarily a Hispanic district east of I-35, south of the Colorado River, the county decided that they would continue to enforce their fire code on top of our fire code. The current statute certainly allows that. We don't think that it makes us, for a safer community, it just simply costs more to do. We think that it's important for us as the local fire department to have an intimate knowledge about what's being developed, and that's why we took the steps to adopt the fire code. And this bill supports solving that problem. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for someone that might not be super familiar with the fire code stuff, is this similar to like electric code where they have, isn't there a national standard that most cities or counties do? And if so, this is new to me for a city or a county coming up with their own. Why would they do that compared to like a federal? Aren't the normal federal ones like tied to a specific year? Is that?
Yes, sir. So there's the International Fire Code.
That's
and
it.
because if an ESD adopted a fire code before the county, they can adopt and do whatever version of that they want. In our particular case, we're required to essentially adopt what the county's version is. So we've adopted the 2015 version of the International Fire Code, which puts us, we're basically enforcing the same document.
Okay, and what are they trying to enforce?
The same document.
So the same.
Yes, sir. The best analogy I can give you is imagine that the state has a vehicle inspection and you have a set of rules.
Twice.
And yes, sir, so you get that done, you pay your fee. And then when you're done, only if you live in this part of the county, you're going to now go across the street and pay somebody again to do the exact same thing using the same list.
Does it decrease ESD authority in any way?
This bill does not, but it does, in fairness, it does take away the county's authority to enforce their fire code when an ESD is enforcing their fire code.
Okay. And how would the ESD feel about what the bill you're supporting, do you think?
I am the ESD.
Oh, you are the ESD?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's
And we are in support of
Oh,
this.
that's actually helpful. All right, thank you.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Bailey. So maybe I'm just dense, but I'm a little confused. The two fire codes we're talking about are the same?
Yes, sir.
So there's no disparity in the requirements?
No, sir. Statute actually says if there was a conflict between the two, that the more stringent provision would prevail.
So you made an analogy about having to step across a border line to go through the same procedure and pay another fee, like if you were, like if I wanted tags on my vehicle in two different states, let's say. How does that apply here?
Let me.
How does that play out in real life?
Yes, sir. It's a great question. So let's say that you and the committee are a developer group and you are going to put together an apartment complex. If you went north of the river, you would just go to one office, and that'd be the county fire marshal's office. If you went south of the river, or if you went to another place where an ESD has actually adopted their fire code in Travis County, you would go to that office. But in our territory, you would have to go to their office, the county fire marshal's office, and our office, and you would pay a fee to both. And those can be sizable.
Pay a fee to what?
I'm sorry?
Pay a fee to?
To both offices. So
To
you'd have
both.
to pay a fee to the county fire marshal to enforce their fire code. You'd have to pay a fee to us to enforce our fire code. But we're the only place where that is happening in Travis County. And the fees on an apartment complex, a recent example is $136,000. So as the developer, you have to pay $136,000 to the county, and then turn around and pay $136,000 to us for identical services.
If this bill is enacted, who gets the fee?
The ESD would get the fee.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? So are you, Mr. Bailey, aware of any other place in the state? I know you said it's the only one in Travis County. Any other place in the state this same issue is there where it's exact same code, but we got to figure out who's in charge?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank y'all.
The chair calls Julie Wheeler. Julie, please state your name, who you represent, and what position on your bill, on the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Wheeler. I'm the IGR officer for Travis County, and I'm here on behalf of the Commissioners Court in opposition to 1205. There were a few things I wanted to answer for you all. So, yes, there currently is dual enforcement occurring in this ESD. What I should note to you is that ESD 11 started enforcing their fire code in October of 2022. So the county has been the sole enforcer of this fire code until ESD 11 decided to come in and start applying duplicative services in this area. That being said, in Travis County, we have 17 ESDs. To put it in context, Harris County has 24 ESDs and doesn't have these issues because there's statute that contemplates who really takes on this role and responsibility. What that means is that here in Travis County, it's a local issue. It's something that we do need to address, and we are working towards a local solution. We do feel that this legislation is premature in getting us there. And to be honest, I think this legislation actually wouldn't get us there. This legislation does a number of things. So the first is that it would say that county could not enforce its fire code in those areas where an ESD has adopted one. Or the county could sign an ILA agreement to do the same thing, which is to still not enforce its fire code. There's no flexibility within the statute as it's currently drafted. It goes further to say, not that we couldn't do just arson investigations, it would actually remove the authority of our fire marshal to operate within those areas that have adopted a fire code. You need to be clear that the fire code really operates essentially as like a development services code. It's an add-on when you're constructing new property, making an extensive renovation. The fire marshal goes well beyond that. Fire marshal has the authority to operate on health and safety concerns. I can find no good reason why this bill would be taking away authority from a law enforcement official who conducts arson investigations, who serves greater purposes in the county than just doing development services codes. We would love to work with the author on this. Ideally, we would really love to work on a local solution before legislation moves forward to address what really is a problem unique to Travis County. If this bill passes, we would be the largest urban county without the ability to fully enforce its fire code, and also the only county that would have limited authority of its fire marshal. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we really have a lot of concerns about these. We do think that we can find some way to mitigate this on the local level. We love the state, but we're happier to not solve our problems here when we can avoid it. But again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Wheeler. So are you telling me you have 17 ESDs and the other 16, say an apartment complex comes into one of those, who are they getting the permit from and who is benefiting financially from the permit?
So this is a unique situation. The other ESDs that have adopted fire codes did that prior to the county. We have an additional ESD that adopted after the county, but quite some time ago. Where this is causing some issues for us is the Commissioners Court never took affirmative action in either one how to address this, because there were so many there were 3 that came in before we adopted our fire code. We sort of let those slide. With ESD 11 coming in and having the situation, it really is forcing the county to look at what is our liability for not enforcing in those areas. We should have a uniform policy, and to be honest, it is something that we need to work on. What that looks like yet, I don't know, and that really is where we're trying to get to the local solution on how do we address this with all of our ESDs. They are our governmental partners. ESDs serve a very important function, but we believe the county fire marshal also serves an important function for our county. Right now, most of our ESDs do not actually have a fire code that they are enforcing. They are leaving that to the county fire marshal to take those duties on.
So there's only a few that are doing permitting and getting the fee.
Correct.
How many out of those 16?
I believe it is 4 right now.
4 are.
4, and then
And they
plus
were
ESD
doing
11.
that since the inception of the ESD?
I believe so. I know since 2005. I can get
So,
specific dates on that.
do we know why some are and some are not?
I think some of them would rather just focus on doing actual fire suppression and don't want to get involved with everything that's entailed with doing inspections. It is really, like I said, a building code issue. That's not really where I think a lot of ESDs really did start out of being your volunteer firefighters. That's their core function, is fire suppression. This is sort of a newer piece and a newer add-on to those services that ESDs provide. And for a county such as Travis County, we have a pretty robust fire marshal's office, and some of the ESDs are much smaller in what they do, and they would really rather just focus their energies on that suppression piece, not the development.
So of the 16 other ones, then 4 of them wanted to do their own permitting and their own inspections, and 12 of them left it to you?
Correct.
So there was never an argument over this till now?
There has not been until now, which
Okay.
again is why it's kind of come to a head, and again, we would like to address ESD 11's concerns, and we'd like to try to do that in a way that doesn't solve a problem for one while creating problems for others.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is my 5th term, and in order to try to let you solve it at your level, what kind of assurance do we have that you guys aren't going to be back here in 2 years doing something? Because I mean, I think most of us here would like people to handle things at the local level if you can. But me personally, I need to know that truly something's going to be done. Otherwise, we do have to vote things like this out. Are you already in the process of trying to work something out and try to come up with something standardized for the entire county?
We are. The Commissioners Court met in executive session yesterday. I can't divulge what was discussed in executive session, but there have been ongoing conversations, both at the staff level and with the Commissioners Court. About this, there is a commitment to meet with the board at ESD 11 to try to hear what their specific concerns and issues are, as well as meeting with the rest of the ESDs that may be involved with this as well. But this is not ideal, and we are committed to trying to fix it. They are our partners, and like I said, we've done a number of things in conjunction with ESD 11. We've been good partners together, and we'd like to continue to maintain that relationship.
Is there a likelihood that we'll see you again here in 2 years talking about this?
I hope not, but if we are, it would be a unified solution that the ESD and the county would be bringing forward together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions?
I have one.
Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Are your ESD board members elected or appointed?
They are appointed.
And who are they appointed by?
They are appointed by the Commissioners Court.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, thank you
thank
for your
you so much.
testimony. Chair calls Ken Bailey. Anybody else?
I'm back.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1205? Not, Chair recognizes Representative Martinez to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. This is just to start the conversation between these two entities. I think it's very important so that we don't have to be back here in 2 years discussing the same thing and making sure that entities aren't paying 2 fees instead of 1. I think it's very costly. I think it bears a burden on developers and on contractors. So with that, I close if there's not any questions.
The Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you for, again, I had one question. Is ESD 11 a bigger district than the rest of them, or?
No, I believe it's not that it's bigger. I think it's just in the area that it services, and the fact that it's, you have the county that's coming in and overtaking a certain area, and now you have 2 fire codes that are being enforced at the same time, and 2 fees being enforced at the same time. So-
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rep. Martinez. So I have a quick just a couple of questions about, like, how does this bill end up in your hands instead of one of the delegations from this?
I guess maybe because I'm a firefighter, and the fact that I've known Chief Bailey, and these are issues that I've encountered before in the past. So
Been in conversation with any of the delegation from?
yes,
Travis County?
absolutely. With Ms. Flores, we have had that conversation. She's very supportive of the legislation and wants to see a resolution.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. House Bill 1205 will be left pending at this time, and if you want to stay up here, Representative, the Chair lays out House Bill 1353 and recognizes Representative Martinez to explain.
And welcome to the Martinez Show. So, House Bill 1353 provides deputy sheriffs in jurisdictions under Chapter 158 of the Local Government Code with an alternate appeals process for certain disciplinary actions. Under current law, if a deputy is subject to a disciplinary action, they may appeal to the Civil Service Commission. This may be a long, expensive, drawn-out process, which may also involve internal and local politics. Under House Bill 1353, if a Commissioner's Court elects to adopt the provisions of the bill, sheriff's deputies are authorized to use an alternative appeals process. Sheriff's deputies may appeal to an independent third-party hearing examiner instead of the Civil Service Commission only for the following disciplinary actions: a recommended demotion, a suspension of 3 days or more, or termination. And if the deputy elects to use this alternative appeals process, however, they may waive their right to appeal to a hearing examiner decision to district courts unless the examiner's decision was without jurisdiction, exceeded their jurisdiction, or the order was based in fraud, collusion, or other unlawful means. So at this time, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Representative Martinez? Okay, we'll proceed to testimony. And we do have an overflow room in room E2.010 if anybody would like. The chair calls Chris Jones. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Chris Jones, here representing Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas for the bill. Couple of points. The bill is totally permissive. County is not mandatory. County has total option of deciding whether they want to use this or not. We have been doing this kind of appeal process under a lot of different cities under municipal civil service for years. Some of the problems that we've had, I know in Dallas County, Madam Chair, we had an issue with not being able to hear cases in front of the Civil Service Commission in a timely manner, and the county wanted to create a second Civil Service Commission. So this is another way to, we've had issues with other counties not being able to hear cases in a timely manner, and this would give the county an option solely if they wanted to do it to use this process. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1353? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Martinez to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I close.
Thank you. House Bill 1353 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 3465 and recognizes Representative Martinez to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is the last bill of all my three great bills that are in this committee. So House Bill 3465 is the County Fire Marshal Qualifications Bill. County fire marshals and their deputies are authorized under Local Government Code 352 to investigate fires, enter a structure where fire has occurred, or the inspection of life hazard conditions. The reason for House Bill 3465 is that the current county fire marshal qualifications are not in line with the Texas Fire Commission or TCOL, the Texas Law Enforcement Commission head of department. This bill is permissive and would not apply to counties that have adopted a county fire code, and HB 3465 states that the county fire marshal for a county that has adopted a county fire code may, which is permissive, meet the requirements of the Texas Commission of Fire Protection Rule 449.203 and the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 2.12. And I'll entertain any
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. We show individuals registered for, but not to testify. So is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3465? Not Chair recognizes Representative Martinez to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I close.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 3465 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 5160 and recognizes Chairman Darby to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. This is going to be the shortest bill you're going to hear this afternoon. We're taking out 3 words. And this boils down to the Westcote County Hospital District. We need more flexibility in the depository of the funds for the hospital. There's only one bank in the county. It's a county of only 3,200 residents, and we need a little more options for our banking services. For that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chairman Darby? Okay.
Appreciate your brevity.
We'll proceed to testimony, but seeing that there is none, is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5160? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Darby to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Thank you, Chairman. House Bill 5160 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 2558 and recognizes Chairman Van Dever to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2558 is affecting the Texas America Center. It is strictly a local bill, affects only Bowie County. Texas America Center was created by the Texas legislature in 1997 as Northeast Texas was struggling from the closure of the area's Lone Star Army ammunition plant and the realignment of Red River Army Depot that resulted in 12,000 acres of former military property being transferred to the Texas America Center. The center currently has about 50 corporate tenants and a wide variety of businesses and industry. What House Bill 2558 is doing, it will help Texas Americas to perform manufacturing services that they've been asked to do by prospective and current tenants. It will support the new market tax credits by being authorized for investment capital, and it clarifies our charter to allow a nonprofit to be a member of a limited liability company. And with that, I think we have a witness here. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Scott Norton. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Scott Norton. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of Texas America Center, and I'm in favor of this bill. This is a local bill specific just to Texas America Center. And as Representative Van Deaver stated, the basic parts of this bill is to focus on manufacturing, allow us to do manufacturing for our tenants to create more jobs in our community, which has been ravished by the Base Realignment and Closure Acts in 2005 and 2019, or 1995. We want to be able to do services on River Army Depot to create more jobs and community activity on our footprints. The new market tax credit opportunities, which new market tax credits help us to incentivize community development and economic development growth through the use of tax credits, federal tax credits, to attract private investment to distressed communities. As of FY 2021, these tax credits have generated $1 of private investment for every, or $8 of private investment for every $1 of federal funding, created 239 million square feet of manufacturing, office, and retail space throughout the country, and financed more than 10,800 businesses. And we'd like to take advantage of those on our footprints. Happy to answer any questions that you might have on this bill.
Members, the chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to reiterate, because I talked to some folks about this yesterday. So this is federal tax credits.
Correct, yes, sir.
Not state, and it's private money.
Correct.
Pretty much.
Yes, sir.
Which seems pretty simple to most folks, but I just wanted to reiterate that because I think that's pretty important for everyone up here
Correct.
to know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2558? Not, chair recognizes Chairman Van Deaver to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Thank you. House Bill 2558 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 3428 and recognizes Representative Bryant to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In Texas, we have 3 revolving door provisions which prohibit people who are involved in procurement or contract negotiations with third-party entities from then going to work for those third-party entities for 2 years. This bill would apply that to cities and counties. It simply says that if a county or municipal employee or officer was involved in procurement or contract negotiations involving another entity, they would be prohibited from accepting employment from that entity for 2 years following the date in which the contract is signed or the procurement is terminated or withdrawn. There is a significant opportunity for persons who either are not thinking through the ethics of what they are doing or perhaps simply have taken advantage of the taxpayers in mind to assist a third party in getting a favorable deal from the county or the city, and in return for that to take a job relatively soon afterward. This would prohibit that. I recommend an amendment to this bill that would allow the county or city to grant a waiver to this process for situations in which either the county or city is so small and the employment opportunities are so few that the policy should be applied in a different way, and also for situations in which the people may have, might have been involved in such a way that you could interpret it as participation, but that it really did not involve any discretion on their part in terms of granting the contract or making the, entering into the purchase agreement with the third party. That's the sum total of the bill.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Representative? Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
So you basically want to put a non-compete clause, a 2-year non-compete clause for cities and county, I guess, former employees from going to go work wherever they used to do procurement stuff with them.
Right. I would not use the word non-compete. I would just say that if I'm the county employee and I've made a deal to purchase products or services or another transaction of value with a third party, I can't go to work for that third party for 2 years.
You said after the date that they signed the contract or after the completion of the contract?
After the date they signed the contract. We have the same policy with regard to our boards and agencies at the state level and with regard to our state officers. And with regard to regulatory agencies, it is a lifetime ban for particular matters that they had discretion over with regard to regulation. So this is simply a prohibition on employment for 2 years for counties and cities.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Representative Bryant. And you want to do an amendment for small cities? What, like what population are you talking about?
I think I would recommend the amendment apply to everyone. If you can go before your big city council and convince them that you didn't have a real conflict of interest and get them to give you a waiver, well, that would be all right. But it would at least be known to the city that this situation existed. To make it simple, I don't think it would be really put to use except by the smaller cities.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we have witnesses who registered but not to testify. So is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3428? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Bryant to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I close.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 3428 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 2560 and recognizes Chairman Metcalf to explain.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Thank you for having me today. Under current law, counties do not have the ability to create child safety zones that may restrict registered sex offenders from going in, on, or within a specified distance of a child safety zone. House Bill 2560 grants county commissioner courts the authority to create a child safety zone in the unincorporated area of a county. The zone may not be more than 1,000 feet. An offense of this order would be a Class C misdemeanor. The bill establishes an affirmative defense to prosecution for an offense if the registered sex offender was in child safety zone for a legitimate purpose, including transportation of a child that the registered sex offender is legally permitted to be with. A registered sex offender may receive an exemption only if areas within the established child safety zone are necessary for the registered sex offender to have access to and to live in their previously established residence. The exemption is only valid during the period that they may maintain residency. Madam Chair, members, if you have any questions, I reserve my right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chairman Metcalf? Okay, we will proceed
Thank you,
to
Madam Chair.
testimony. Chair calls Rick Bailey. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members. I'm Commissioner Rick Bailey, Johnson County, also Legislative Chair for Judge and Commissioners Association. A week or so ago, my fellow commissioner there on my court came down and petitioned this letter that you're getting handed out here too. Our court is unanimous in supporting this. We would certainly like to see the same ability to monitor and regulate in the unincorporated area of our county. We're just asking that we have the same authority that our cities have.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your.
Okay. Chair calls Beverly Thomas. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Beverly Thomas. I am representing myself, and I oppose this bill because laws like this do not serve their intended purpose and they harm families. 22 years ago, when my son was a senior in high school, he went on a church youth trip where he met a girl that began calling him, and with her parents' permission, they began dating. After almost a year of dating and naively dreaming that one day they would marry, charges were filed against my son. His girlfriend was only 14. He had no idea that a consensual relationship with her parents' blessing would reap so many consequences. He was given deferred adjudication, 7 years of community supervision, hundreds of community service hours, and required to register as a sex offender for the rest of his life. My son, who had never been in any kind of trouble at all before, was forced to move from our home, not allowed to attend family gatherings, had an extremely difficult time finding a job and a place to live, and was not allowed to attend church. The restrictions imposed upon him were overwhelming. It was devastating for our entire family. My son took full responsibility for his offense and did successfully complete his deferred adjudication. The charges were completely dismissed in 2010. He has no conviction. However, the lifetime registration and all the restrictions it imposes will never go away. They affect everything my son does, as well as where and what we can do together as a family. But he is more help than you can imagine to our family, especially my 94-year-old father. My father's home is in an unincorporated area of Texas. He cannot be left alone because he has dementia. Our family has stepped up to share caregiving responsibilities, but no one does that better than my son. He is able to engage my daddy, make him laugh, and care for him unlike any of us. And he's more than willing to help when others cannot. Just last week, he lost a half day's pay because someone was needed at the last minute to be with my daddy. Laws like this would affect my son's ability to help with his grandfather. Over the past 20 years, I have met with many legislators. I've learned that most do not understand the laws regarding sex offenses, which is completely understandable, but given how much information that you are required to know about so many varied topics. The sex offender bandwagon is an easy issue to jump on without knowing its true implications. It's an easy issue on which to listen to public opinion instead of facts. Martin Barron, former editor of the Washington Post, once said, "Defend the truth, knowing that at times it may challenge the views you hold. At times it may not be public opinion, but hold yourself to the truth, even if you stand alone. Facts do not lie." I hope I live long enough to see legislators with enough integrity to defend the truth. Would you please be one of those by voting against this bill? Instead, request an interim study regarding the sex offender registry and then act on the facts you learn. Hold yourself to the truth.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Philip Taylor. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Philip Taylor, and I represent myself. I am a licensed professional counselor, retired, and a former sex offender treatment provider. And I have seen firsthand.
Your position on the bill?
I oppose the bill. I've seen firsthand the kind of damage done to registrants and their families by these kinds of banishment bills that relegate registrants to the more disorganized parts of the county where it's difficult to find adequate housing and to maintain a job. One of the goals of rehabilitation is to help registrants become stable, productive, responsible members of the community. These kinds of bills undermine those rehabilitative efforts. They seem to be based on a fallacious assumption that the distance from a potential victim has something to do with the likelihood of a new offense. Study after study has shown that reoffenses do not occur around schools or around parks. And when someone does recidivate, it is best predicted by relational proximity rather than geographical proximity. Bills like 2560, to my mind, are examples of what Richard Hofstadter called the paranoid style of American politics. We tend to seize on an imaginary danger, propose an ineffective solution, and while it may feel good, it does not protect anybody and provides a false sense of security. If Representative Metcalf or his staff really wanted to protect children, they would have gone to the trouble to consult.
Well, we don't want to get at any personal attacks here.
If the writers of this bill really wanted to protect children.
Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you feel like maybe there's not recidivism on these locations because it's currently illegal for them to be near them?
No, there's not recidivism at those locations. First, because
I want to make it clear. I think everyone in the room understands that sometimes it's someone close to the child, but for the people it's not close to, you know what? Let me go back. When you say that it's not a real problem and a real threat, or that we perceive something, I have a 4 and a 6-year-old, and if someone's committed crimes like these, and I know there's different levels, right? I get it. I want to mitigate risk to the children in Texas from people that are predatory on children. And so when you say that stuff, I'm going to be honest, it's almost offensive to me. Mm-hmm. I'm being respectful to you, but I think it's offensive because my children are my world, and I think the people in this room would say the same thing about theirs, and I just can't see in any world where someone would author a bill just to try to be yucky or disrespectful to someone that committed one of these crimes. And so I tend to believe maybe they don't recidivate at these locations because they're not allowed at those locations where there's children. And I have to tell you that I support bills like this that keep those predatory people away from the people that they're predators of.
Yeah. Well, they don't recidivate near schools or parks.
Well, they're not allowed.
One of the indications is that Dallas and Houston do not have post-supervision restrictions, and there are no arrests of people on the registry near schools or parks. If you'll notice in the newspaper over the year, when there is a sex offense reported at a school, it is invariably by employees of the school, not by somebody on the registry. So I appreciate the fears that you may have for your children. But I would encourage you to base those fears on some sort of objective reality rather than simply that kind of hunch.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand you're against this bill, and this bill deals with unincorporated areas.
That's right.
Are you also against child safety zones in cities?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in the thought that you did not quite have time to complete during testimony. Can you briefly explain what you were talking about? If we wanted to be proactive about improving these situations and preventing recidivism, what kind of course do you think we would be taking?
And let the record reflect Representative Schatzline is present.
I would go to the trouble of consulting the research literature about these kinds of restrictions. Apparently that wasn't the case if the language of the bill is anything you go by.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer. I'm an avid researcher, but the question is, is there historical evidence or data to support other types of best practices that would best help prevent recidivism? If it's not these type of exclusionary zones.
Well, preventing recidivism is a difficult subject because the rate of recidivism is so low relative to any other kind of crime. And so I would prefer to focus on preventing sex offense in the first place, because 90% of all sex offenses in a year are committed by people who have never before been accused of a sex offense, not by somebody on the registry. And there are ways of doing that.
Very good, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Two thoughts come to mind. I can't speak for Dallas, but you said that no arrests in Dallas or Houston. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I get failure to comply and failure to register cases all the time. So, for the record, I know in Houston they charge people with that because I represent them. Okay, and I try to help them understand what they need to do, but that's another story for another day. But something else that I'd just like to share with my colleagues about a sex offender label, and I think you have to be really clear about what a sex offender is. There's this class of sex offenders, and I'll do it with air quotes, that are Romeo and Juliet type things, where you have kids in school, maybe you have a 17-year-old senior, maybe you have a 13-year-old ninth grader. They're in the same spaces, which that's another story for another day, but I don't think that kids that young should be in school with people that old, but that's another story for another day. Where you have kids doing what kids do and a parent finds out, and now you've got a registered sex offender. So I think we really need to look at that, because you are, the lady who was here before, talking about how her son was in a relationship where the parents said it was okay and then they broke up, and it's nothing like some people scorned, but that's another story for another day as well. So I certainly understand what Chairman Metcalf is trying to do, but I also think it's really easy to paint a picture about what a sex offender is, and it's well-intentioned, but it's really not designating who the real sex offenders are. So one day I can speak with Chairman Metcalf, but I certainly understand what you're trying to do, but I am concerned about Romeo and Juliet type things and making sure that we actually do protect children by passing laws that identify and protect kids from like actual predators. And something else that's a problem is what law enforcement do you have to report to? I mean, there are sometimes hundreds of law enforcement in an area. If you're a registered sex offender, you may not have transportation to even get there, and then one place is saying you didn't register when you're registered somewhere else. So there's a lot of complications, but I understand what you're saying. Hopefully it'll be narrowly construed. Chairman Metcalf.
Yeah, we paint with a very broad brush. It doesn't make those kinds of distinctions. And a distinction I think worth making is the vast majority of people convicted of a sex offense do not reoffend. They rehabilitate. And I think that that we should not go on calling people by a name that we don't want them to be. They are former sex offenders. They are not in the process of committing sex offenses now. So using that language sweeps in everyone. And so I agree with your point.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Tim Sankey. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, my name is Tim Sankey, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm opposed to this bill. We all hold our mothers in great esteem. With Mother's Day coming up, many of you are mothers here on this committee, and for that I say Happy Mother's Day here in a few weeks. You're not alone. My mother is also somebody that's very special to me. She couldn't be here today because she's had some bouts with cancer, 2 knee surgeries, one that went bad that she's having to redo, and parathyroid surgery. So what if a law was passed that would prohibit you from seeing your mother, or as a son from seeing your mom? If this House bill was passed, this would be my case. I would not be able to go visit my mother in her home where she needs my help, whether it's mowing the grass, taking her to church, or taking her to her doctor appointments. I know many of you might sit there and go, well, Tim, you seem like a nice guy. I am a nice guy. And that's why we have amendments for people, like you. However, the problem is you leave those amendments up to a political body, such as the Commissioner's Court, who, without any research or evidence, is passing out a flyer saying they all support such an ordinance. So that's basically just a carrot on the stick. You all are elected officials. They're supposed to make decisions based on fact and research, not on myths, not on hyperstance, not on what feels good. All the research tells us that these types of laws do not improve public safety. Some mother or someone on this committee once said that I hope you all will consider, you must have the courage to do what is right when it's easier to do wrong. You must help people, but for your help would be helpless. My mother is helpless, and she needs my assistance. Please have the courage to not vote this out of committee. A few things on this flyer I just handed out. As you turn that front page, that first map there is where my mother lives. There's only 2 entrances to her neighborhood. If this law was passed, I would not be able to enter that neighborhood. Thereby, I would be going through a child safety zone and would not be able to see my mother. The second map is one of the city of Bertram. Bertram is a small town near Burnett, about 1,300 people. As you can see from the orange or the pink circles there, nearly the entire city is off limits. You cannot go through the city of Bertram if you're on the registry. All the major thoroughfares are closed off.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Schatzline.
Hi, Tim. So we did some research of our own. So you are a registered sex offender, is that correct?
Yes.
And how many accounts of aggravated assault of a sexual nature for a 12-year-old did you commit?
Mr. Schatzline, I'm not here to relive something that happened over 20 years ago.
Yeah, we
Okay?
don't want to get into personal.
No, this is
This is not relevant to this ordinance, Mr. Schatzline.
It is.
We
No, it's
just
not.
want to stay focused on the policy before us.
I've been married 16 years, Mr. Schatzline. I work for the federal government. Okay, that happened over 20 years ago.
Great.
Okay?
So
What we're
my
talking about is
my
this
point
ordinance
in
that you're
saying
considering.
that is I don't know that the convenience of you being able to go in a neighborhood is our utmost importance as legislators, rather than protecting those who have been victims of sexual violence. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Schatzline, that's this right here, for everybody can't see, okay, is a map of Bertram. The entire city is off limits. That's not just an inconvenience, okay? That's a way of life. And being able to go to church, being able to work, being able to live, okay, being able to see family, okay, that's much more than just an inconvenience.
I think your decisions changed your way of life.
We all do things when we're young. We make some mistakes, whether that's we dress up in a dress or whatever it might be.
Okay, enough. Thank you for your testimony. We're not getting into personal attacks today.
Oh, no
We have
attacks
a long
here,
list
Chairwoman.
We have a long list of witnesses, a full house today. We want to stay policy focused on the issues before us and have respect for each other regardless of our views on legislation for or against. So thank you for your
I
testimony.
have one more question. That would be nice.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
More of a statement than a question. I think your demeanor speaks volumes today. I think my peer asked you a valid question that you didn't want to answer, and that's okay. But your demeanor speaks absolute volumes, more than you could ever imagine to me. I'm not asking for you to answer me. I'm just going to leave it at that and shut off my
And
mouth.
we will proceed to our next witness. Thank you.
I don't get a moment to respond to that?
No, you don't. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a long calendar today. Thank you. Okay, enough. We're going to proceed. Chair calls David Billings. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is David Billings. I'm the mayor of Fayette, Texas, and we are in support of the bill. In the city of Fayette, we have a considerable experience with the registered sex offender exemption request process. As you know, general law cities may establish a child safety zone up to 1,000 feet. Home rule cities such as Fayette can establish up to 2,000 feet. The difference between 1,000 feet and 2,000 feet is typically the density of the city. So in some cities, 1,000 feet because really dense. City Fayette is 2,000 because we have a very fast-growing city, but the child safety zone is 2,000 feet because we are less dense and we're growing with parks going forward. As we go through the process, we were pretty dismayed as a city council and as the residents of Fayette that the county didn't have the right to establish, and the word is may establish, a child safety zone. And let me tell you the story of the city of Fayette. We have a brand new park, a large elementary school that's less than 500 feet from the county line. Right now, if somebody moved there and it was deemed a threat, we have no ability, the county has no ability to address that issue. The bill by Representative Metcalf does not mandate it. It says it may have it. Also has conditions on there that's actually more lenient than general law cities and our home rule cities have right today. So I think it's really important that we give the option to the counties and the cities to have this child safety zone and let the local government make those decisions as prescribed by state law. My residents are clear about this. I represent 27,000 people and they're clear. They want them. And they want them in the county. And there's no ambiguity to that. Thank you for your time. I'll answer questions that you may have.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Barrett Tesson. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and all committee members. My name is Barrett Tesson. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I'm opposed to this bill. I lived with child safety zone restrictions for 8 years when I was on deferred adjudication. So I'm here this afternoon to share my experience with these restrictions and hopefully convey how counterproductive they can be. It was virtually impossible for me to find decent housing that is not within a child safety zone. Employment was also quite difficult. I was forced to resign from multiple positions after being hired because the address turned out to be non-compliant. For those of us living in urban and suburban parts of Texas, there's some kind of child safety zone almost anywhere. And when we travel out of county, we have no way of knowing which counties have enacted these ordinances and which have not. If we're filling up our car at a gas station, we have no way to know if within a 1,000-foot radius of the gas station there's a pool or a park or what have you. I hope you can see that these restrictions, although they are well-intentioned, are not all that practical. Most important to consider, in my opinion, is the effect that these restrictions have on the innocent family members of those of us subject to them, who could be subject to them. I committed my offense when I was 18 years old. I married my wife when I was 22. My wife and I are currently 33 now, and we have 3 children, aged 4, 6, and 9. I've completed my sentence and I've served my time, and at this point I'm doing my best to be a good father, husband, and member of my community. Please do not put me in a position where I may no longer be allowed to take my own children, to whom the state has considered me no threat, to their favorite park or playground. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls J. Dan Gum. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chair, thank you. My name is J.D.N. Gum, and I represent myself and my organization, Forgiven Felons, which I'm the founder and president. Forgiven Felons, we help people. I'm the pastor of Forgiven Felons. We help people with a past realize their future. We have 2 transitional houses in Dallas where parole residency restrictions have impacted our ability to help registered persons by making them move out of our houses when a daycare went in across the street. They're not grandfathered in by parole. They make them move. I do want to start off by saying that I'm not a registered person, and there's not a registered person in my family of origin. But I do have many registered family members in my family of choice, which is the body of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Your handout has many stats researched by people way smarter than most of us on this topic, so I'll let y'all read those. But I will focus on how this bill affects forgiven felons and their ability to help registered people. We've had many families of men move out to unincorporated areas of the county, a lot of them still on parole. If this bill passes, they will have to uproot their lives, business, families, and move to who knows where because parole doesn't grandfather in. They make you move. Even after a parole board decided while they were in prison, they were no longer a danger to society and let them go. And also it would force whole transitional houses that are in these unincorporated areas to shut down because, again, parole doesn't grandfather in. So let's talk about why everyone thinks all registered people are dangerous. They're not. Just as if one police officer makes a bad mistake, it doesn't mean the rest of them are horrible. But the news takes one horrible story and deems all registered people the same. I get it. I was just like this. Society Church, 17 years ago, yesterday, I paroled out of prison. And I wanted to help all the people just like me, alcoholics, drug addicts. But God sent me registered people and their families to help. I argued with God for a month until I answered the call to walk with them, to shoulder to shoulder with them, to see what they see, hear what they hear, feel what they feel. If I hadn't answered that call, I wouldn't have met Bernie Orr. His mom cried on the phone when I told her we'd take him in because 50 other houses rejected him because he was a registered offender. He became a house manager, drove the van to pick up food from the food bank, and even 2 years after the program he left, he was still driving that same van. Does that sound like a dangerous person to you? I would have never met Morris Edmond, retired veteran, 80-year-old veteran who paroled. He had trouble finding a landlord and we helped him get a house. And then he sings in his church choir and travels to nursing homes and does that as well. Does that sound like a dangerous person? I close. I read all of your political bios, and most of you claim affiliation to a church or to be a Christian. I want to continue helping registered people, whether they live in the city or the county, because I believe if they cry out to God, our God, confess and repent, then he applies the blood of Jesus to their sin and welcomes them to the family of God. He doesn't isolate, ostracize, cut off, and that's what this bill does. Our goal should be, I'm closing with this sentence, should be to help them get better, not exile them. Rehabilitation, not isolation, is what makes our communities safer. Help me to continue to do that.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. And I agree with you 100%. We should forgive people. But I do have concerns about some of the numbers. I just want to mention them to you so that you know recidivism rates, because I see what you handed us and what we're getting from different folks. Recidivism rates for this offense varies depending on the study.
Correct.
And I think sometimes the low ones might be because people are afraid to report, very possibly. But mostly what I've seen is anywhere from 5 to 40%. And the best one that I found that seems to be pretty valid is 10 to 15% after 5 years, 20% after 10, and 30 to 40 after 20 years. Now, I agree with you 100%. I think there's different levels. There's the 18-year-old that may have dated the 17-year-old. There's that kind of stuff happens. There could be someone that decided at a park at 10 o'clock at night they were drinking and they urinated. I get that. But people that have true horrific intent to do what they do with these, I think that we have to protect these kids. So I agree that we need to forgive. But we as legislators, part of our job is to also protect innocent children. What would you say to some of the things that I'm telling you right now?
All valid points. I would say that if we as a state and a judicial system and penal system are going to subject these men to sexual therapy, group therapy in prison and on parole when they get out, and they go through that and they continue life and be productive, then why aren't we trusting that system to work? Because some of them, I'll agree. When I got out, I was like, God, I don't want to do this. Send me the alcoholics, the drug addicts. I do not want to help this demographic. And he kind of showed me a spectrum. He said, there's a few on this end. That's what hell was created for. They small percentage of don't care what they're doing to these kids and women, and I don't want you to minister to them. They should be locked up and never let out. There's a few on this end, like Ms. Jones presented, the Romeo and Juliet. And then some of these are actually in prison falsely accused. I have tons of exoneree friends that were falsely accused of sex offenses, okay? He didn't want me to minister to those. He saw this big group in the middle that did something, and almost all of them admit what they did was wrong. Whether it was alcohol-induced, drug-induced, curiosity-induced, whatever, they're like, I don't ever want to do this again. And I know we like to think that they all are predators, and they're not. But this group in the middle are the ones that we like to come alongside and say, look, they admit it, they know what they did, and even some of the high-risk ones that the way they label the high risk is strictly based on the crime they committed, not on whether they rehabilitated while they were in prison. Because no matter how bad the crime was, if you're in this group that says what I did was not wrong, it's different than if you're in this group saying I take a responsibility.
Let me say this to you. I'm very thankful for people like you. You're changing people's lives forever in a positive way, and I want to say thank you for what you're doing for these.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Schatzline.
Jaden, you know I love you. We pastored at the same
Love you
church,
too, man.
And I appreciate all that Forgiven Felons does. I think you guys are changing the world. I think my greatest issue with this particular issue is that I think of it like if someone was an alcoholic. You know, they say, well, you're always an alcoholic in the sense of you never surround yourself with the opportunity to go down that path again. I think of this bill as an amazing way to make sure that our children are protected from people who might have a natural, whether you say inclination or as they're going, you don't even want to present the opportunity again. I think that's why I'm so in favor of this bill of protecting children, whereas I agree. I think people can be restored. I think people should have hope, especially with their Lord and Savior. But looking at, I just don't, I'm not with you on the actual practical application because I think we've got to put the safety of kids first when it comes to this and when it comes to making sure that our kids are protected within a certain boundary.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm not here opposing the bill because I think our kids should not be protected. Okay, I'm off. I have a 10 and 8-year-old, 2 daughters. And I prayed 17 years ago when I got out of prison and he wanted me to do this demographic. I said, God, I'm going to have kids one day. I'm going to have a wife one day. What is that going to look like for me? And I said, just protect me and give me wisdom and give me discernment. And along the way, when we first opened our transitional house, one of the very first registered offenders, we had to kick out because he started doing drugs. Now, he went and repeated a crime, and he's doing 50 ag in the state of Penn right now. But we let go of him. So we know there's people, he didn't reoffend sexually, but he reoffended in a different way. And I want to point back to yours, some of them that, because we see guys that end up wanting to serve their whole time in prison, okay, because they know how restrictive parole is. Now, she just left, but I was going to let her know the city of Dallas does not have any sex offender ordinances outside of only one per residence, okay? And I also want to address the recidivism for those child safety zones. I have friends that are registered people that live inside child safety zones that aren't on parole, okay? And it's just not common. It's legal for them to be there because of the city they live in, but it's just not common for those people to recidivate in those areas, which is what he was trying to say earlier. But I get it, man. But the people that are moving to the county, friends, people that have come through our program, families of wives that are coming back in and saying, we stand with our husband and we want to live a life together, a productive life, but we know the views of us from the city and the church, so let's move out to the county away from everybody so we're not bothering people. And then if they're still on parole and this bill passes, that family has to leave. And they put up a pop-up playground. That's Richardson up where I live, man. Richardson did that everywhere. A registered person cannot live in the city of Richardson at all, period. But sexual assault still happened there. So laws like that do not totally eliminate those. And I understand the need to try to minimize as much as possible. But the families moving out to the country are not the ones that are still the predators. And I can say that wholeheartedly because I've worked with them for the last 17 years. And I know, and I don't want y'all to have to work for them because it's tough to work with them, especially with 2 daughters. But let me continue to do my job and make the community safer, because when we rehabilitate these guys that you're talking about that may still have a propensity to go back to those old ways, the more you let us work with them, the safer our community gets. Not just cutting them off and ostracizing them.
I appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Attorney Ove. Pastor Gum, I'm just going to say God bless you and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
I may not ascribe to a single religious orientation, but I studied them. And the work that Christ did was to walk among those that needed the help the most, and that's what you do. So I do believe that's the way to really make a difference.
Thank you.
And I just thank you for your work.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2560? If not, Chair recognizes. What's your name? Can you come check in with one of our clerks? chair calls Mary Moldnar. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Mary Sue Molnar. I represent Texas Voices for Reason and Justice and myself, and I'm opposed. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Just because something sounds good doesn't make it so. Texas Voices is a statewide, nonprofit volunteer organization devoted to promoting a more balanced, effective, and rational criminal justice system. We advocate for common sense, research-based laws and policies for persons who are required to register for sex-related offenses, as well as for support from members of their family. We are committed to facts and research to inform our advocacy, and we believe that sex offense laws and policies should not be based on panic or paranoia. There are over 100,000 people listed on the Public Sex Offense Registry. Most are required to register for life with no chance of ever being removed. Popular contrary belief, thousands of people on the registry are not the worst of the worst, and they are not monsters or predators waiting behind a bush to grab your kids. I ask that you not judge everyone on the registry by the actions of some. If we are all honest, there is probably something in all of our past that could have landed many of us on the registry. Housing for people on the registry is scarce. Home rule cities across Texas have banished people with ordinances as high as 2,500 feet. General law cities and their 1,000-foot limit, they have enacted pocket parks to make their whole city inaccessible. The fact that residence restrictions do not protect children is not a new discovery. In 2011, back then, a legislative budget board report to the Senate Criminal Justice Committee recommended prohibiting local jurisdictions from establishing additional local residency restrictions beyond the requirements of pardons and paroles. And their recommendation is similar to other organizations such as the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault and ATSA, the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Offenders. I respectfully ask for an interim study on residency restrictions and the sex offense registry before any more restrictions and conditions are placed upon the thousands and thousands of people who are listed on this ever-growing naming and shaming list. My prayer is that someone that you love won't be the next one added. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2560? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Metcalf to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Appreciate the testimony today. I do disagree with much of it, but that's okay. One witness testified that if this were to pass, people would have to move. Well, members, it's simply not that complicated. This is simple. This restriction from 1,000 feet of any particular location that the county commissioner court chooses that's necessary. And, cities already do this, and that was discussed. But this simply allows the counties to do this if they so choose. Again, I want to say this is permissive. This is not mandatory that the counties do this. This gives the counties the authority to enact these. And, members, we all enjoy local control. So if they want, sex offenders to roam around in the counties of different areas, they can go and testify in county's commissioner's court. This simply allows the counties to be able to enact this with only 1,000 feet. So, again, I appreciate your favorable consideration if this matter is brought back before you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Will, Representative Metcalf, for bringing this. If this does pass, could it be preempted by the legislation we debated for 8 hours yesterday on the House floor?
So I am not going to get into other legislation in protection of this bill.
Being in favor of local control.
This bill will allow the counties to allow the counties to do this.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. House
Thank
Bill
you, members.
2560 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out Senate Bill 22 by Senator Springer and recognizes Chairman Guillen, the House sponsor, to explain.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when people think of police departments, they typically envision big agencies with plenty of resources and abundance of detectives and forensic specialists. However, approximately 50% of Texas is covered by rural law enforcement agencies with the same problems as big cities, including problems finding qualified officers, an increase in fentanyl overdoses, expenses of equipment, a lack of mental health resources, and difficulties applying for grant funding. Senate Bill 22 would solve some of these issues plaguing rural law enforcement by creating a simple grant requirement with definitive amounts of money based on county size. Rural sheriff's offices would receive $250,000 if the county has a population of less than 10,000, $350,000 if the county has a population between 10 and 50,000, and $500,000 if the county has a population between 50 and 300,000. Rural prosecutors' offices will receive $100,000 if the prosecutor's office's jurisdiction of population is less than 10,000, $175,000 if the population is between 10 and 50,000, and $275,000 if the population is between 50 and 300,000. Members, we are currently working with stakeholders on a committee sub to do some minor changes, and we'll get that back to you as soon as we can. I can help answer any questions if y'all have any.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Guillen? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Jennifer Tharp. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Jennifer Tharp, Criminal District Attorney for Comal County. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, distinguished members. Would like to thank as well Chairman Guillen for carrying this important legislation. I'm the elected District Attorney for Comal County, and what HB 22 does is it provides smaller...
What's your position on the bill?
Thank you for helping me. 4.
Thank you.
Absolutely 4. What SB 22 does is it provides to rural law enforcement, including prosecutors, some very needed resources. I'll tell you there are a lot of prosecutors' offices like mine and even smaller that are struggling to fill attorney positions, struggling to hire investigators, struggling to hire victims assistance coordinators. This legislation will help us, so I respectfully ask your favorable consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness?
I do have a letter I'll provide to the committee from our association's president in support as well.
Thank you. Chair calls David Holmes. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and I especially want to recognize my hometown representative, Angela Orr. It's good to appear before you all today. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee. And Chairman Guillen, thank you for bringing this to us. My name is David Holmes. I'm the elected county attorney in Hill County, county seat being Hillsborough. I am for Senate Bill 22. I can tell you emphatically that this bill, if it were to pass, would be a game changer for rural prosecutors around the state. A few reasons that I believe that this bill is not only desired but perhaps necessary is, as the Honorable Jennifer Tharp alluded to, particularly rural prosecutors' offices have a hard time attracting talent with regard to attorneys. The average starting salary for an attorney in the state of Texas for somebody going into private practice is over $100,000 a year. And the average starting salaries for beginning assistant prosecutors in Texas is about $71,000 or $72,000. I can tell you that Harris County is starting new baby prosecutors at $89,000 a year. I have one assistant prosecutor in my office. She's been with me for 7.5 years, and she is just now making in the low to mid 80s. This bill also provides additional funding to rural sheriff's offices. What I do like about that is it requires that the money be spent on salaries of patrol deputies and jailers, and not to, for toys, as sheriff's offices like to accumulate. And if you're going to put more patrol deputies out in our rural communities, what that will hopefully translate to is more cases for us rural prosecutors to work on. And so, if we have an increased workload, we will need additional resources for support staff, additional crime victims assistance. And I hope that you all will look at this as a way to better serve victims of crime in the rural areas of the state. The urban areas have many more tools available to them to serve victims of crime, and we out in the rural areas would like to have similar tools.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Adam Haynes. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chair, members, Adam Haynes with the Conference of Urban Counties, and I'm here to testify on Chairman Guillen's bill. I'm one of those stakeholders, and the chairman, no surprise to any of y'all, Chairman Guillen is working with us. The issue that we have with the concern that we have with the bill is that while we understand we have a $32 billion budget surplus this year, this biennia, and the comptroller said we'll probably have some extra cash next year and next biennia, at some point, these grants may get pushed to the side. And what we're concerned about is counties accept these grants. Then in year 5, 6, 7, when these grants aren't available, you're going to have the commissioners' courts in these instances that have to fund the sheriffs and fund the DA's offices will be forced to reduce the amount of money available to those offices. We do not want to put those counties that have accepted those grants in the position of having Government Code 120, which is the defund the police and soon to be defund the prosecutors provisions that are contained in that statute to kick into those counties. And so we've asked the chairman, and the chairman has agreed and is working with us to take some language that would say if the grants aren't available to the county and the county does not accept those grants, then next year we would not be subject to the provisions of 120 of the Government Code. May I answer any questions?
Chair recognizes Representative Gerdes.
Is my understanding that these grant funds are a supplement to the sheriff's budget already, so that the county commissioners can't reduce the sheriff's budget by the grant amount if they receive the grant? Is that correct?
That's correct. We can't backfill. We cannot reduce the amount and then just backfill. So if a county is, say, spending $1 million on our sheriff's office, we can't reduce it by $500,000. Use that grant to go back up to $1 million. We have to use this money in addition to what we were funding this year or last year. It has to be on top of that. And so our concern is once we put that money on top of it in year 5 or 6, when that grant money's not available, we're going to have to make some really hard choices at the county commissioner's level and potentially reduce the sheriff's office. We do not want to be called police defunders when that happens.
Right, correct. Okay, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Is there a fix? Just curious, what would you like to see? You know, the grant money runs out, the sheriff's department, the DA's office, they're used to the money. They're using the money. They've got DAs, they've got sheriffs, but the county can't afford to keep the salaries like that. And then they will be saying you defunded the police. That's a guarantee practically. Is there a fix that you see?
We believe so. We provided Chairman Guillen's office some language, and his staff has worked with us. I think they've submitted that to Ledge Council, who is drafting it up. But basically, it says that if we receive the grant monies in, say, FY '24, '25, '26, if those grant funds are not available in FY '27, then if we reduce the budget in '27, we would not be subjected to the provisions of Government Code 120, which is the defund the police and soon to be defund the prosecutors.
Okay, thank you.
There's another bill, and I'm not going to talk about another bill.
Yeah, don't do that.
No,
Thank you.
no, ma'am.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair calls Carlos Lopez. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Carlos Lopez, representing the Justices of the Peace and Constables Association of the State of Texas. I am here in favor for the bill, and we are working with Chairman Guillen on adding the constables to this bill as well. I know I've talked about this before, and you know, constables need equipment, and they're public safety enforcement officers. Well, many of them come from sheriff's departments, and they come from police departments as well. We're just considering, hoping that y'all will consider adding the constables to the needed equipment, but we're in favor of this bill.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brian Hawthorne. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm Sheriff of Chambers County, but I'm here on behalf of 253 other sheriffs for the Sheriff's Association of Texas. This is a bill that has been moved forward. I especially want to thank Chairman Guillen for moving the bill forward. This will benefit 236 counties. And I don't want to call them just the sheriffs. This is going to benefit the citizens in those counties. The citizens in the rural area deserve the same level of law enforcement and prosecutors as the big cities do. But the commissioners' courts of these rural counties, and remember 190 of them have less than 50,000 population. This is a true game changer, just like the Hill County prosecutor brought forward. It's a game changer for law enforcement. It's a game changer for the prosecutors. We have numerous sheriffs that the sheriff's salary himself, the elected official, is in the 20s and the 30,000s. One example is the Concho County Sheriff makes $30,704. He lost 2 deputies over a dog call in May of 2021. And if the sheriff was making $30,000, how much do you think the sheriff's deputies were making? And they lost their lives over a very simple civil dispute. So I urge you to move forward with this legislation. Like I say, we want to thank this committee and thank Chairman Guillen for moving it forward. Rural Texas deserves the same level of law enforcement as the large urban counties and the major metropolitan areas, and this bill has that ability to make it happen. And I'll take any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us all day today. But I wanted to ask you, does this bill make your salary any different or benefit Chambers County?
It does not change my salary at all. I'm already above the cap. And my deputies are above the cap also.
And this will affect 100 counties, you say?
Well, 236 will receive the ability for the grant money. 236 counties. Then it has a breakdown of how that's broken down, but what it does do is it brings that minimum salary of a sheriff up to $75,000, and the minimum salary of a sheriff's deputy up to $45,000, and the minimum salary of a jailer up to $40,000.
Thank you.
And those salaries are still too low, all right, especially if you compare them to urban. And I will tell you from a recruiting perspective, I'm somebody that I always have vacancies. I don't know a sheriff one that doesn't always have vacancies for sheriff's deputies and for jailers. It is very difficult to recruit somebody when you're only going to pay them $30,000 a year.
Thank you, members. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Chair calls Robert Keppel. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Robert Keppel. I'm the Executive Director of the District and County Attorneys Association here on behalf of prosecutors on the bill as a resource. I would follow up with one additional fact about the prosecutors. This will affect about 148 felony prosecutor offices and 147 misdemeanor prosecutor offices around the state. So it's vitally important to them. It will be very, very helpful to our profession. So thank you much, Mr.
Thank you,
Again, for supporting this. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Shane Deal. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Shane Deal. I'm here on behalf of the Callahan County Attorney's Office and myself as County Attorney testifying in favor of the bill. And Madam Chair and members, thank you for allowing us to speak today. Representative Guillen and all the legislators who have worked on this, we do appreciate you. As stated, my name is Shane Deal. I'm the Callahan County Attorney with felony jurisdiction. Callahan County is a county of over 13,000 citizens in the big country. We are next door to Abilene and located on I-20, and because of our location, we do see more criminal activity than our population might suggest. I am the sole attorney in our office, and I handle every criminal case from traffic tickets up to murders. And this legislation could be just of vital importance to helping us do a better job for the citizens of our county and the state. I represent the state of Texas in 3 JP courts, 1 county court, and 1 district court, and there are a lot of times I need to be in more than one place at a time. Senate Bill 22 could possibly allow me to hire an assistant and therefore eliminate that impossibility and help us to do a better job. This assistance would enhance our ability to efficiently prosecute cases for our citizens, as well as provide better assistance and advice to our law enforcement partners. I would expect the end results to be more efficient disposition of cases, better results for victims, and higher levels of accountability for defendants. I would also suggest that including prosecutors in this grant availability is essential. If prosecutors did not receive such assistance, then the increased burden that's going to be generated from our law enforcement partners could quickly overwhelm offices that are already struggling to manage the caseloads that we have. So for these reasons, I am in favor of Senate Bill 22. I thank you for considering this bill, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 22? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Guillen to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, we've got, we're working on a sub with all the parties, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. And I'll answer any questions. If not, I close.
Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 22 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 2186 and recognizes Representative Davis to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm happy to have an opportunity to lay out House Bill 2186. 2186 is the second part of something we started last year as it relates to protecting people's properties. During 2019 and 2020, Dallas County DA investigated over 89 deed fraud cases. That's where someone's going to the county, changing the ownership of property, and there's no way to trace who changed it. So this bill is simply one that requires us to requires them to take the driver's license so that there's someone who's identified as a person changing the property. To date, we weren't able to do this. This case started this issue has been going on a while. We started last session, trying to address the property. I think we currently only allow county clerks in counties with a population over 800,000 can require photo ID or deny changing property. And so why is someone from Dallas in the county over 800,000 is because we found residents who have properties that they actually live in Dallas, but they have properties in smaller counties, and their properties were being, the titles were being changed. And so this is a universal problem that we need to protect ownership of one's properties wherever they are, whether it's in large counties or small counties. The Dallas County District Attorney's Office brought this bill to us last year, and there was concern that we would prohibit or be limiting rural areas from being able to do their deed exchanges through the mail or through bulk. And so I think everyone recognizes at this point the merit of the case is that we want to protect people's rights, and we want to make sure that they don't lose their property. And at the time they lose their property, sometimes they're unaware of it until they try to do a transaction and find themselves having to hire an attorney to reclaim property that they already own. So this is just a simple bill to protect the rights of our homeowners and landowners, to make sure that we don't inadvertently allow people to take advantage of a void that we could have fixed by having an ID. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I have a couple of witnesses here, one who has experienced it, as well as the district attorney's office, who might can shed more light on what the difficulties are for them to prosecute these kind of cases.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Representative Davis. I think it's a common sense thing. I'm surprised we're not doing it, like you said, no matter what the population of the county. Everybody's property is just important, no matter where you live in this state.
That's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members,
Any other questions? Okay, we'll proceed.
I'd like to
testimony.
reserve the right to close. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Norma Adams Wade. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Norma Adams Wade. I represent myself, but I feel that I also represent a number of the residents in my old neighborhood who are experiencing the same thing I did. I visually bought this just to show you inside here are many documents, letters, petitions, newspaper articles, things that I have educated myself
And just
over the last 7 months.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Wade.
I support the bill.
Oh, thank you.
And here's what happened to me. My case involves this fraudulent general warranted deed where my signature was forged, and the deed looks very unprofessional, scratched out and all that kind of stuff. All of this is chronicled in all of these folders that I brought with me. The scam mainly involved two individuals who, as I said, forged my name on a document. I became aware of it because the resident in my late parents' home, they owned the empty lot next to their property, and my mom used it as a garden, and that is the land that is in question. He called me and said, Miss Wade, there's some group, a crew over here chopping and cutting and sawing. And I said, what? So I raced over and got the foreman and what's going on, and we exchanged words back and forth. He got his the proposed new owner on the phone, and we argued back and forth on the phone. I said, well, you need to come. It took him about an hour because he lives a distance away. He came, and again, we went back and forth, back and forth. By the end of, within this 3-hour period of time, we didn't come to any resolution. I said, well, let me call the police so they can make a record of what's going on, which I did. 2 officers came, one interviewed him, another interviewed me. Finally, the proposed new owner agreed that he would not continue because at some point he said, well, I said, well, please stop it. He said, ma'am, he said, I am going to clear this land today. And I said, I'm beseeching you not to do that. That's when I called the officers. And after talking with them, he agreed that he would hold off, which he has done. And I began calling any kind of lawyers I knew, pro bono, people that I've known over the years. I have very little money. I'm retired, get pension and Social Security. And so I started doing this on my own and amassed all of these folders and documents and letters and petitions and what have you. The journey of collecting this finally ended up with me having a court hearing, which I just went to about a week ago in a court in Dallas County. The constables, and I'd gone through all kind of stuff trying to get constables and get correct addresses and all that kind of stuff. Had to use social media. As it turns out, the constables were not able to locate the two individuals whose names were on the document. And so the judge suggested that I do something like put it in a public Dallas County tax record where it would be a public thing, and then I could come back to her after that. Just to kind of close, I feel that, as I say, I feel I represent a lot of people who can't say what's happened to them. And in this low-income, historically African-American community where this has happened, there's a lot of fraudulent land grabbing going on. But these individuals don't know where to turn, what to do, who to contact. They don't have money for an attorney, which I don't either, but I was able to kind of do this myself. And so I'm beseeching you that you do support this bill because a lot, and the news media, and you've probably seen it, has reported many landowners, homeowners who have lost their property. So I'm asking you to do what you can to protect people who don't have the voice, and I talk loud, people who don't have the voice that I do, to protect themselves. Thank you.
Well, we hear you, so thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
We hear you, and we thank you for being here. I have a question for you, ma'am. Did they ever get it resolved for you, or is it
No,
still
it is
ongoing?
not resolved.
It's not resolved. And how much money and time has it been
Well,
there?
I'm glad you asked. I have kept records, I have receipts and all of that in here.
You don't have to get those out.
No. But I'd say right now I've spent in the $200 range.
Okay, I'm sorry this has happened to you, and thank you for coming here.
Thank you.
And thank you for having a voice.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Philip Clark. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Clark, and I'm an Assistant District Attorney with the Dallas County DA's Office on behalf of John Crusoe. I appreciate you having me here today. I am here to support this bill. The reason for that is because I prosecute all or nearly all of the deed fraud cases that come to the Dallas County DA's Office. I call it deed fraud because essentially what we're talking about is really a better name: house stealing. Stealing houses on paper, forging somebody's signature and filing it with the county clerk's office. If you're not aware, filing a document with the county clerk's office is a very simple matter. You need to have certain elements in place. Is this document describing a property? Is this document notarized? And has there been a filing fee paid? Yes, yes, yes. Stamped and filed. Somebody who has forged someone's signature now can waive this very authentic looking document and say, I own this property. Marshals, go evict that person. Or say, I own this property. Would you like to buy it at a steal? I'd like to move it quickly. Or say, I own this property. I'd like to get a loan from you, bank, and use this as collateral. The problems with deed fraud are really far-reaching, not just for the homeowner, but for the community at large. Investigating deed fraud is a difficult task. This bill would allow investigators to go to a county clerk's office, if the county clerk has chosen to do so, to allow them to see who filed this document. Because it's not always the person who's named on the document. Surprise, surprise, right? The county clerks currently cannot require that unless they are in one of 10 counties. This bill does two things. First, it allows all of the counties, all the other 244 county clerks, the option, the authority. It allows them to decide to require photo ID for people who are filing real estate related documents if they're filing there in person. And if you want to learn more about the distinction about that in person, I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. But this allows all of the counties the local control and the ability to make that decision for themselves whether to require a photo ID in this situation. The other thing that this bill does is that it clarifies some confusion in the statutes. So currently, even if you're in one of the larger counties, some county clerks do not require photo ID, even though they really wish they could, because there is another very nearby in the statute. There's another provision in chapter 191.011D that says that a county clerk may not refuse to file a document in the situation that's described therein, which is not identical to, but very similar to our situation and is causing confusion. These two provisions of this bill would allow the county clerks to maintain their records with integrity, and it would allow investigators on the law enforcement side an important tool to backtrack and find out who's committing these crimes.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you. And please send my regards to our DA, and Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
You talked about in person. Is there a way to do this online?
Yes, so notarizations, well, okay, for filing online, this bill, and in fact, the statute currently in place does not impact online filing, because online filing, or electronic filing is the proper term. Electronic filing has a whole series of security measures in place that are not in place for in-person filing. So
Okay.
it's just trying to bring that up to speed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2186? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Davis to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. As you can tell, this is just something to protect our citizens and make sure that we're doing everything we can do to protect their land and their ownership without them having to undue stress of trying to go get their own land back. I think this makes sense. I would hope that we could get this passed out and sent to local and consent calendars, because I think this is common sense. This is what we're here for, and this is an opportunity to say we did something for the people. With that, I close. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes, Representative, there's a question. Chair recognizes Representative Hoare.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a former clerk myself, and I just wanted to ask you, how does Texas District and County Clerks Association stand on this?
This actually came from my clerks. Our clerk came prior to this hearing, saying this was a tool that they could use to protect the land, because at the time they couldn't do anything. So they wanted this. I'm not sure what the association, but I can tell you the ones that have contacted me thought this was a safe measure for them to use to protect citizens. So,
All right, thank you for your bill.
thank you.
Thank you. At this time, House Bill 2186 will be left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3434 and recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3434. I come before you today to urge you to support a bill that will require a commission on jail standards to conduct a study on the living conditions and safety of persons confined in the Harris County Jail. As many of you may be aware, the Harris County Jail has had, unfortunately, many recent deaths over the past year. In fact, 12 people have already died just this year alone. And in the last year, over 35 individuals have lost their lives while confined in the Harris County Jail. These are not just numbers. These are real people. These are someone's father, someone's son, someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's mother. The situation in Harris County Jail is dire and requires urgent attention. This bill seeks to address this issue by mandating a study that would evaluate the living conditions and safety of those confined in the Harris County Jail. And what brought this to my attention, even though I've seen it on the news, it hit home when one of my constituents who lives in my district had her son who was confined in the Harris County Jail, probably on a misdemeanor, nothing serious. And while he was confined in the Harris County Jail, he was killed. And to this day, they have not told the mother, and she's here to testify today, what the cause of death was. But they did rule it a homicide, and this was something that never should have happened. And far too many other mothers, fathers and sisters and brothers have had their loved ones lost while confined in the Harris County Jail. And as someone who's a father, my heart goes out We know in our judicial system, people have the presumption of innocence, but these people who were confined, maybe innocent, maybe on a misdemeanor, maybe whatever, they end up having the death penalty because they died while awaiting their day in court. So I urge the members to take a serious look at this bill so that we can make sure that we find out what's going on, what's wrong, and give them some best practices so that they can make some necessary reforms to keep the inmates safe. So when they go and they're confined in the Harris County Jail or any other jail, but this just happens to be a situation that we want to be looked into, that they are safe and secure until their day in court. Members, we do have some witnesses, so I won't prolong it. I'll certainly open up for any questions, and I will respectfully reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Reynolds? Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls David Batten or Baton. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is David Batten. I represent the Harris County Deputies Organization and myself. I'm an attorney. Essentially, we're for the bill as it regards to the problems with the jail and the funding and other issues that it has. I have not been able to talk with Mr. Reynolds to discuss various items that are a problem with the jail and or any type of bill that he's asked for inspections, because what you have is essentially a car trying to run on four wheels, but you got one on the front and one on the opposite rear end, and it's kind of running in circles, and it's all about funding. You cannot have enough people in the jail to run it, and that's one of the biggest problems we've got. We're very sympathetic to some of the problems he's identified, but it has to do with, funding issues, and you can't ask Texas Jail Commission to do a bunch of inspections when they don't have the funding. So, any questions?
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Leo Swan. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Leo Swan, and I represent this bill.
Yes.
And I agree on it. And I just want to say that I hope it get passed, and I feel for the ones that lost their life in the jail, and I hope it brings some comfort for the loved ones who lost their loved ones in the jail. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Betty Gregory. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. My name is Betty Gregory. I am for Bill 3434. Let me start off by making you aware that I do have a voice disorder. So please let me know if there is something I say that you don't understand. Thank you, Chairperson and meeting group, for listening to me this afternoon. I stand here this evening in support of my good friend and minister of our church, whose son was found dead in the city of Houston. This is not anything new to me. It has happened before, particularly with people who have challenges with mental illness. And it said, I myself stood on these grounds many days 29 years ago when my only daughter was murdered by a serial killer. It's not anything new to you when you learn another Black person has been killed and there's not enough evidence to find out why it happened. I stood on this ground many days, and that's what I'm doing for and with Jocelyn. I want to say hello to my friend Jolanda Jones and my good friend Ron. Ron knows me from all that long time ago. I don't know why he still looks good, because I'm old as heck. But come on, guys. If the truth be told, these people who are killing and killing and shooting and raping, whatever they're doing, somehow they've got to know when they kill someone, there is not just that one person that they've destroyed. They've destroyed a family. They've destroyed a child. They've destroyed a sibling. They've destroyed a parent. They've destroyed a family. Now, it did get better. I have to admit, it did get better one while with this dying in jail. But it's gone back to what it was. And if these people are sick, if these people are mentally challenged, give them the help they deserve. They deserve to live too. Thank you. And God bless you all.
Thank you, and God bless you too. And are there any questions, members, for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Cristina Salinas. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Christina Salinas, and I'm for the bill. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Chair calls Michael Mitchell. Can you please state your name, your position on the bill, and whom you represent?
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Mitchell. I live in Harris County, and I am for the bill because the Harris County Jail needs some changes, and this bill will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls DeSocius Glover. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Hello, my name is DeSodius Glover. I'm representing myself, and I'm here on behalf of Evan Griffin Lee, and I fully support the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, members. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Anita English. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name's Anita English, and you guys don't know Evan, but I want you to see this is a son who went to jail. And he was locked up, but he was in somebody else's possession.
And
We trust the
your
legal
position on the
system.
bill?
I am for this bill. I am a mother. I've known Evan and his family over 40 years. And they were young. I remember when his mom hadn't had him yet, so, you know, they were young. And so I'm here to say I am for this bill because I am a mother. We need our legal system. I get that. I wholeheartedly support that. But I also know we trust them to do the right thing. So I'm asking you to please do the right thing and make sure that even if they go into anybody's custody, haven't even been presented with any type of haven't been charged with anything yet, whatever, they should not have to end up in a graveyard. So please do the right thing for us as parents, for those who have loved ones who have been through this, 35 as of last year. You know, we trust our legal system. We're just saying, help them to do the right thing, please.
Thank you. Chair calls Dr. Carolyn Pickens. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Carolyn Clay Pickens, and my position on the bill is that I am for it. I am a staff minister and social justice advocate at Brentwood Baptist Church, Houston, Texas, where our pastor is Dr. Joe Samuel Ratliff. I have stated that I'm for this bill, and because it addresses the living conditions and the safety of persons confined in Harris County Jail. I stand with Jocelette, who is the mother and who is a member of our church. And I stood with her during the time that she was called by the hospital to notify her that her son was there. Let it be known that the jail never let her know that her son was in the hospital. She notified the church, and when we went there and saw him as you saw him on those photographs, it was hard to see a mother suffer as she suffered, as little by little her son slipped away from her. I stand here today because we know that Harris County Jail, and probably most other jails, needs more safeguards, needs to be better regulated, and needs to be better monitored. Employees need to be better continuously assessed, and then we need those things for special needs people that are arrested. Human life is precious, and so never should an arrest lead to death. That's all.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Reverend Jocelette Griffin Lee. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'm Reverend Jocelette Griffin, and I am for the bill. I represent myself today, and I'm crying out for Evan, who cannot today. From custody to casket, Harris County Jail, Baker Street, my son last day, 3/18/2022. I am Evan's next of kin. His siblings, my friends, and others are here today to support this bill. HB 3434. My son was found unresponsive in Harris County Jail on 3/18/22. He was pronounced dead on 3/22/22. Evan was a special needs person who was an active patient of MHMR, and he did not receive proper care his stay at the Harris County Jail. After receiving a call from the hospital where my son was, he was in a coma and could not make decisions for himself. But because of the severity of the procedure he needed, he had blood trapped between his brain and his skull from an infliction. Again, my son passed on March 22nd, 2022. I got a cause of death December 22. I got a death certificate January 23. Today, over 365 days, I still do not know what happened to my son. But I do know this bill can help some others. I would like to take my pain and suffering and turn it into purpose for some other person who may be detained in a facility such as Harris County Jail. In 2022, Harris County Jail in custody deaths was 30. 2023, their in custody deaths are 12. This means policies are not enforced, and it definitely is not safe. I know that a jail is not for a castle for anyone, but it is a rehabilitation. And those that are mentally ill, I feel they should be detoured and helped and not be placed and detained and to be vulnerable to those in the general public. God the Father has appointed Jesus Christ to judge humanity. Only he has lived a perfect life. In addition, he knows what it is like for us human beings and what difficulties people have while living this present evil world. Thus, he is qualified to be the judge. I judge not, but I ask you if you could, this bill, pass on to the Senate to help others who may be detained, whether it's your family or my family. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Member, Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Ms. Griffin, I'm so sorry for your loss. And I want you and all the witnesses who have come to testify on this bill today to know you are heard, you are seen, and this wrongful death can move forward a positive action, and I'll support it. I want to thank you for coming. I thank you for your courage and your strength.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
I do want to apologize. I am a criminal defense lawyer, and I get calls from my clients' families related to in custody issues with somebody gotten shot on the street. The streets called me and couldn't find him in the jail. Thankfully, I know the people who are over the jail, and I was able to call and get information, but you shouldn't have to have inside connections to be able to find out about that. And I know that it's hard for people who aren't going through this to understand what's going on, because people presume if you're locked up, then you did something to be locked up. And I would respectfully submit to you that's not always true. But even if you did do something, you should, I mean, there are only a few crimes that are death penalty crimes. And being locked up for anything short of a capital murder is not a death penalty crime, so you shouldn't be killed when you're in the jail. So I'm very curious to see I'm hopeful that this will pass and become law. I'm certainly going to vote for it, so I'll just let you know that in advance, and hopeful to find out if we can figure out best practices, because it does happen a lot. And I'm just so sorry for your loss, and I'm so sorry for your family's loss. And I thank Representative Reynolds for bringing this bill, because it's a lot of people don't fight for people who are locked up for whatever reason. And at the end of the day, we're all a part of the human race, and we should. And I mean, if you can seek redemption from God, then you should be able to seek redemption when you're on earth. So,
Amen.
So I'm really thankful that you're not letting this loss define who you are, and I'm certainly pleased that you are using your tragedy and you're turning it into a triumph from people who are detained in Harris County. So thank you. I really do appreciate your courage.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Ron Reynolds. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And just as a reminder to the audience, we want to ensure that there's no testimony from the audience that could potentially disrupt the rules, and we want to make sure that we protect every bill that's coming before us. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jeff Reese.
Definitely going downhill from there, I'm afraid.
You can please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Hi, my name is Jeff Reese. I'm for the bill. I'm a retired sergeant with the Harris County Sheriff's Department. I didn't think there'd be a whole lot of white ex-cops to testify for it, so I thought I'd better come up here. I'm here for her. Pardon me. It's kind of sad that we're here at all, basically. And so I had a whole lot of stuff I was going to read, but I'm not going to read it now. There's no point to it. But there is something I thought y'all might want to hear, and it's from the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics, accepted in 1957 from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And so I'll just read this and close with that. It says, as a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve the community, to safeguard lives and property, to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder, and to respect the constitutional rights of all to liberty, equality, and justice. It goes on, the second paragraph says, I will keep my private life unsullied as an example to all, and will behave in a manner that does not bring discredit to me or to my agency. I will maintain courageous calm in the face of danger, scorn, or ridicule, develop self-restraint, and be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. Somewhere people have forgotten this, I think. At least some of my coworkers. I retired in 2017. The last 9 years, I was a supervisor in all these jails, including Little Baker. I was the administrative sergeant. I was at 701 for many years, and I worked my overtime at Big Baker. But I didn't have one person die in the whole 9 years I was there, not one. In fact, you could probably count on one hand the uses of force that we had. But I was a mental health officer, and that was my job in the beginning, was to help form the new mental health unit. So I did do a few years over at the Harris County Psychiatric Center also. But the people that worked under me, my whole thing was, I was in charge. I went in first. You know, if somebody got hit first, it was going to be me. But rarely did that happen. And so there's just two more things. I know I said I was only going to read that one, but I'm going to read two more things. I'll let you guess who it was that said these things, and it said, never, never be afraid to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person or animal is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. And the other quote is this. He says, there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must make it because his conscience tells him it is right. So I will close there. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3434? Okay. Have you registered? Okay. Can you please step up here? And if for any other individuals in the room, if you're here to testify on a bill for or against, we ask that you please register in advance in the kiosks in the hallway behind the hearing room. Chair calls Ebony Griffin.
How y'all doing? My name is Ebony Griffin, and I support the bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3434? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, members. I really want to commend Ms. Griffin, my constituent, for turning her pain into purpose. I can only imagine the pain that she continues to feel. I've talked to her. I've seen her really be passionate to make sure it doesn't happen to another person, that another parent does not have to bury their child while incarcerated in the Harris County Jail. And I didn't say his name earlier, but I definitely want to say his name, Evan Griffin Lee. You know, if this bill passes, then I'll move to name it after him, because his mother certainly has been fighting the good fight to make sure that the conditions are better. And this is no slight. I want to say this publicly to our sheriff. I think he's a fine man, but something is not right. Something is wrong. Representative Rosenthal, Representative Jones, who represents Harris County, something is deadly wrong, and we have to correct it before more people tragically lose their life. Again, there's been 12 people who have died already this year, and there have been investigative reports that there is rampant problems, and I ask for this committee's favorable consideration so that we can pass this bill and find some best practices so that these people going into this, whether they have mental health problems or not, whether they're guilty or not, they have the right to stay alive and await their day in court. And with that, I close.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Brother Reynolds. It's my understanding that people who are in the jail are not yet convicted of a crime.
That is a
Innocent
fact.
until proven guilty.
Yes, sir.
Based on what you have told us today, we are losing 2 to 3 humans per month are perishing in this jail.
In this
So I will
specific
agree with
bill.
you. I believe our sheriff is a good man.
He's a good man.
and He would probably support this if he was here. I would hope so. But I support your bill. Thank you for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you, Representative Reynolds, for bringing this, and I'm terribly sorry for the reason that you are. I was just on the Texas Commission on Jail Standards website. Were you aware that Harris County Jail was issued a notice of noncompliance last month?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is the remedy. How does your bill differ from the state jail standards that they're already being held to?
Well, apparently there is a problem, and I believe that we need to figure out and come up with some constructive best practices and remedies to turn things around. This bill certainly is designed to be able to do that. There needs to be a complete autopsy on what has transpired with these massive number of deaths, and then we need to find remedies so that it doesn't happen again, and that is really what I'm seeking.
Okay, so something beyond
Yes,
beyond what is currently.
absolutely.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
So to be clear, to tag team with my colleague, so the purpose of this bill is to look specifically at Harris County, figure out where they're going wrong, since they were, I guess, cited last month. Yeah, that. Then it's not enough to be cited. They clearly have not been able to fix what's going on there.
Correct.
And so perhaps somebody from the outside looking in who's independent
That's
can come up with something and give them some guidance.
you
Is that
hit the nail on the head. I want some independent, third-party oversight where there's no conflict of interest, where it's not the fox guarding the hen house. In other words, there will be someone from the outside doing a complete autopsy on what has transpired, because someone is failing these inmates, and they need to figure it out, and they need to figure it out now, because people are steady in custody. I mean, people are in custody now, and based on that finding, they're in jeopardy.
And I'll just say this again, since I'm a criminal defense lawyer, I can't explain to you the anxiety that families of people who have incarcerated have, and it's because of their loved one could go in alive and come out dead, and so it's already hard that they're dealing with their loved one being locked up, and there's really nothing I can do. You know, even when they can't reach their loved ones, and I'm trying to figure out where they are, or why they can't be visited, or what have you, it still doesn't really help. And
Right.
so having someone who you love locked up is disruptive in your family, especially if they have kids and they have responsibilities. So I'll say it again, I'm glad that you brought this bill. I hate why you had to bring this bill, but somebody has to do something, and Harris County is the largest county in the state of Texas. And perhaps if we can help right that ship, then other
It can
smaller
set the standard
counties
for others.
will
Right.
follow.
Correct.
Yes. Thank
I
you.
thank you, Representative Jones, for your leadership on this. And I want to thank Brentwood Baptist Church. They've been very instrumental. And all the people who traveled, there have been a lot of activists, Chairwoman, who have stood in the gap for Ms. Griffin, and they have been very persistent that they wanted to effectuate change. And I think that this bill will certainly be a step in the right direction, to your point, on finding some best practices for Harris County so that they can remedy the whatever is going wrong to cause a massive number of inmate deaths over the last year. And with that, I close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. House Bill 3434 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 3264. Representative Rosenthal offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Mesa to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for hearing this bill. The purpose of House Bill 3264 is to provide a clear definition of intoxication in the local government code regarding removing a county officer. So we have the community substitute. The community substitute is just a council draft of the original bill. So the council did the draft. This bill defines intoxication as having a blood alcohol concentration that qualifies as intoxicated under Section 49.012 of the Penal Code, or not having the normal use of mental or physical faculties due to the introduction of alcohol, controlled substances, drugs, dangerous drugs, or any other substances into the body. Intoxication can lead to unethical behavior, neglect of duty, violations of county policies or procedures. However, the current code does not define what constitutes intoxication. The lack of a clear definition results in ambiguity and confusion regarding what constitutes grounds for removal. So House Bill 3264 seeks to clarify and establish a definition for intoxication in the context of removing a county official. The code already lays out the process for removing a county officer, for which intoxication was already a reason for removal. This bill simply defines what intoxication is. The bill will only apply to conduct that occurs on or after its effective date, and any conduct that occurred before the effective date will be governed by the law in effect on the date of the conduct. House Bill 3264 is necessary to ensure accountability and integrity in the county government. Without clear guidelines for intoxication, there's risk of abuse of power, unethical behavior. By providing a clear definition of intoxication, we can promote transparency, fairness, and public trust in the county government. This came up when a county officer in Grayson County went before the judge, and the judge didn't rule on it because he said there was no definition for intoxication in our law that we had. It just said intoxication. So we just added as defined in the code. So it's a pretty simple addition, just a phrase that refers to where in our law it has the definition of intoxication. This comes up every once in a while. We've got stories here from Grayson County, Hayes County. Grayson County, you may know, is in North Texas. Hayes County in Central Texas. From Midland County in West Texas, from, what was the name of that county? Something with a B, and on the Panhandle. I had to go look up where the county was. I didn't even know Bailey, I think, County in West Texas, in the Panhandle. So it's happening all over the state of Texas as far as issues about this with county officials. And so we just want to add in the definition of intoxication when someone appears before a judge and the judge has to make a ruling or a decision, because that's a pretty serious decision to make, that they have a definition of what intoxication is so that the judge feels comfortable in making their ruling.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Mesa? Okay. Not, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls John Palmer. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. My name is John Palmer. I represent myself, and I'm in support of this bill. In February of 2020, Grayson County Judge Bill Majors was arrested for the 4th time for DWI and then was subsequently found guilty of his second DWI. This elected county official put others at great risk when he got behind the wheel of his trucks and intoxicated. He was at a .277, which is 3.5 times the legal limit here in Texas. Judge Majors got behind the wheel of his truck, crashed into a light pole at a popular family venue, fled the scene, drove across a highway before being apprehended by 2 different law enforcement agencies. This behavior is clearly unacceptable, especially for a county judge. After I was made aware of the facts of this case and viewed the body camera footage, I was as angry as I was disappointed. In fact, I contacted Judge Majors and let him know that I'd be an advocate for change in Grayson County, and change needed to begin with him. Late in December of 2021, after I read Chapter 87 of the Local Government Code, I filed a petition and lawsuit pro se for the removal of Grayson County Judge Bill Majors under Chapter 87, which lists intoxication as general grounds for removal of a county official. 1 month later, I was granted a hearing in the 397th District Court regarding my petition, and I requested that a citation be issued for the temporary removal of Judge Majors and that a removal hearing and trial be scheduled. Even though my petition was filed correctly and tracked the law precisely, my petition was denied. The basis of denial and the argument set forth by the Major's legal defense team was that intoxication under Chapter 87 was not defined and therefore was unconstitutionally vague. Even though Judge Majors pled guilty and was convicted of DWI. The exact words from Judge Ray Wheelis, the presiding judge in this matter, were, "I believe that the statute that this is brought under as far as grounds of intoxication is unconstitutionally vague. I'm going to not authorize the issuance of a citation in this case." Judge went on to state that the legislature passes the laws that we live under, and it's the legislature that is required to pass the laws that are constitutional. And when the legislature doesn't pass a law that's constitutional, then it's a problem for us all. In response to the dismissal, the attorneys that represented Majors, both former Grayson County District Attorneys, released a statement that said, if you're going to complain about the constitutionality or the not well-written statute, then you need to talk to your legislature. Here I am. Clearly, Chapter 87 needs improvement. Judge Majors exploited a loophole that needs to be closed. I believe that Chapter 87 needs to be changed to where intoxication is clearly defined, just as it is in Chapter 49 of the Penal Code. Our local elected officials must be held accountable when they break the law, and especially when they endanger the lives of their constituents.
Thank you.
Can I finish? I've got two more sentences. Okay. Personally, this bill is important to me. 2 months after Judge Majors was arrested for DWI, back in 2020, my wife and I were victims of a reckless and impaired driver. In the same county, one town over. I was sent to the ICU. My wife was killed. This Friday marks 3 years since she was taken from us. And since losing her, my family and I have fought to hold reckless and impaired drivers accountable. This bill is yet another step towards accountability. Please vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry for your loss. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3264? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Mesa to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. So as you can tell, hopefully, that this doesn't come up with any kind of new definitions. All we've done is where it says intoxicated, put in as defined under Section 49 of the Penal Code. So just putting in that little phrase then defines what intoxication is in the Penal Code. And so we're not coming up with any new definitions, but we just had in there before just the word intoxicated, and there are judges in the state who feel that that's too ambiguous. And so this helps take away that ambiguity and will help the judges be able to render a decision. So if there aren't any other questions.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Representative Mesa. Just a question in there on B, 13B. Intoxication is not a ground for removal if it appears at the trial that the intoxication was caused by drinking an alcoholic beverage on the direction and prescription of a licensed physician practicing in this state. I'm not aware of any situation where that's done, or is that something I'm just not aware of? I know I'm a veterinarian.
Where you're reading from?
The first page. I'm a veterinarian, not a medical doctor, but the only time we use alcohol in animals is if you have poisoning from antifreeze. So is that something that happens frequently, where alcohol is prescribed by a physician?
I'm not a physician
Unaware.
either.
Okay.
You're closer to being a physician than I am.
Thank you.
and I'm not
Thank you very
aware.
much.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay. At this time, thank you, Representative Mesa. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 3264 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1247, and Vice Chair Stuckey offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Chairman Harris to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out this committee sub today. In Texas, restaurants must comply with a complicated set of food and safety regulations, including standards from the Texas Department of State Health Services that are usually adopted from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's Food Code. However, local health departments operated by cities and counties currently have the authority to require even stricter rules and regulations on top of state and federal requirements. This presence of multiple agency regulations can cause confusion and create duplicative permits that become very costly for restaurants, a plethora of which are small businesses with locations in different jurisdictions. House Bill 1247 would streamline restaurant regulations across the state while maintaining food safety. The legislation would prevent local health departments from enforcing rules that differ from statewide standards until the local rules have been posted in a public database for at least 60 days. Additionally, the bill clarifies that ceilings, bar fronts, wall art, and similar surfaces don't have to meet the same cleanable surface standards that apply to cooking preparations and eating surfaces, among other things. By creating a more predictable, consistent regulatory framework across the state, Texas can improve food safety rule compliance while reducing unnecessary regulatory burdens for restaurants. Thank you, Madam Chair. I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Any questions for Chairman Harris? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Kelsey Streeper. Thank you. Can you please state your name?
My husband a lot, clearly.
Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Kelsey Erickson Stroifert on behalf of the Texas Restaurant Association for House Bill 21, I forget the number now, 47. 1247. Thank you. It's been a long day. We appreciate Representative bringing this forward for us, and thank you for hearing it. This bill is one of my favorites because it really comes from the direct input of our members. We have 23 chapters across the state. The majority of our members are small businesses. We went out on a road trip last year and really checked in with our members and said, what's going on? What do you need help with? You know, the feedback was really consistent. Costs have skyrocketed in the last few years. Food costs are up over 23% compared to before the pandemic. Wages are anywhere between 13 to 23%. So they're really getting squeezed. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to write a bill yet to bring to y'all that takes care of inflation and makes these problems go away. But what we can do is look at those permits, look at those regulations, and where we can help these small businesses save money, save time. That's going to be money back in their pocket that they can reinvest in their employees and in the community. And that's really what this bill does. We've taken a lot of feedback. I think we're going to have a new committee sub for you soon that takes care of all the concerns we've heard. And so we would appreciate your favorable consideration. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1247? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
Thank you. At this time, House Bill 1247 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2723 and recognizes Representative Dean to explain.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Members, in the 86th session, we passed HB 2384 by Chairman Leach to modify the way we pay judges for hearing state cases. Among other things, that bill created a tiered, tenure-based structure so that when judges hear state cases, they are paid to reflect their time on the bench. But a loophole left out county judges. While county judges were included in that bill, they did not receive the longevity pay for hearing state cases. HB 2723 closes the loop. It would simply add longevity pay for county judges hearing state cases based on 4, 8, and 12 years of service. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Rick Thompson. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Thompson, I'm Legislative Director for the County Judges Commissioners, and I'm here in support of the bill. Just wanted to point out a few things. when the bill passed several sessions ago, it did cut out those county judges. The bill would allow them to qualify for longevity pay like every other judge. I've got some written testimony by 2 judges from East Texas who would love to be here, but they have a court docket today. So they had to stay home and work, but they didn't want to miss the opportunity to give you some more information. So as we've looked at the bill and then looked at the fiscal note that came in last night, I saw that there was a rather large fiscal note. We do have concerns about the fiscal note because by our math, if 200 county judges were to apply and qualify for 4 years and 8 years of this longevity bonus, it would still only equal $500,000 a year. Because, and you mix that in with we had 68 county judges retire in the last election cycle, and we had 83 new county judges, or approximately 83, after the election process. So those folks are starting a new clock. So the finances, this is all paid for by court costs and fees that also pay for the the supplement for prosecutors and district judges and everybody else in the judicial system. So what we're asking is that the constitutional county judges be treated the same as everybody else within the system. And as you will look at the written testimony, you can see the duties that they cover, and I won't read that to you, but I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Members, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, Rick. So if we don't do this to try to make it similar or equal, are we going to have issues with employment?
I think we're already seeing some of that now. I don't necessarily think it's not just the finances, it's the other issues that come with the job itself. But certainly, it is another good incentive for them to stay longer. As in any job, you want qualified, tenured workforce, especially sitting behind the bench. So you value that decision-making ability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2723? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Dean to close.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Vice Chair Stuckey, for the question. If these people don't hear those cases, other state people have to hear them, so I think it's a win-win for everybody. I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to your favorable consideration.
Thank you. House Bill 2723 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 1428 and recognizes Representative Campos to explain.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1428 relating to providing prisoners serving a county jail sentence with current identification on discharge. Current county statute does not provide a process to ensure county jail prisoners have a valid ID when they are discharged. Their driver's license or ID is likely to have expired due to the amount of time served in the county jail, and since most prisoners do not have a rent or utility bill to provide to the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles, the department requires a copy of their birth certificate. Many inmates do not have their birth certificate immediately available. The lack of funds to purchase a certified copy of their birth certificate, and even then, it can still take weeks to obtain one. HB 1428 seeks to address a major gap for discharged prisoners to receive a state-issued ID. Being without this valid ID blocks access to housing, jobs, banking, and other resources needed for successful re-entry into civilian life. The previously incarcerated are expected to become and maintain model citizens, which can become increasingly difficult without a valid identification. We can resolve this gap by requiring the county sheriff determine the prisoner before discharging them of their county jail sentence has a valid license or a valid personal identification certificate. If the county sheriff determines the prisoner does not have the necessary documents, the sheriff shall submit a request to the Texas Department of Public Health to issue a birth certificate copy on behalf of the prisoner. The fiscal note will not offset overtime because the bill requires the sheriff or the commissioner's court to reimburse the court of birth certificates from the DSHS when those costs are incurred. This reimbursement mechanism would be outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding between DSHS and the Texas DPS and the Texas Commission of Jail Standards. I'm open for questions, and I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Campos? Okay, we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls LaToya Lane. LaToya Lane. Chair calls LaToya Lane. Okay. Chair calls Brian Hawthorne. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm Chambers County Sheriff. I'm here on behalf of 253 other sheriffs with the Sheriff Association of Texas. In particular, I think it's important that we talk about the 235 of us that operate a county jail. This bill, we're glad to sit down and talk with the author and talk through some of the issues. I'm sorry?
Your position on the bill.
We are against the bill. It is very problematic. We don't have the resources, the manpower, the money. We're not set up to reimburse, pay the Department of Public Safety for driver's license and ID cards. We're not set up to be buying birth certificates from either it's the county clerk's office or from the State Department of Health Services. It's just a very problematic bill as the way it is written. We have no problem with doing everything we can within reason, trying to make sure that an inmate, when they are being discharged, that they do have identification. But I want you to think about what it takes for you or I to go get our driver's license. Just the renewal aspect and standing in line and the things that it could take. Can you imagine us trying to do that with an inmate who, when he was booked in, he may have no identification at all on him. He may not even be in our state. He may live on the other side of the state. There's just a lot of problematic issues that would really have to be worked out before a sheriff could make these kind of things happen. We're not against trying, but we'll sit down and talk about it with anyone.
Chair recognizes Representative Gerdes.
Is there any type of program already in place that would help these folks that are getting out to get some sort of identification, birth certificate, or anything like that in the state?
Nothing that I'm currently aware of. There are some things that do help our veterans, right? But beyond that, I'm not aware of anything. I don't want to say there isn't. I'm personally not aware of it as a sheriff. I will tell you that I'm not going to talk about other bills, but we are working with some members trying to make it so we're not taking people's IDs away from them. Because currently, law enforcement, by law, takes a DWI suspect, driver's license or DWLS, we take them and then we send them to the Department of Public Safety. But that's a whole nother issue, and it's another bill that hopefully y'all will be faced with.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Hey, Sheriff.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm well. So what I see a lot in my practice, right? You get locked up. Most people lose their jobs. If they have an apartment, they get evicted, and then all of their belongings are gone, right? And then when they get out, like Representative Campos said, they may not have ID or maybe it expired. In Harris County, for example, you can go to the health department and you can get a birth certificate. But I know if you've been locked up, most people don't have enough money in the bank to withstand being locked up for any significant amount of time. And therein lies a barrier to everything because you don't have an ID. So is there something that you can think of that might actually remedy the problem, like some kind of committee I just want you to think about it. We don't have to talk about it now. Because, again, pretrial detention, you're not convicted yet. When you get out, you may get out because they dismissed the case. But that still didn't stop you from losing your job or losing your place to stay and all those things. So I had not really thought about Rep. Campos's bill, but it makes a lot of sense, especially if we're trying to do some kind of rehabilitation, because you need an ID to do everything. And I know you were talking about a driver's license where you have to take a test or whatever, but they have Texas state-issued IDs.
Correct.
That's not a driver's license, so they don't have to know how to drive. But I really would like to remedy the problem now that I recognize that I can pass laws maybe to help try to fix this stuff. But I'd be curious to talk with you about like the unique problems you might have, and if there's a way we can try to help fix.
Well, there would be many unique problems, meaning you would have to take them to the driver's license office to get that ID card. Somebody's got to take their photograph. I mean, it's not something that we would be operating or doing in the jail. So the problematic begins just from a security issue, taking them to the driver's license office, and from a manpower issue. And there's a lot of problematic. Now, I guess if the Department of Public Safety, if y'all want to have them come to our jail, you know, every once a week, or I mean, we're open for ideas. I just don't know how to make that mechanism work.
The one thing I was thinking is when you have them in your custody, you know who they are. Right? Sometimes if they're out walking on the street, they may refuse to ID themselves, but you fingerprinted them and stuff like that. So it actually might be easier to ID somebody once they're incarcerated. So, but I'd love to speak with you about that offline.
Yeah, no, there are some realistic things that you just said, because we do know who they are. But I think we also got to be careful about the Real ID Act, because Texas adopted the Real ID Act for our driver's license for TSA and other aspects of identification. And I think the Department of Public Safety has some very specific requirements to get a ID or a driver's license because of the federal Real ID Act. So I think the problem is it sounds simple, and I think it would be a good thing what Ms. Campos's bill would do. From a problematic aspect, supporting 235 sheriffs that have a county jail, I could see it having some problems.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Sheriff. What's the possibility of, when they are admitted, giving them a sheet of what you're going to have to go through to get either the valid license or personal identification, and how important it is for them to get what Representative Campos wants them to have the availability and to get a job, et cetera, why you have to have this. But just to give that so that while they're there, they can consider how important it is. And then the other question I would have would be if you take their driver's license from them, if it's a DWI or whatever, would you also take their personal identification certificate if they were incarcerated for DWI or DUI?
No, sir, we do not. Just the driver's license is what law enforcement would take in a DWI scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Chair recognizes Vice Representative Jones.
Just one quick response. I don't think, as a person who grew up poor, I don't think that everybody I know, even locked up people, want IDs, right? Whether it's a driver's license or it's an ID. But if you don't have any money, you've been locked up, like IDs cost money, then you got to try to get to where you get the ID from, and then they're going to require certain identification documents. They don't have a driver's license. They don't have a birth certificate. They can't prove who they are. If they got evicted, they don't have birth certificates. So I think that telling people what they need, I don't know that would stop a person who really, or would help a person who really wants an ID to be able to get one, because it's not even about whether they want one. It's just about the resources they have and what they have access to.
I would agree, and I on behalf of my county judge and my commissioners and the other 234 counties that have a jail, this would be could be potentially a very significant unfunded mandate, depending upon how large the jail is and on what kind of manpower demands it would take, and then the money to reimburse back for those items. So,
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
No, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1428?
I didn't register for this bill, but listening to it, I'd like to testify on it.
Okay, and if there's anybody else, I will repeat again, who wants to testify on any bill that we are hearing today, we ask you in the. Yes, sir. Please register in advance in the kiosks in the hallway behind the hearing room. Chair calls J. Dan Gum. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Jaden Gum, and I'm representing myself on this bill. Just sitting there, I was like, okay, I have some input on this. Being a transitional house, taking guys in from prison all the time. At one point, pre-COVID, Texas Department of Criminal Justice had a reentry program in all their units to make sure every guy that got out, every girl that got out had all their, at least their Texas ID and different documents. And there was a huge program but post-COVID, I can attest that none of the people getting out of prison have any of that anymore. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if they ran out of money or if they just changed the program. But I've been in a lot of county jails, and I can say right now that to add what TDCJ does for the reentry in those documents, that to a county jail would be brutal. Although I agree, people from county jail, I had my driver's license suspended at times, and it would have been nice to have something. But I will say this, Dallas County has multiple organizations, including my own, the Stewpot, Union Gospel Mission, multiple organizations that will help anybody free of charge get all their documents. And so I think our county jails have enough. You heard testimony earlier about Harris County and all the deaths. They have enough to figure out without having to worry about adding that whole other thing. I think our communities just have other options that would benefit the community as a whole.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Jay Dan. So maybe if we had a 1 or 2 page thing of a list of how you can get back your ID, and then also the nonprofit organizations that are there to help you, and their phone numbers and email.
Yeah, in Dallas County, they do that.
Would be very helpful. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1428? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Campos to close.
Thank you, members. And again, I really hope that you consider this bill. I think it's really important so that we can help the individuals that have been incarcerated so they can, get out. I mean, it's bad enough that they've been incarcerated and some come out and don't have family members or anyone to help them. And they have a clear mind and they want to get back into society and they want to work, and not having an ID. I mean, you can just imagine what that's like. I don't think any of us would want to be in that position. So I would really hope that you consider this, and I'm open to working with other stakeholders to see how we can work together and get this done. So again, thank you, and I close.
Thank you. House Bill 1428 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 622. Vice Chair Stuckey offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 622 seeks to grant certain local governments the ability to use alternative media methods to satisfy public notice requirements. The committee sub limits the application of this bill to a political subdivision of a population of less than 75,000, and it gives the Attorney General's office the right to revoke a political subdivision's privilege of using an alternative media method. Concerns have been raised that many small to mid-sized political subdivisions do not have local newspapers and must publish public notices that are required under a different state statute in a different city, which does not reach their intended audience. For example, a town in my district, Prosper, they had a newspaper by the name of the Prosper Press that went out of business March of 2023, forcing the town of Prosper to publish required legal notices in a newspaper in a different city. So House Bill 622 allows political subdivisions to publish their public notices in alternative media like direct mail, the internet, social media, to provide greater accessibility of information. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, I've seen this bill in different forms in the past, and the media folks usually come out against it because the newspapers, because it's funding for them. Had you thought about not bracketing this at all? And the reason I ask is, I think it costs a lot of money for people to post in these all the time. Was it a consideration at all to do the whole state with this?
Yeah, we went back and forth on that. At the end of the day, we decided we were seeing a prevailing issue with some of your smaller political subdivisions, your smaller local governments, and so that's why the bracket was of 75,000.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
I guess the only question I have, like in my new district, if you have a good newspaper and they're still in print, and it's it meets that category, it's probably another knock that's going to make it likely that at some point they're going to be out of business, just like the Prosper paper. So is there a way also possibly to consider bracketing it where if you don't have a newspaper within X number of miles, that you could do something like that too? I still appreciate our local papers, and I still read our local papers. So I have concern about their longevity.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be more than open to that.
Thank
We've been working with multiple stakeholders on this bill, and happy to continue doing that.
Thank you, members. Any other question for Representative Shaheen? If not, we'll.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will proceed to testimony. Chair calls David Bristol. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Sure. David Bristol, Town of Prosper, and I am for the bill. Madam Chairman, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of House Bill 622. My name is David Bristol, and I'm the mayor of Prosper, Texas. Prosper is located in North Texas, straddling Collin and Denton counties, with a total population of approximately 36,000 residents. We were a small rural town only a few years ago, but we're growing very rapidly today, just like other Texas municipalities. The town recognizes the need for open and two-way communication, particularly as it pertains to providing information, listening to our residents, gathering feedback, and expanding the use of technology and delivering the relevant, accurate, and timely information. For effective communication and community engagement, the town staff consistently look for new ways to reach the town's target audiences using preferred communication channels. That means staying informed on the latest uses of technology, social media platforms, modern communication channels. It also means finding new ways to engage individuals and groups of individuals using the communications methods they prefer. The town has adapted our communication strategy to respond to the evolving needs of our residents. To engage this diverse audience, the town utilizes multiple digital communication formats to reach target audiences, including the town website, social media, and email. The town also uses digital analytics and other performance measures to ensure that our messaging and engagement efforts remain relevant and effective. As of March 2023, the official Town of Prosper Facebook page had over 17,900 followers. Over 3,800 subscribers receive our email newsletter each week. Our website receives over 44,000 visits per month. With no local paper now in Prosper, we firmly believe that these digital forms of communication are a much better means of communicating this important information to our residents and more effectively achieves the original intent of the statutes related to the public notices. We wish that our local newspaper were still an option, but as you've already heard, in March the Prosper Press abruptly stopped publishing. We immediately had to change our processes and began posting our notices in the neighboring city with very minimal circulation in Prosper. This is up to 3 to 4 times what our normal budget would have been for this process, and it doesn't serve our residents. For those of you who may worry about those of us who could be technically challenged, I can assure you that even us grandparents look at Facebook, all right? Also, I don't want this to be seen as a knock on newspapers, because I get 3 hand-delivered copies of the newspaper every day. House Bill is sensible, and it's a modern method of communication. I ask that you support us in getting a sensible and modern method of communication to assist cities with essential duty. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the mayor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Tom Morin. Can you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, members, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tom Moore, and I'll be testifying on the bill. I'm a fourth-generation publisher of the Daily Court Review newspaper in Houston, Texas. We're over 130 years old, founded in 1889. It's an honor to stand on the shoulders of my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. And we appreciate Representative Shaheen working with us on this bill. We're working on some of the language on the bill right now. Certainly, we believe newspapers are the best option for publishing public notices, but we also understand and agree that there are certain situations that might require some different types of consideration, but we're confident that we can come to a positive result in this regard. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bill Patterson. Can you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chairwoman, Committee, Representative Stuckey, good to see you. Go Wildcats, by the way. Good year.
Good folks.
Here we go. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak for a minute today. A couple of things I just wanted to point out. One is it has to do with newspapers as a whole. Right now, there's a lot of thought that goes into what really is a newspaper. A newspaper is more than just a printed newspaper. It's the digital edition, it's social media, it's many other ways and alternative forms that you can get information. In Denton County, for instance, we reach 400,000 unique individuals every month that consume about 3 million page views. Okay, some of them are print, some of them are digital, some of them are social media, and all sorts of forms. I would agree with Representative Shaheen that we need to take a look at opportunities to geographically address needs where there may not be a newspaper of record in that community that could fill the void and fill the need. My concern is that some of the options that I had at least read in the bill, school newspapers and some other things like that, were a concern to me. I think it needs to be tightened up a little bit so that newspapers, newspaper websites, social media channels, and then alternatives based on geographical area seems to me to be the best way to address this issue. State law does require that we publish public notices at our lowest classified rate, which is fractions of a budget. And the City of Denton, I think it's $371 million budget, and I think public notice spending is probably $10,000, so it's not just a lot of money. Newspaper websites have links on their home pages We also have a statewide website, texaslegalnotice.com, which anyone can go to, and you can actually sign up for public notice, and a link can be sent directly to you when a new posting is made. And what I would say is I hope that we can continue to look at opportunities to work together, continue to maintain newspapers, newspaper websites, our social media, but potentially if there's unique situations, we can work out an opportunity so that we have a good, strong website as an alternative if that's the case.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Slayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. I'm probably going to have this question for the author as well. Let me briefly try to explain where I'm coming from. So back in 2014, there was a toll road that was trying to be put through, starting in our county, Hunt County, and going into Dallas. And as we were, just citizens, the public was trying to get opposition against that. We were trying to find where this Northeast Gateway was popping up in agenda items for City Council, Commissioners Court, et cetera. One thing I found in there, in that process, is some, like the meeting notices that would be PDFs that would be on the website for the city or whatever. Some of them are what I'd call searchable, and some were not. And what I mean is when we would be trying to search, some of the notices, we had to literally go to the city's website. We had to look at the posted agenda, and then only in there we would have to read and search and see if we could find the Northeast Gateway project. Others, we could literally get in Google and we could type in, Josephine, Texas, Northeast Gateway, and hit search, and it would find the PDF that was on the website. So there's PDFs that you can find in information in there that's in a Google search, I guess, and others you can't search it. So my question is there anything in this bill, or could it be added to this bill to make sure that if we're going to do this, that if they're going to do the notices through social media, they're going to do the notices on website or whatever, that the items listed in that agenda pop up in a Google search, and you don't have to go to every city, look through all their agenda, and try to figure out if they're having a certain topic. So I hope I made sense of what I'm trying to explain. And do you happen to know if this could be addressed here, or how y'all do it?
TexasLegalNotices.com is a recently updated website that the Texas Press Association launched, and we launched it with a partner vendor named Columns. There's several ways you can search that. It's sortable, it's searchable. You can sign up for public notices that are in your district, in your city, in your town, in your whatever, and you will be alerted as soon as those are filed. Texas newspapers participate in that, and I would invite you to take a look at that website if you guys haven't seen that yet, because it's a really much improved website than what we've offered in the past, and it allows a lot of flexibility. I think that might answer your question to some extent.
Okay, so
And let me just say this, most newspapers have a navigation bar link to public notice, and most newspapers are starting to go to columns to where you can find that information.
yes, sir. And I know that it's not like it's secret information. The problem was we were in a time crunch in how we were finding out about this planned toll road, and we were trying to figure out when these meetings were happening, where to go, what to attend. We had many cities to try to get to, many counties to get to, and we were trying to quickly try to find it, and we couldn't. The only way we could was literally go in and look at the last 3 months' agenda of each city to figure out when they discussed it, if they had discussed it, and then start looking for it coming up. It just, with all the technology we have and the fact that some of these PDF, the posting of the minutes or posting of the notice of meeting, it would just pop up in a Google search was very helpful. The fact that some of them we had to, with the time crunch we were on, it was just wondering if there was a way it just could be more easily to search, easier.
Well, I mean, you can search
not
these.
going to every site.
Sure, you can search these by town if you go to the public Texas Legal Notice. Now, you may have to type in several towns, I guess I would say, but
Yes.
it might be an easier way to search than what you were having to do.
Yes, and that's why I was hoping, is like I said, just popping on any platform, Google, and typing in, I'm looking for this item in Texas, or this item in these cities, and you find them quickly. That was my only thing, is just trying to help the public find things, because a lot of times when they find out about something, they haven't paid attention to the regular meetings. People don't show up to these meetings, and they find out about something that's very important to them. They're needing to quickly find out where this has been addressed in what local government. And I just think it would be best for the public to find that quickly without having to spend hours of research just to find the public notice meetings. That's where I'm going. But thank you for answering the questions.
Mr. Patterson, for the record, would you state your name, the position on the bill, and who you represent?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Bill Patterson, I'm against the bill, and I represent Texas Press Association and Denton Publishing Company, Denton Media Company.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Mr. Patterson? Thank you. The chair calls Terry Henley. And again, Terry, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Oh, she's got handouts for you. Terry Henley. I'm here to testify for the bill. And I represent the city of Meadows Place. I'm on the TML board. And what she's handing out gives you a number of other boards that have been on in the past. I've been talking about this bill for about 7 or 8 sessions. It is very important to the people in Texas and taxpayers. I've talked with cities, counties, school districts, MUD, public entities throughout the whole state of Texas, and everyone I've talked to supports this bill. So if you want to look at who I'm representing, I can say that with my comments I've had with them, it's all of these public entities in the state of Texas supports this. It addresses transparency in my opinion. As a central suppository for data, like the comptroller, would give a good source for all of the legal notices. And the newspapers has touted in the past transparency. When you're talking about 10 to 15% readership of newspapers in the state of Texas, I don't think so. We can approach with alternate media options that's listed in the bill, we can approach 100% coverage at very little cost to the taxpayers. Now, the research I've done over the last 10 years indicate that daily newspapers circulation in Texas is not much more than 1 million daily subscribers. So that is not there. And digital, yeah, there's a lot more digital, but it's not free. We pay $60 a month in Houston to get the Houston Chronicle, and to get the digital version is going to cost you about $15 or $20 a month. And to think that the taxpayers in Texas is spending over $100 million per year for newspapers ads that virtually no one reads. And I've got an example here of this morning's papers, the Houston Chronicle. There is 3 pages of legal notices. Now, the cost for legal notices, the standard cost is $500 per column each. And 1 page, that represents $100,000. And there's 3 pages in this morning. So I stand by my number of at least $100 million is what we're spending in newspaper ads. And if we could go to an alternative, like Representative Shin is suggesting, and have the comptroller be depository for all the legal notices, and it'd be an excellent way to have that available for anybody. So, and again, let's go to the new technology when it comes to legal notices. newspapers are antiquated. I'm sorry, but, you know, we get all our notices, you know, on social media today. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Michael Martin. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
I'm Michael Martin. I'm legislative counsel, and I'm here on behalf of the Texas Municipal League, and I'm testifying for the bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and the committee members for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Public participation is an important part of making key policy, and effective public notice is necessary to have a robust participation. But right now, dozens of state statutes require cities to publish in the newspaper notice of routine government actions, sometimes once, sometimes multiple times. This includes when a city adopts an ordinance, when a city sells city-owned property, when a city puts things out for bid. All of these require newspaper publication. This is in addition to anywhere else that the city may publish this information on its website, through social media, through email blasts. And publishing in the newspaper is not free, as Mr. Henley talked about. And these costs are not insignificant. Section 140.045 of the Local Government Code requires cities to provide a line item of how much it spends on legal notices per year in its budget every year. And you can look it up. Larger cities, some of them can spend up to $1 million a year. Smaller cities still spend tens of thousands of dollars a year on public notices. Newspapers play an important role in our society. There's no debating that. But public funding is a zero-sum game. Money that's spent on one thing is money that cannot be spent on something else. The bill, it simply allows cities to choose to decide to use an alternate form of media other than a newspaper of general circulation. But the key part of the bill is that's if and only if the city can demonstrate that this form of media that it wants to use, this less costly form of media, has the same or better circulation than the newspaper. So it's just as effective. And additionally, there's a backstop that they have to submit this information to the comptroller, and the comptroller can decide that the city was wrong and still require the city to publish its notices in the newspaper. I thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask the committee report the bill favorably.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Terry Henley. Oh, we already testified. Okay, thank you. Chair calls Regina Keelers. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Regina Keilers. I'm the publisher of the Fayette County Record in LaGrange, Texas, a local newspaper, and I am against this bill. Our newspaper's been in business for over 100 years and running public notices in our newspaper for the people of Fayette County. Recently, there was a public notice of a hearing as to whether the local school district should grant tax subsidies for a hydrogen energy plant. The result of reading that public notice caused a standing room only crowd to appear at the public hearing at the local school board meeting. More than a dozen citizens of those people signed up to speak, all speaking out against the subsidies. The school board then later voted not to allow the subsidies. The people of Fayette County have relied on our newspaper to notify them of important developments like this, both in print and online. They don't go to the school website. They don't go to the county website. They come to us. Our newspaper platforms, including our website, reach over 75,000 views per month. We have over 5,000 print subscribers in a county that only has 25,000 people in it. Our public notices get noticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Keelers.
It's Keilers, but that's okay.
So I drive through your county on my way to and from the Capitol every week. and you say it's a county of 25,000 people.
Yes.
You have more than 75,000 distinct views every week.
No,
Every month.
in a month.
In a month.
I said 25,000 views in a month. I did not say distinct.
Right, that's fine.
But we do have
is
a
it-
lot of views that are outside of the county, so.
That's fair. Is
Yes.
it fair to say that sometimes in these smaller counties, people really come to rely on their local publications?
Are you saying that, that our people rely on us?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Is it fair to say that you're familiar with the community where you live?
That I am familiar
Yeah,
with it?
and
Yes,
your-
sir,
and
absolutely.
your
Absolutely.
readership.
Absolutely.
So I guess that what I'm trying to get to is, I have opposed these efforts in the past, mainly because of situations like this, and also sometimes situations like in my neighborhood where, or my area, which wouldn't be affected by the bill size carve-out, but when seniors don't necessarily get online at all, or come to rely on certain sources of information, and all of us get sort of familiar in our own ways, right? Making people move off of those in some cases might create breaks in the information flow, especially for important notices. Would you say that's accurate?
I would agree with that statement, yes, sir.
Thanks, I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 622?
Yes, I would like to change. I wasn't going to testify, but I would like to testify.
Hang on one second. Did you, what's your name?
Richard Rogers.
Okay, Chair calls Richard Rogers. Thank you. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Rick Rogers, the owner of 121 Media, and I also serve as the president and publisher of Star Local Media, and I am against this bill. My family has called Frisco, Texas home since 2011, and in January of 2022, my wife and I purchased Star Local Media, and we are proud to play a vital role in the communities we serve. Star Local Media provides essential news and information, including legal notices, throughout the northern suburban Dallas markets via our 10 weekly community-specific newspapers. Every week, 142,000 homes in our coverage area receive a copy of one of our weekly newspapers that provide Texas citizens with vital local news and information from the community they call home and ensure that they stay informed on local issues. Our commitment to delivering vital news and information extends beyond print media. We also offer various online formats to a large and growing audience. In 2022, more than 2.8 million people visited our website at starlocalmedia.com to stay informed on community issues. We average 300,000 users per month at our website, and our website is 100% free. As of April 17th of this year, more than 1.1 million users visited our website, representing a 35% growth compared to that same time period of last year. Our audience is growing and more engaged than ever. Newspapers with their print and online products have not lost their reach in today's digital age. We have increased our reach substantially with our online and e-edition publications along with our print publication distribution. Furthermore, through our partnership with the Texas Press Association, we make all public notices available online to our readers. We have a link to public notices on our homepage at starlocalmedia.com and also offer the ability to place a public notice 24/7 through our website. The Texas Constitution and various statutes require newspaper notices to keep citizens informed of governmental actions and intent in a trusted third-party medium. Newspaper, print, and digital platforms remain the most effective way to notify a large number of people. Moreover, I've yet to see data that shows that a local government website has more readership compared to newspapers. Remember, Star Local Media's website since January 1st of this year has reached more than 1.1 million users in our communities. In conclusion, newspapers have evolved to deliver news and information people need, including legal notices, through trusted print and digital formats. By continuing to publish legal notices in local newspapers and delivering them via our print, digital, and e-edition formats, we can ensure transparency and citizen outreach by and for local government. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective today.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 622? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just close by saying if current statute forces cities to publish notices that none of their constituents see, I think we got to fix that.
Chair recognizes Representative Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Shaheen, does this legislation prevent localities from advertising in their local newspapers?
No, ma'am. In fact, the legislation forces them to have a public hearing, and they have to demonstrate that there's alternative medias that have a higher subscription than the paper. Otherwise, they have to use the paper.
So the default is the paper.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I'll just use Houston, for example. I don't subscribe to the Chronicle. Refuse to pay them money. Don't get any notices from them. But I also know that, like most of the people I know, don't subscribe to the Houston Chronicle, which is the largest, actually the only daily there. And so I've also learned with social media that different people have like different forms of social media. And some people just don't look at print papers. I think that when, I guess the original law related to this, when it was made, it was probably just newspapers. So of course it made sense to do that. But I think we sort of have to evolve with the times and give the consumer, the end user, the opportunity to.
You're exactly right. I mean, this legislation actually forces a local government to figure out which has the highest viewership of the public notice and have a public hearing and display that to the public, inform the Attorney General, and then select that. So it's really a good service. I mean, look, I understand people are coming here to preserve their revenue streams. I don't blame them. But the reality is these public notices are so that we have 100% transparency for our public, for our constituents.
And one final question.
Yeah.
So you have a public hearing. It's the municipality has a public hearing, and then they've got to submit their responses of the public hearing to the AG, and then the AG's got to vet it?
Yeah, because what we do, the Attorney General's office has a public information office, so they have a right to review as well, and they can actually, if a city is, trying to skirt the law, the Attorney General actually has the authority to pull their ability to use an alternative media, and they have to use the paper. We've thought of everything, quite frankly. There's just to be transparent, there's going to be people that are going to oppose this legislation because it hurts their revenue stream. And again, I don't blame them, but we have to make a decision. Are we serving the public or are we serving some newspapers? And I'm friends with all of you. I think you want to serve the public.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Slayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Shaheen. You heard my question earlier, concerned about, I get where you're coming from, wanting to make information more readily accessible to the public. So with that, is there anything in your bill that would help make sure that as these notices are put on these other platforms, those PDFs are searchable, or not necessarily searchable, the information in them would help pop up in an internet search? And if it doesn't have it, are you open to the idea of just talking, seeing if we can have an amendment to simply just make sure it can pop up in an internet search?
Yeah, I am. I will tell you the way searches work now, they've advanced. They advance, seems like on a monthly basis, but now it's to the point where, so if you have a PDF that's out on the internet, the search engine will eventually pick it up. What search engines can't pick up is an image of a document. So, if you were to publish on the web a PDF, a Word document, a PowerPoint, you actually have a website with words, all of that will get picked up eventually. It's when if you take a snapshot of a document, post that on the internet, it can't pick that up.
And while we were sitting here, one of the cities that testified, doesn't matter which one, I literally went to a meeting they had on April 11th from their city website. I copied a paragraph, pasted it into Google and hit search, and it didn't show up.
It takes a while for the search engine to find it. Yes, that's correct.
Yes, it didn't even pop up. So that's what I mean, if you copy a paragraph of data, it doesn't pop up. And so you can't find it. It popped up some things from 2020 from some other city.
I will tell you though, like if you were to take that paragraph and if you can publish it like on your website, eventually Google will find it and eventually you will be able to search it.
Okay, and just.
I don't know how long that takes, by the way.
I understand. But just to be clear, currently in your bill, is there anything that would, as they do these notices, that it has to be presented or has to be given to whatever outlet they're using to where it can be searchable? Or it's the best format to pop up in some type of internet search? I don't, something to that effect. Is that already taking care of that in your bill, or is that something we need to talk about
Technology
more?
itself does and Mr. Slane, I'm obviously more than happy to talk with you. The challenge is the bill actually gives other alternatives. I mean, if the city wants to send a direct mailer, they can do that in their utility bills. So there's a lot of things outside of social media. But look, I hear what your concern is. Let's just get together and talk about it. I think technology and the way search engines have advanced, I think your concern is addressed there. But I mean, let's talk.
I would like to talk, because I mean, like I say, just a simple, quick copy paste, nothing popped up from April 11th of this year. I would like to see if we are going to make things, quote, easier for people to find, let's literally make it that way. If somebody's just doing a simple Google search without having to go to every city, every entity to try to figure out what's going on. That's where I'm at. But thank you. I would appreciate that conversation.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you on the floor tomorrow.
Members, any other questions for Representative Shaheen?
Thank you, ma'am, for the
Thank
opportunity.
you. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 622 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 994. Vice Chair Stuckey offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Munoz to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. House Bill 994 would require an agency head to hold officers under their command to the same discipline standard officers are currently held to under municipal civil service. Municipalities with a population of 10,000 or more may establish civil service for their police and fire departments. The goal of civil service is to establish more professional police departments who are free from political influence when discharging their duties. Under this system, an agency head has the power to suspend an officer for a period not to exceed 15 days. Under Chapter 158.031 Local Government Code, a county with a population of 500,000 or more may establish a sheriff's office civil service for the law enforcement personnel. Under this version of civil service, an agency head may indefinitely suspend an officer. The committee substitute is a legislative council draft and does not make any substantive changes. We'd be happy to answer any questions or concerns. And there are some witnesses that I think have registered to testify.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Representative Munoz? If not, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Dallas Reed. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
So, my name is Dallas Reed. I represent the Texas Municipal Police Association, and I am very much in support of this bill. And we thank Representative Munoz for writing it for us. I know we've already had a long day, so I'll keep my remarks very short. No one can say that you don't have an exciting committee. So under Sheriff Civil Service, there are no consistent discipline standards set by Texas law. Since the passage of HB 34 from the 50th legislature, an agency head under municipal civil service has been able to suspend an officer for up to 15 days. So that's about 3/4 of a century this option's been available to those municipalities that have civil service. 15 days may not sound like a lot of days to have somebody take off. but I don't know how your finances work, but I know in my house, if I only received half of my paycheck, that means that I would get to pay for my mortgage, and then I'd have to dip into savings to pay for groceries for my family. Again, this has been around for municipalities. We're just asking that it gets added to Sheriff's Civil Service. With that, we ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christopher Dyer. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Dyer. I'm the president of the Dallas County Sheriff's Association, and I'm in favor of HB 994. Members, we wholeheartedly support this bill and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill seeks to improve the professional standards of our sheriff's departments that fall under Local Government Code 158, subsection B, Civil Service. This bill will establish reasonable disciplinary standards for sheriff's department employees, which mirror those for municipal police officers and firefighters, which have been in effect for decades. Sheriff's Department employees should not be subject to harsher discipline because they work for the county. The current disparity between municipalities and counties makes counties a less attractive employment option when it comes to hiring and retaining employees. Discipline is meant to correct the negative action of the employee, not financially devastate them and their families. In my career, I have seen employees financially devastated by excessive discipline. I wish to thank you for consideration of this bill, and I wish to thank Representative Munoz for bringing this before you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. How are you today, Chris?
I'm great. How about you, sir?
Good. I've got a couple questions. We've heard a lot of things about constables and sheriffs in this committee this session. Do you think this bill addresses most of the issues that we've been hearing in regard to hiring, discipline, consistency, continuity across the county and then across the state?
Representative, currently at Dallas County, and I've been with Dallas County for 36 years. I hold a Master Peace Officer's license. I hold a Master Jailer's license. Right now, we have 175 vacancies at Dallas County in our jail. That's just for the jailers. It doesn't count the deputies or the clerks. We have to create better standards for our sheriff's departments, those that equal our municipalities, to make them a more attractive employer. We have to become competitive. Right now, we're not. We offer things to our city officers, to our firefighters, that we don't offer to our county employees. If they do come to the sheriff's department, they don't stay. Salaries and benefits attract people to a department, but it's the environment that keeps them there. This is part of that environment. If they're subjected to discipline that is harsh, they're not going to stay. That's why we're trying to set up the same standards that the municipalities have had for decades. They recognized that in the 50s. We're trying to establish that now so that we can retain these employees. Right now, we have employees that are mandated to at least 2 overtime shifts per week, sometimes 4 overtime shifts per week in our jails. That speaks to a lot of the issues that you've heard about in this committee. And these people have been doing this week after week for years. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls David Batten. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chairman, my name is David Batten. I represent the Harris County Deputies Organization. We're here in support of the bill. I'm not going to waste a lot of time with you because what's been said already, but one of the critical issues we have is recruiting and stability and consistency. The Sheriff's Department does not have what municipal departments have, and you end up with a lot of inconsistent issues. That drives people away. Unfortunately, Harris County is 500 people short in the jail, and you cannot run a jail and expect to protect the people in the jail with not enough people. And we've had people, our own employees, we cannot protect because we don't have enough people. And we get inconsistent discipline, we get inconsistent issues, and people looking for consistency. And this bill, I think, would provide that and keep things equal. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Thank you. Chair calls Noel Johnson. Noel Johnson. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 994? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Munoz to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. And as mentioned before, we're just trying to bring parity in terms of the civil service protections that we see at municipal level, but now with the county level as well. And with that, I close and would ask for a favorable consideration. If any concerns or questions come up from any of the committee members, I'd be more than happy to address them.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions? Okay. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 994 is left pending. At this time, members, we're going to take up and consider some pending business. The chair lays out House Bill, strike that. The chair lays out Senate Bill 349 by Senator Springer. Members, this is the identical companion to Representative Anderson's House Bill 1159 relating to County Municipal Housing Authority pet policies. The bill went to the general calendar. Representative Anderson is a House sponsor. It was not changed in the Senate and remains identical to the House bill we voted out. Vice Chair Stuckey moves that Senate Bill 349 be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi-Corrado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Nay.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton?
No.
Rep. Jones?
Aye.
Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr?
Aye.
Rep. Schatzline?
Aye.
There being 7 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 349 passes. The chair lays out House Bill 717 by Chairman Frank as pending business. Representative Gerties offers a committee substitute. And members, this is a sub that was received post-hearing and materials were distributed to your teams along with the explanation of differences. The substitute more specifically targets small county courthouses impacted by the fire escape provisions of Section 791.004, applying only to counties with populations of less than 50,000 people and to courthouses that were built prior to the section's implementation in 1989. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Representative Orr moves that House Bill 717 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi-Corrado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton? Aye. Rep. Jones?
Aye.
Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr?
Aye.
Rep. Schatzline?
Aye.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out House Bill 993 by Representative Munoz as pending business. Representative Rosenthal moves that House Bill 993 be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi-Corrado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton? Rep. Jones? Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr?
Aye.
Rep. Schatzline?
Aye.
Having 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out House Bill 1330 by Representative Morales as pending business. Representative Eddie Morales. Representative Jones moves that House Bill 1330 be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. And be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi-Corrado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton? Rep. Jones?
Aye.
Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr?
Aye.
Rep. Schatzline?
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1775 by Representative Thompson as pending business. Representative Schatzline offers a committee substitute. And members, this is a post-hearing substitute which has been distributed to your teams along with the explanation of differences. For counties with a population of 200,000 or more, the county commissioners court decides which option of oversight they prefer for ESDs in their county. Option A is that the county commissioners court must review an ESD's budget annually. The court may approve or deny the budget and the tax rate. If the court does not take action by the 31st day, the budget and tax rate are considered approved. Option B, the county commissioners court can abandon the appointments process for an ESD and instead opt for the ESD Board of Commissioners to be elected to their positions. Once the county commissioners court chooses option B, they cannot revert to option A. However, should they choose option A, they may switch to option B at any time. Does anybody need a moment to review those materials? Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Representative Orr moves that House Bill 1775 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi Criado.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey.
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt.
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal.
Aye.
Rep. Slayton. Rep. Jones. Rep. Gerties.
Nay.
Rep. Orr. Rep. Schatzline.
Chair reports that because House Bill 1775 failed to receive the required unanimous vote of the members present and voting, the committee report will not recommend that the measure be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. There being eight ayes and one nay, the motion to send it to the full House prevails. Chair lays out House Bill 1807 by Representative Jones as pending business. Representative Rosenthal offers a committee substitute. And members, this is a substitute received after the hearing, and it, along with the explanation, was distributed to your teams. Does anybody need to hear from Representative Jones to explain the substitute? No. Chair, is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 1807 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi Criado.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey.
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt.
Nay.
Rep. Rosenthal.
Aye.
Rep. Slayton. Rep. Jones. Rep. Gerties.
Aye.
Rep. Orr. Rep. Schatzline.
There being 7 ayes, 2 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1918 by Representative Janie Lopez as pending business. And members, this is the bill that we voted on in our hearing on April 5th that we are considering for the general calendar. Vice Chair Stuckey moves that House Bill 1918 be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Neavi Criado.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey.
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt.
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal.
Aye.
Rep. Slayton. Rep. Jones. Rep. Gerties.
Aye.
Rep. Orr. Rep. Schatzline.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out House Bill 2878 by Chairman Capriglione as pending business. Vice Chair Stuckey offers a committee substitute, and this is a post-hearing substitute which was distributed to your teams along with the explanation of differences. The substitute brackets the bill to only affect Tarrant County. It also adds a provision that the county shall assume responsibility for issuing permits by the Health Department for mobile food service establishments. This permit grants permission for the vendor to operate in any municipality within the county with all or a part of their extraterritorial jurisdiction, the ETJ, in the county. Does anybody need a moment to review the materials? HB 28. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Stuckey moves that House Bill 2878 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Criado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Aye.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton?
Aye.
Rep. Jones?
Aye.
Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr? Aye. Rep. Schatzline?
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, and motion prevails. Chair lays out House Bill 4171 by Representative Campos as pending business. Representative Jones moves that House Bill 4171 be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Criado?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stuckey?
Aye.
Rep. Tinderholt?
Nay.
Rep. Rosenthal?
Aye.
Rep. Slayton?
No.
Rep. Jones?
Aye.
Rep. Gerties?
Aye.
Rep. Orr? Aye. Rep. Schatzline?
Aye.
There being 7 ayes and 2 nays, the motion prevails. Okay, we will proceed to testimony on bills. The chair lays out House Bill 5280. Representative Rosenthal offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for allowing me the privilege to lay out the committee substitute for House Bill 5280. This bill would allow nonprofit premium assistance programs to operate in counties throughout Texas without receiving county commissioners' court approval. These programs do not offer health services or health care benefits, but help to pay 1/3 of the share of health premium costs for employees. The process of receiving this approval county by county is long and arduous. Bringing premium assistance programs into new counties would positively impact small businesses and low-income employees struggling to afford the cost of health care. Premium assistance programs help small businesses and low-income Texans to afford health care by covering approximately 1/3 of the employee premium. These premium assistance programs only help to cover health insurance programs that meet federal standards and are regulated by the Texas Department of Insurance. I want to thank you for having this bill. We have a couple witnesses here. And I'd be happy to answer any questions and request my right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Busey? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to
Amen.
testimony. Chair calls James Rodriguez. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, James Rodriguez. I'm the president and CEO of Tex Health Central Texas, and I'm for the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for allowing me to testify this evening. In 2007, the Senate Bill 10 was passed, and they had Chapter 75, which allowed us to organize and offer limited benefit health plans throughout the state of Texas. However, the legislature did not want to oversee this, and it was not considered health insurance because that would require a lot more cost on these limited benefit health plans. And so TDI was not really regulating us, so the legislature decided it would go to the county commissioners court so that they could oversee our programs and what we were doing in their counties. Since then, as you know, the Affordable Care Act in 2013 basically outlawed limited benefit health plans. So that required us to reorganize, which we did, into a premium assistance program. When we did that, we still had the Commissioners Court approval process to go through. So we are currently in 9 counties, and each of those counties approved us without any real problem. We've never been denied approval to operate in a county, but there's 254 counties in Texas. We would have to go through each specific county if we wanted to expand into every county in Texas. Every county in Texas needs help, the kind of help we offer. So it takes an average of 3 to 5 months to get to a county approval, not because it's delayed, but because that's just the process. You have to go see the judge. Judge brings you in to see the commissioners. Then you have to go to a court date to be able to present the program, and that's why it takes so long. So we are asking that we be allowed to operate, since we're no longer a health plan and we don't offer any kind of health coverage or health services, we are requesting that we be allowed to operate in any county without Commissioner's Court approval. And with that, I'll open for questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ron Buffum. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
I'm Ron Buffum. I serve as the chairman of the board of directors for Tex Health, Central Texas, and I'm in favor of the bill. Jim Rodriguez has already highlighted the basic reason behind this. Our plan, and I was involved in these plans back in 2009 when we started this very same program, and that is to deal with the uninsured rate in Texas. I'm not very proud role that we still lead the nation in that area. And so we came up with this premium assistance plan just for that purpose, to enable the working individuals who can't gain insurance because of cost. This enables a tool by which they can gain that insurance and meet their personal needs. Besides being chairman of this particular activity, I've been involved as a independent agent, health insurance agent, for 32 years here in the state of Texas, licensed by the state. And as such, I've seen a lot of evolution in the market. The Affordable Care Act, which has already been addressed, changed a lot of the things of what we do and how we do them. But the ultimate goal is to provide quality health insurance to the consumer. This particular bill, House Bill 5280, particularly thanks to the work of Representative Busey, will enable us to address that high rate of uninsured in Texas, and likewise provide a very necessary benefit in this. This is for the small group market. That's employers with 2 to 50 employees. We can address a dynamic need that our state currently has. With that, Madam Chairman, I appreciate the chance to make the presentation, and I stand by for any questions.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Shannon Maroney. Shannon Maroney. Shannon Maroney. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5280? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Busey to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an easy tool we can do to help make sure some more people in small business can get insurance that they need. If there's any questions, otherwise.
Are there any questions for Representative Busey? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 5280 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 5321 and recognizes Chairman Bell to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 5321. Under current law, certain cities in Texas are authorized to receive a 10-year rebate of the state's portion of the hotel occupancy tax and the state sales tax if those taxes are generated by what the law refers to as a qualified hotel project, which is defined by Chapter 351 of the tax code. The authorized cities are then allowed to use the rebated taxes to service the bonds or other obligations incurred for the construction of a qualified hotel or qualified convention center. The legislature first created these private finance tools over 25 years ago, and since that time have passed several bills adding other municipalities to the list of qualified cities. The bill I have before you today authorizes the East Montgomery County Improvement District, which is a special district that I represent, to participate in this program. The passage of this bill will enable the East Montgomery County Improvement District to build a badly needed conference center that will include over 200,000 square feet with an expo center of 55,000 square feet and a 750 space parking garage, full service hotel with approximately 200 rooms. I'll add that the current qualified hotel rebate program has proven to be a very wise decision made by the legislature. The state has seen a 133% return on investment for previous projects built in Houston, San Antonio, and Fort Worth. Before I finish, I want to emphasize to you, members of this committee, that this bill will not raise taxes, does not create any new taxes. It only adds this district to the list of authorized entities able to utilize this very successful tool. One last piece of information to share. There are approximately 30 other bills this session doing the same or very similar things as my bill. However, those bills went to Ways and Means. Now, the reason my bill came here is because it is being applied to a special purpose district and not to a city. So just a bit of information with that. Be happy to answer any questions. I believe there's a resource witness available, and respectfully request the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chairman Bell? Okay, we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls David Marks. Can you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening. My name is David Marks. I represent, as counsel, the East Montgomery County Improvement District. The Improvement District has been working on this project for several years, and this is the next or the last critical piece to enable it to move forward to the construction stage and the development stage. So I appreciate you all listening to it. I don't think I can add much to what Representative Bell eloquently stated, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Snapper Carr. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Snapper Carman, attorney. We represent the East Montgomery County Improvement District as well. Worked with a number of communities for these types of projects over the years. Here to answer any questions. We're in support.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5321? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Bell to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members. I greatly appreciate your time. I know it's late this afternoon. Respectfully ask that this bill be reported favorably. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chairman. House Bill 5321 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 3292 and recognizes Representative Basut to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, this bill simply changes the method of election for board members for the Sweeney Hospital District from at-large to at-large by place. And it was requested by the hospital district. Don't know if there's any witnesses. Reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Representative Basut? Okay. See none. You're correct that there are no witnesses to testify. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3292? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Basut to close.
I close. Request favorable consideration to local and consent if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. House Bill 3292 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Bill 1409 and recognizes Representative Orr to explain.
Thank you, Chairman. House Bill 1409 is about better protecting our communities, particularly our children. Currently, most schools, playgrounds, and youth centers in municipalities are located within a child safety zone. Municipalities establish these child safety zones to protect their communities. Registered sex offenders are restricted from entering child safety zones and from going within a specified distance of the child safety zone, with certain exceptions. Generally, counties with less than 300,000 people and school districts with less than 500 students do not have this policy in place. These counties and schools should have the same tools at their disposal to protect their students and communities as their neighbors in more populous areas. House Bill 1409 would simply allow the Commissioners Court in these smaller counties and school districts to establish child safety zones and restrict a registered sex offender from moving in and living in close proximity to children. The committee substitute makes one minor change. Instead of restricting all on the registry from entering child safety zones, it restricts those offenders who have been assigned to a numeric risk level 3, meaning high risk, using the sex offender screening tool developed or selected under Article 62.007 Code of Criminal Procedure from going in, on, or within a specified distance of a child safety zone located in the unincorporated area of the county or in a school district of 500 or fewer students. This bill will give our smaller counties and schools the same tools and local authority to protect their children than the more populous areas of the state have, and I believe this will be a tremendous benefit for rural Texans and their children. And with that, I welcome any questions and reserve the right to close.
And we're going to back up just a moment and lay out the committee substitute for House Bill 1409. Are there any questions, members, for Representative Orr? Okay. If not, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Tim Sankey. Tim Sankey. Tim Sankey. Chair calls Linda Durnan. Linda Durnan. Chair calls Lane Grayson. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Lane Grayson. I am in favor of House Bill 1409. I am an Ellis County Commissioner serving since 2015, a resident of the county for more than 45 years. My wife of 27 years and our 4 children grew up there and attended school there. This is a community that I love and cherish, and it's an absolute honor to serve on our Ellis County Commissioners Court. Thank you for hearing me today. Most of our students in our county, which there are 44,000 students in our county, have the privilege of attending a school, participating in extracurricular activities, their class studies, athletics, ag studies, fine arts, with the convenience and with the safety of a child safety zone. This is something that I believe every student in our county needs and deserves. Unfortunately, there is a group of students, not just in Ellis County, but in other counties, that do not have this basic fundamental protection. Near our southern border in Ellis County, which I represent as a county commissioner, sits the small independent school district of Avalon with no municipal jurisdiction. These children and students don't have the benefit of a local police department with multiple officers on duty within minutes of where they are in the event something bad happens. In our county also, we have sheriff's officers, maybe only 4 to 6 of them that are covering over 900 square miles of the county. I have had the opportunity to testify with other bills in years past, and a few years ago we were attempting to do this, and there were 326 registered sex offenders in Ellis County. Today, I called my sheriff, there are 447 registered sex offenders. This is not an issue that's going away. This is an issue that's getting greater. This bill would help us in ways. The creation of a child safety zone provides by this bill mirrors a proven policy that is already working with us within our municipalities. With limited safety and protection resources in these unincorporated areas, this may be a child's only line of defense from a sexual predator. This bill is even much more than just the safety of children. It's giving that local authority. This is permissive. We would like, as a commissioner's court, to have this ability. This isn't sweeping. This isn't going across the state. This is doing what we think we should be doing as legislators, as directors of our laws, is giving local authority the opportunity to do this. There's great testimony on both sides of this bill, and I do want you to consider supporting HB 1409. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, chair calls, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Philip Taylor. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Philip Taylor, and I represent myself, and I'm against this bill. As I testified earlier, I'm a retired licensed professional counselor and a former sex offender treatment provider, and am aware that the overwhelming verdict of the research is that these kinds of banishment rules protect no one and make matters worse. I appreciate the substitute effort to narrow the target population for exclusion, but I still have concerns about how it would be administered. Let me say a little bit about risk. high risk, let's, just for the sake of discussion, would be 10% within 5 years. And risk does not directly relate to the person on the registry. It relates to the cohort that he is in by virtue of the actuarial assessment. So 10% we expect to reoffend somewhere, not necessarily near a school or a park. And 90% we expect to not reoffend. And the problem is we don't know who belongs to the 10% group and who belongs to the 90% group. And so we sweep them all in. The research recently has established that risk level goes down by half with each 5 years that a person is offense-free in the community, so that the risk level changes. It's assigned when somebody goes on probation or comes out of prison, but it should not be at that level forever if it's going to be consistent with what we know. Who is going to make this determination? The county council? A person can apply to TDCJ to be considered for a reduction in risk level, but that's no guarantee that it will happen. It just seems to me that this will be very difficult to administer fairly, and although I'm not an attorney, it seems to me that it would probably invite a host of litigation. And so I urge you to reject.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you. So I've done research since you were up here last, and I've found several different things online, and I keep hearing 10% or less, but I don't see that online when I pull the data.
Well,
let me tell you what I see, and then I really want you to respond. But it says the reporting rate averages about 12%, conviction rate's about 50%, and the stats that I'm seeing are 10 to 15% after 5 years, 20% after 10, and 30 to 40% after 25 years in follow-up national studies. That's a far cry from the 10% that you're talking about. So I'm just curious where your data is coming from versus the stuff I'm seeing online.
Well, I'd be interested in looking at your source. One of the problems with recidivism published information is that there are frequently articles that cite recidivism and include general recidivism. What we're interested in is a repeat new sex offense. General recidivism is a drug case, a burglary, domestic violence, whatever. But it is not germane to what we're talking about.
Well, the rates I gave you were sexual recidivism, and actually the rate, just the average recidivism rate for any crime was significantly higher. So I just want the members to know that I know we keep hearing low percentage rates, but if you look online and Google it anywhere, you're going to see that it looks like the numbers nationally, not in Texas, nationally are significantly higher. But thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Schatzline.
So thank you for what you do, by the way. I would just second kind of what Representative Tinderholt said. So my background, I've worked with at-risk kids for the last 11 years. So I've seen, the result of some of the crimes that have taken place that have put people on the registry. So my question would be, you mentioned we don't know who belongs to the 10%. I guess genuine question. Do we believe that the convenience of the 90% is more important than the safety of the children that could be affected by the 10%?
Yeah. Well, we could exclude all males. from that 1,000-foot radius, and we would be on firmer ground in preventing sex crimes. If you want to prevent sex crimes, you would do well to look at uncles, stepfathers, Sunday school teachers, but not people who have been apprehended and corrected before.
Are you implying that Sunday school teachers, uncles, and stepfathers have a higher rate of committing sex crimes than those that have already committed sex crimes?
That would seem to be what the conclusion to draw from the fact that each year, 10% of those arrested for a sex crime are on the registry. 90% are not. An overwhelming number of new.
But they would be after they were convicted of a sex crime.
I suppose, yeah.
Right. So that's really what I'm more talking about, is when we look at that 10% that now have been convicted, wouldn't you agree that even though you're saying only 10% would reoffend, right, wouldn't we agree that the safety of the children that they would reoffend with is more important than the conveniency of the 90% that choose not to reoffend?
I don't understand your concept of convenience here.
Not being able to live within the boundary of where there's at-risk children, schools, playgrounds of that nature.
Being banished from Texas is essentially what we're looking at. I don't think that saying that unincorporated areas should have the same authority that is granted to other cities is a strong argument, when the authority granted to other cities is not founded on any rational basis.
So last question. You believe that a sex offender's ability to live in the house of their choice is more important than protecting the child that could possibly be the victim of a sex crime?
I think that's a false choice. I don't think that states the situation at all accurately. What we're talking about, I think, is whether or not we intend to be a just society. These kinds of restrictions are de facto punishments applied after a formal sentencing. That's what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Taylor, I just, for those that don't know, I'm an engineer for a living, and when we're talking about data, we're talking about number, we're talking about statistics, I like to relate that to sort of real world stuff. It's not just numbers we're talking about people and families and all that. So just to be clear, without having checked sources and stuff, which I will do, what you were asserting was a little bit different than what what I perceived for this conversation you all just had. You were saying of all of these offenses being committed currently, only 10% of those are someone who have already been convicted, 90% someone who had never had an offense before.
And that's an example that I chose to illustrate somebody that is assigned a high level. The moderate level, which is the most frequent assigned, would be 5% in 5 years, about 1% per year.
So the reason that I find this important is as we are trying to evaluate risk and weigh risk. So we don't just evaluate what a risk is in terms of 10 or 90. We weigh how dangerous that risk is, right? So it might be a small risk, a small percentage risk, but the ramification of that could be large, and that would be a heavier weight than something which might be numerically more likely, but the ramification of that is smaller. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I'm just trying to provide a frame to be able to evaluate the numerical conversation we're having.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And bear in mind that the spouses and children of the people on the registry pay a heavy toll to be relegated to disorganized areas in the state and separated from other family members.
Thank you for your testimony.
you.
Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you. Chair calls Mary Molnar. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening, now, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Mary Sue Molnar. I represent Texas Voices for Reason and Justice and myself. I'm opposed to House Bill 1409. However, I'm grateful to Representative Orr for attempting to lessen the harm by submitting the committee substitute. I think one of the main reasons I'm opposed is because we're the organization who tries to help people find housing. And I would rather, I think for someone who is high risk, it's more important for them to have stability and support. We get so many calls from the higher risk that are living in their car behind a car wash or under a bridge. I don't think that's safer for communities when they're homeless. Plus, they can't be monitored. It's almost impossible to find a place to live. For the high risk, you might be aware of this, they do send out postcards to all the neighbors, so that pretty much nobody will let them live, not even a family member, because postcards get sent out with the name. It says, I get them all the time, a high-risk offender has moved into your area. And then the person on the registry has to pay for those postcards. So it's usually $500, $600. They usually lose their place to live after the postcard is sent out. So they move somewhere else, and then the postcards are sent out again. So it's just a never-ending cycle. But anyway, regardless, in closing, I want to say that Representative Orr, I met with your chief of staff and one of your staff members about this bill a couple of weeks ago. A couple of our registered members met with your staff members in opposition to this bill a while back. And I've got to tell you that we were always treated with kindness and as if our voices mattered. No one ever looked us up on the registry before they had a conversation with us. And we were never treated like the least of the least, even our registered members. In my opinion, that's a direct reflection on who you are, and I appreciate it. So regardless of whether this bill passes or not, and I am opposed to it, I just wanted you to know that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Rick Bailey. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
I'm Rick Bailey. I'm in support of this bill. Same songs, second verse. But as we've laid out here, we neighbor to Ellis County. Lane Grayson was up here earlier and gave testimony. I can tell you that there are over 600 registered sex offenders in the unincorporated area of Johnson County. We are a fast-growing county, and we've got folks moving in from the Metroplex that are seeking this, and it has become an issue where we have several living in a same residence. Some of that's going on. So there's just a lot more to this than the personal attachments that we as parents have. No disrespect, but we're the first ones to forgive our children of whatever sins. I've heard a lot of testimony here today that reflects that. As a parent, I get it. As a grandfather, the last thing I want is for our children to be in harm's way. So I would just ask that you please consider that.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness?
Quick question.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
I appreciate getting to hear the spectrum of testimony on these bills, and while it's difficult, I think it's an important conversation we have. So of the number of registered offenders, and you're going to have to please forgive my ignorance. Is this a binary rating system? Once they've been convicted of any sort of infraction, they're labeled this way, they're on the registry, that's it, it's done? Or is there some grading scale for different types of offenses?
Well, to the question asked earlier, is there a 10% or is there a 90% rating? I don't think that's information that we as elected get on that kind of a scale. We don't know the.
I'm just asking about the actual rating of the registry itself. And I'm not saying likelihood or any sort of psychological thing. I'm just talking about, is the Romeo and Juliet situation the same as the repeated, offender kidnapping children in a white van?
Representative,
It sounds like
I've got your answer. Can I read it to
Chair
you?
recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you. Level 1 is a low range, a designated range of points on the sex offender screening tool indicating that the person poses a low danger to the community and will not likely engage in criminal sexual conduct. Level 2 is considered moderate, a designated range of points on the sex offender screening tool indicating that the person poses a moderate danger to the community and might continue to engage in criminal sexual conduct. And level 3 is considered the highest, and that's what my bill is about. A designated range of points on the sex offender screening tool indicate that the person poses a serious danger to the community and will continue to engage in criminal sexual conduct.
So if I might follow up on that, the ramifications of being on the registry itself, the same for all 3 levels, or does it vary?
Yeah, all 3 levels have to be registered. I believe when we get the postcard, it tells you what level.
Okay, thanks.
Chair
But
recognizes
that may be-
Representative Slayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be for Representative Orr. I'm just curious because, well, and you may know, I'm just trying to figure out if someone's on the list as high, why are they out in public? I don't understand why they're listed as high. And I appreciate you reading that. It's the first time I've ever heard that of the levels.
And Representative Orr will be closing, and questions can be asked
Okay.
for in closing as well, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I certainly appreciate, number one, I've been here all day just like you have. Thank you for your service to our state. I will just say that we don't, at the Commissioner's Court level, we don't get those numbers presented to us. I'm sure there's within our Sheriff's Department, that is where that information would be shared between departments that relate to that, whether they're monitoring, whether they're having their visits with a probation or whatever it is that they're going through. That's going to be on the juvenile, or it's going to be on the other sectors of our probation, whether it be juvenile or whether it be adult. But I appreciate the comments that I have heard from this panel today. I want to be the first to tell you that I really appreciate your work. We need help in the rural areas of our counties because we are fastly growing, to the tune of 1,400 of people a day moving to our state documented. I'll leave it at that. But it's not getting any. This problem is not going to get smaller. It's only going to grow because that offense is only going to grow with that population growth. I'll be happy to answer anything else.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair
you.
calls J. Dan Gum. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
J.Dan Gum, I represent forgiven felons and myself, and I'm against this bill. I like this bill a lot better than earlier. Thank you, Representative Orr, for making a distinction between the levels. Those have been around for a while, so the fact that this committee is making bills that have to do with some of them that are differentiated between and don't even know about this, I'm shocked. And I'm also discouraged because, again, we're making bills that we're either misinformed or uninformed about and don't know all the facts and details. We're just trying to say, oh, we heard a story and we just need to protect the children. And again, I have a 10 and 8-year-old daughter and I want to protect them too. Over the years of last 11 years, we've had our transitional house in Dallas County we've had several high-risk offenders. We've gotten the postcards. We live in a duplex, so we get, when one lived next door, the next door got the duplex about the one living next on the other side. So we understand also what that does psychologically to people. And again, they made their choice a long time ago. But I will say right now, in 11, 12 years of working with the handful of high risks that we've come across, every single one that's personally I've been involved with are amazing citizens now. They are not who they were when they committed the crime. The thing I want to say about statistics also is I work a lot with parole, and my opposition to some of these bills are strictly because of we work with parolees. And again, this bill will also be a huge harm to parolees, high-risk parolees, friends of mine in Ellis County and Johnson County that are already living there that, again, may be grandfathered in by the bill, but as soon as there's a child safety zone that pops up, parole is going to make them move. And I don't know if we could change some language in it that says parole can't make these decisions, but I do thank you for Representative Orr for acknowledging the different risk levels because that will help. And but again, I know a lot of these people in Ellis County. I live in Ellis County now, and I know a lot of them, and some of them are high risk, and they're not going to ever reoffend. And I can say that with just as much fact as some of these researches that we look up and statistics on the web that will say that there's a high risk that they may offend again. But I know that parole, the state of Texas, if you look at the budget, when they're asking for budget for parole, they list recidivism as 20%. But they don't count all the ISF and SafeP that are actually prisons. They don't count those. Recidivism in Texas is actually general, is about 50%. So I know stats can be embellished for whatever our agenda is.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Slayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here in the ministry you serve. Two questions. You said that high-risk offenders won't repeat. Can you explain that? Why? Just help me understand. That's all.
The ones that I've personally worked with, the ones that we've walked alongside and got them the help that are available to them, seeing their daily life, seeing their interaction with their families, knowing their life goals and their dreams and vision boards that we help them produce. Why does anybody not go back to an old habit or an old way? Because they set out a plan and they're going forward. The ones I personally work with have not reoffended to this day.
Okay, and just curious, I have no experience with the type of ministry you provide. What has been the number one help in restoration, reconciliation from these offenders? What has been the number one thing that has helped the registered sex offenders, regardless their level, to not reoffend?
Community. Community. Even in church, even in faith-based communities, churches have small groups, connect groups, a smaller community that they can get together with and talk about things, talk about life's issues and how to help each other walk through those things. We, Forgiven Felons, we're not like every other transitional house out there. And there's some in Johnson County that serve the sex offender population, that those complete transitional houses, all sex offenders, will be shut down if either one of these bills today get passed. And that's not right. But community, whenever you can get people together in a community and there's somebody leading that community that knows the path, knows the way, and even somebody that can't relate. I mean, if you're faith-based, look at Jesus. Jesus couldn't relate to anybody he connected with, but he connected with them, got them in a community, and then said, go sin no more. We think that community, okay, and a lot of them, they can't find the community cities, so they have to go out to the rural areas. But I deal with a lot of homeless people right now too, and when they get kicked out of the county or the unincorporated, they're going to come back to the city and live on the streets, and that's not safer for our communities.
Well,
Second question.
No, yeah, and I just wanted to appreciate you answering those. I appreciate the ministry you do provide.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so glad you're here today. I really am. So,
Me too. I'm glad y'all are here.
First, in defense of the kind of the process, thousands of bills come through this assembly.
I know.
We hope that the bill authors learn about their bill. So what you just witnessed here was bill author brings a bill. I don't know anything about the statistics behind it.
That was great to
I think
watch.
it speaks to this member that she knew. She had that data for me. And I will ask the question if I feel the ignorance. But here's what I wanted to talk to you about was, once again, the real world expression of these numbers that we look at papers and online and stuff. When we have an opportunity to talk to somebody who lives in this world and has experience, I would value your lived experience, your real world experience over how long have you been doing this, sir?
Since I've been out, 17 years yesterday.
17 years. So I would value your experience over some of these. There's sometimes statistical data can be cherry picked or whatever.
Yes.
It's not. You always have to prosecute that data, right? So I would assert what we should be doing is finding best practices and processes that actually work to help rehabilitate people and move them forward, make our community safer. And I would suggest that what you all are doing is a model for that.
And I would love to be a part of coming up with legislation. I'm
So
not totally
it's way
against
too late
these
for us
things.
to draft
Yeah, I
legislation,
know.
but please come back next session because I totally want to work with you, brother.
And I think one of the things I want to address in this particular bill and the other one, it has the words in or like just passing through a child safety zone. Those are the ones that if they already live out there and then the county puts something up in between home and their work, on that road, parole will not let them drive on that road anymore.
Let me ask you this last question. What is going to be safer for our communities if folks who end up on this registry for whatever reason, at whatever level they are communities safer if they are part of community in a stable place to live with a job where they can provide for themselves and their families, or are they possibly more of a problem if they're on the street homeless?
They're way more of a problem on the street if they're homeless.
I believe that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1409? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Orr to close. Okay, can you check in? What's your name?
Beverly Thomas. I'm on there as a no.
I would just need her name and I can check. Just give it a second.
And it'll be short.
Here it is, Beverly Thomas. Chair calls Beverly Thomas. Okay. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position.
I'm Beverly Thomas. I represent myself. I'm against the bill. I did pass out something earlier that you may or may not have been able to read, but I just want to emphasize something on there that I did not say earlier. It's not my son that keeps me motivated to work on this issue. Some of you may or may not, some of you are too young, remember Representative Ray Allen. In the 1990s, he was responsible for creating most of the sex offender laws in Texas, the registry. However, some years later, Representative Allen came out publicly acknowledging that he was convinced that the growing registry was actually threatening public safety. He did begin to try to work to change things. He and I began conversations and communicated, and he encouraged me to continue to study this, to fight it. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago of cancer, or I'm fully convinced that he would be here fighting against it also. all of your questions are good. I appreciate yours so much, and I appreciate you so much. But all of your questions are why you've probably heard today that we need an interim study. We need a study to find out all the information that you've asked. We need a study that will tell us the truth, which facts are online are true and which are not. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, out there. So I would encourage you to not pass this bill or the earlier one and to ask for an interim study to study the whole issue.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness?
I have a very quick
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you so much for your courage in being here in a clearly difficult situation for you, and I appreciate you forwarding the conversation. There was just one thing I actually meant to ask you before when you were talking about the relationship your son was in, where the parents were consenting, and then they broke up and it became a problem. We know the young lady's age, but what was your son's age at the time that this occurred?
When they started dating, he was 18.
Okay.
She was 14. Texas does have a law that
Yes, it did.
4 years and you can get off the registry. However, if you're 4 years and 1 day, then you're on there for life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And also in answer to that, they didn't break up. Someone filed charges and they were not allowed to see each other again by law.
Are there any other questions for this witness? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1409? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Orr to close.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses that were here to testify, and I want to thank the members for their thoughtful consideration. Representative Slayton, in response to your question earlier, some of the statutes don't say that you have to spend life in prison, so yes, at some point they will be released and monitored. And I encourage you to go to the Texas Department of Public Safety website. You can go in there and do a search for your neighborhood, and it will map out and pinpoint low, moderate, and high-risk offenders in your area. And the other thing I would like to say is I represent a very rural portion of Texas, 7 counties, 41 school districts, 51 municipalities. I live just outside of a town of 1,400 people. There is a lot of places to live that are not near where children congregate. And I appreciate the commissioners that have sat here all day to testify. They care a lot about their community, and they're the reason that I put this bill forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, members. Are there any question for it? Chair recognizes Representative Schatzline.
Representative Orr, I just want to thank you for this bill. I have a citizen who came to me before session and asked me if we could do something about this issue. She was sexually assaulted at 14. 10 years later, her offender came out of jail, moved in next door, and taunts her every single day. So on behalf of that citizen that came to me, I want to thank you personally for putting this forward.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 1409 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1891 and recognizes Representative Swanson to explain.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Niave Criado and members. Appreciate you staying so late. In July of 1876, the first legislature authorized an act creating a 5-person commission to review the post-Reconstruction law and develop a comprehensive set of rules and regulations for the state of Texas that would create the earliest framework for the legal, administrative, and criminal codes today. The commission created the 1879 revised civil statutes, establishing a foundation of policies and procedures for our courts, commissions, state government, and local elected officials. In the 1879 revised statutes, Article 1511 codified that 3 out of 5 members of a county commissioner's court constitute a quorum, with one important exception. Article 1517 of the revised statutes explicitly stated that in order for a county to levy a county tax, all 5 members of the Commissioner's Court must be present. The universal quorum requirement to protect constituents from a lack of transparency or representation in the levying of tax is critical. In the early 1900s, the Texas Court of Appeals cases Staten v. the State of Texas and Edmondson v. the State of Texas directly cited this portion of the code as justification for siding with and protecting plaintiffs who were being illegally taxed by a small group of county commissioners' court. This requirement for a universal quorum was so important to the Texas legislature that it remained unchanged for over 100 years until it was changed to 4 members of the 1983 Vernon's Annotated Civil Statutes to push more taxes through county courts. Unfortunately, as a result of the 1987 recodification of the West Texas Civil Statutes into the local government code, the state has never revisited this essential requirement that ensured that all citizens have a voice before countywide taxes are assessed. It is, in fact, allowing taxation without representation. House Bill 1891 strikes a compromise between established legal and legislative precedent and the needs of counties by returning the universal quorum requirement to the Commissioner's Court of the most populous county in the state. As a Harris County representative representing a nearly 99% unincorporated district, my constituents rely on their county commissioner to be their champion. Unlike taxpayers who live in incorporated cities or towns, my constituents do not have a city council or mayor to fight for their interests. House Bill 1891 affects only the state's largest county, one with a budget exceeding $2 billion over the last few budget cycles. Property taxes represent 80% of all general fund revenues as the major source of funding for Harris County and its toll road authority. This is such an overarching issue for our county, it deserves full participation by its governing body. Moreover, a Harris County Commissioner can represent upwards of 1 million residents, nearly 50% more than a United States Congressman. When a Harris County Commissioner is excluded from negotiations or deliberation over countywide taxes, the state disenfranchises 1/4 of the state's largest county. Members, it is important to note that this legislation does not require unanimous consent to levy a tax. All county commissioners are free to vote their conscience and the will of their constituents on any proposal. All the legislation intends to do is return the code to a system that stood for over a century and guarantee that all taxpayers have a voice in the most important deliberations of their county. The first legislature of Texas recognized the necessity of this exception because it protects the taxpayers and promotes the greatest amount of transparency in the process. It is time for the legislature to correct a past oversight and make an incremental change to ensure that tax decisions are not made without being presented to the entire Commissioner's Court. Thank you for your time in hearing this legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and respectfully request time to close.
Thank you. Members, any questions for a representative? Okay. If not, we'll proceed to testimony. Chair calls Tamika Simmons. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Hi, my name is Tamika Simmons, and I am with Tamagwa Healthcare Ministries. I represent a nonprofit charitable healthcare center, and my position is in support of this bill. And I'd like to just bring a different perspective. My charitable organization provides comprehensive healthcare services for low-income, uninsured families in a part of Harris County that is often misunderstood as being very wealthy. But there are tens of thousands that I at least care for that are homeowners that are at 200% or below the federal poverty level. They have been in our communities for generations. And when things like taxes come up and it's increased, depending on what's happening with Commissioner's Court, it's not approached from a bipartisan position. So our residents who live in our communities who do not have the resources could end up having to try to find more income to keep smaller homes that may have been in their families for generations. I have been in healthcare administration for over 25 years, working with wealthy hospitals, and then moved over to the charitable side. And I've seen where if people aren't really aware of what's happening in different parts of the county, you can have people who end up in a position where they cannot afford to live in the homes they've been in. So I see this bill as a real bipartisan way to at least force the conversation, to at least have every commissioner be able to communicate the needs of their community, because just because one may not be impacted by taxes, another, it could be detrimental to their community, and they need the opportunity to at least say, hey, let's talk about this longer. That's my position.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you for coming today. Ms. Simmons,
Yes, sir.
since we're only talking about Harris County, can I just ask which commissioner precinct you live in?
So with the split, I have precinct 3 and precinct 4. We
Which
used to have
precinct do you live in, ma'am?
precinct 3. So Tomball, I live in Tomball, precinct 3.
Thank you.
And my clinic is in Tomball, Texas.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1891? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Swanson to close.
Wow, that was easy. Members, House Bill 1891 returns the provisions for transparency and representation before levying a tax to the original intent of the legislature for over a century. Again, this bill is bracketed to only Harris County. I respectfully request favorable consideration from the committee, and I close.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you for coming for us today, Ms. Swanson. I appreciate you airing your concerns. What brings the consideration for this at this time? My question is, did you file a similar bill to this last session?
I did not.
So what changed between last session and this session that would cause you to want to change the rules just for our county?
Thank you for that question. It has come to my attention that the requirement for all 5 members of Commissioners Court to be present is historical. That's the way it was for over 100 years. And I feel like the raising of taxes is so important and affects everyone, whether they have a lot of money, a little bit of money, that it's very important that we all be represented.
May I ask, so you said a majority of your district is unincorporated? Yes?
Absolutely, I have
Okay, I got that. Over
fewer than
99%.
2% of my, yes.
Mine is 100% unincorporated.
Is it really?
It is.
Okay.
So I like to say, I don't get to vote for mayor. Nobody I represent gets to vote for mayor. I'm not playing in that race, just for the record. But let me ask you this question. Since this legislature last session enacted laws for transparency on property taxes, so you can go online, any county in the state, no matter where you live, and you can look yourself up and find where your tax dollars go. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of where your property tax dollars go? So my question is, what percentage of your property tax bill goes to the county as opposed to school, municipal utility district, ESD, all those things? Do you know?
I can get that for you, but no, I don't run
No, I'm
around
just
with
asking
that
if you
in
know
my
that
head.
standing here. So, in past, how long have we been playing by these rules in Texas? You said for the first 100 it was one way. So
Mhm.
how long has it been the way it is right now, where you only need 4 of the 5?
Hold on a second. I want to make sure I give it to you right. Let's see. In 1987.
Very good. So in that time, in the last 40 years, it's been okay up until the partisan makeup of the Commissioner's Court changed. Is that correct?
I know where you're going with that, but I
It's a yes or
actually
no
do not
question.
think it was okay. And I was probably remiss in not bringing this bill last time, and I apologize for that.
Very good. I thank you very much. For
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you own a house?
I do.
Do you pay taxes on that house?
Yes.
Does one of the county commissioners represent you?
Yes.
Is it important to you if that county commissioner is present when they vote to tax
Absolutely.
you?
Absolutely.
And do you think that that's fair for all 5 areas of the county for their specific county commissioner to be present, to do their
Absolutely.
duty, to be present when that
Yeah,
happens?
absolutely. Property taxes have gotten so high that many of us and many of my constituents are saying that they won't be able to stay in their house after retirement, and so this is very important to everyone. We must have representation for all parts of the county.
Just because something might have been okay for 40 years doesn't make it right. I want my county commissioner present in Tarrant County.
Right.
I want my commissioner present every time they're going to tax me. I like the bill. I think it's important, regardless of political makeup. I just think it's important when they're going to tax anyone that they're present, and I actually like the idea of it.
Thank you.
One more time for me.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
So to follow on that, if it's important for Harris, why not the whole state?
I think it
Would
is
you be
important,
amenable to the amendment by Tinderholt?
as long as it does, as long as it's germane to the bill, because I need to check if you're going smaller, are you enlarging to? Yeah, you're taking a bill that's smaller and enlarging. We can, if it'd been statewide, we could cut it down and
So
bracket
since it's
it.
for a single county, are you willing to go local and consent on this one?
If y'all think it would survive there, you're going to help me get it through?
Will not. Just saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Okay, one last question, and yeah, I understand what people are talking about when they say, I can't stay in my house after I'm retired, but is it not true that if you're 65 and you're retired, that you can forego paying any taxes and leave that tax due to your heirs of the home?
I don't know too many people who would want to do that.
Well, the only question I would have is your value of your home in Texas going up faster than your taxes per year?
I would be happy to
If
get
that
back
is
to you
the
on that.
case, then they'll actually leave more to their heirs if they stay in that house than if they move. But that's just a question to ponder.
Thank you. No other questions, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. House Bill 1891 will be left pending at this time. The chair lays out House Bill 2185 and recognizes Chairman Burns to explain.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, committee members. So this is one of those simple bills for you. I promise you. So a couple of years ago, literally before last session, my county commissioners wanted to make an appropriation to the historical foundation in the county that is tasked with taking care of our historical monuments and historical, important historical features in our county. And they found that our county attorney said they could not make that appropriation because there is this bracket in state law that says counties with a population between 239,000 and 825,000 cannot make those appropriations. So if you're smaller, you can do it. If you're bigger, you can do it. So we drafted a bill to remove that bracket. It passed the House last session, unfortunately died in the Senate. I don't know why that bracket's in there. We've even contacted the Historical Commission to find out why the bracket's there. Don't know why it is. It was added a long time ago, but this bill would remove that bracket and allow our county to do what other counties that are smaller and larger to appropriate money to the historical foundation in our county and other counties that are the same size as ours. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chairman Burns? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you, Chairman Burns. I would just like to know the answer to that question myself, so if you could find it, sure let me know, will you?
I'll keep digging. We've been trying to find out, and I don't know.
Go figure.
Don't know, yeah.
I appreciate your brevity and lack of witness.
Thank you. And there are folks who registered but not to testify. So with that, is there anyone who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2185? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Burns to close.
Again, thank you, members. I'd appreciate your favorable consideration of that bill. And with that, I close.
Thank you. House Bill 2185 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Joint Resolution 109 and recognizes Chairman Burns to explain.
Not so simple. Now, to give you some background, I have a new county to my district, Somerville County, second smallest county geographically in the state, has about 10,000 folks in it. And I was contacted by the elected officials, some of my elected officials in the county, about the treasurer's position. We have an elected treasurer's position, unlike most counties in the state. In fact, you should have a letter, you should have some information in your Dropbox from my county commissioner's court about that position. But my county judge informed me that for the better part of the past decade, there have been a variety of inconsistencies and serious issues occurring within the office of the treasurer. The court has gone down just about every avenue available in trying to correct this. The commissioners and the judge have concluded that moving this position from an elected position to an appointed position would be best. In December of 2022, the former treasurer retired and the county appointed an individual to take on the duties, and the appointed treasurer is fully aware of and actually supports transferring the duties of the office. I'm not sure what comments will be made during public testimony today, but I would like to take a moment to address some of the concerns that have been raised by individuals and groups, frankly, that don't live in or vote in Somerville County to us. One of the concerns was that moving to an appointed treasurer would result in lack of accountability regarding the treasurer's duties on the part of the person who assumes the duties of the office. We've drafted this constitutional amendment in such a way that if adopted, the voters of Somerville County, if adopted by the voters of Somerville County, the Commissioners Court will decide on who carries the duties of the office. Additionally, it will allow the court the discretion to change the individual who holds those duties in the case that inconsistencies arise in the future. This will cause that individual to be accountable to the Commissioners Court and therefore accountable to the taxpayers. What if this isn't what the people of Somerville County want? Well, this is a constitutional amendment, which means that its passage simply allows the people of the county the ability to vote on this matter. If the people of Somerville County oppose this, then their vote will reflect that. I don't live in Somerville County. I live in Johnson County. And I don't get to choose this. I'm just trying to pass this so the voters of Somerville County can determine what they want. Another concern was this is unprecedented. If it passes, it will open the door for all other treasurer's offices to be abolished. Well, 9 counties, as well as the state of Texas, have done away with the office of treasurer back in the 80s and 90s. Those counties vary greatly in population and size, ranging from 25,000 to almost 2 million residents, which means it is precedented and doesn't open a Pandora's box for broad abolition. It's simply done on a case-by-case basis by counties who determine that this is the best way for them to move forward. Shortcomings with the elected treasurer created issues, according to my commissioners, with the IRS regarding late payments and penalties for late payment. A long list of deficiencies from independent outside audits done in 2019 and 2020 when they could do audits. The underpayment of the county health insurance plan nearly eliminated the health care program for our county employees, and the list goes on. And look, I have the utmost respect for treasurers across the state. The Johnson County treasurer, the county in which I live, does an outstanding job. And moving to an appointed position in my county would not be the answer. May not be the answer and it wouldn't be the answer for most counties in Texas without question. Probably only a couple really need this remedy. However, the last decade has proven to anyone familiar with Somerville County issues that no association, no group, or people from outside that county should make this decision. It should be solely in the hands of the voters of Somerville County. Members, at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about it.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chairman Burns? If not, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Trey Brown. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Trey Brown. I'm the county attorney of Somerville County. I'm here on behalf of Danny Chambers, our county judge who couldn't make it tonight. I'm also representing the commissioners, myself personally with what I've dealt with this issue within the county, and Valerie Williams, who is our appointed treasurer, is here today. She asked not to speak, but she said if I say something wrong, she'll grab my leg or something to let me know I've misrepresented her. This is a little different for me from doing
Your
closing.
position on the bill?
I'm sorry, I am for this bill. I'm usually used to making closing arguments, not just up here speaking, so I apologize. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background, only because I'm going to loop around and make a point about it later. I've been an assistant district attorney in Dallas County for 2.5 years. I've been in Johnson County for the last 12.5 years. When Andy Lucas passed away in a car accident, I'd been living in Johnson County for 3 years, and the commissioners asked me to step in, and I've been there since March 1st. I've been a felony court chief. I've been in misdemeanor court. Felony court is a 2 or 3, misdemeanor chief. And before I get in to what it's a train wreck. But the reason I'm making those points are, I can probably tell you something if you ask me about how many misdemeanor prosecutors or felony prosecutors Dallas County or Johnson County may need. I may be able to give you some help, but even though I've only been out in Johnson County for a year, I honestly can't tell you anything than what I know from when I was there. I can't tell you how good those prosecutors are. I can't tell you that they still need 2 per court. I can't tell you that they need 2 more because I'm not there. I was those positions. I still am now a county attorney, but still a prosecutor. But I can't go to another county, especially one that I've never been in, and get up here and try to actually give you guys accurate information on what you should do. It's just not possible. When I took over March 1st, never been a county attorney. I was nervous, like any position. We all have to learn it. And we were immediately hit with, we were covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield. The premiums were missed for all the county employees. We were getting late notices. We were having to pay penalties on them. Aflac, our supplemental insurance that comes in, those premiums were not getting paid for the employees that had signed up for the extra coverage. We're getting fined by the IRS because we were not filing our W-2s electronically as was required by the county or by the state or federal government. I think we were charged the tune of about $14,000 a year for that. Money was missing. The police chief came in one day and told me before I got there that they'd received a $40,000 check that was going to go for fire equipment. Never got deposited. He had checked with our treasurer for months, never found it. Literally went in, asked her for it. She picked up her coffee cup one day, and the check was sitting underneath the coffee cup, and it had expired, and they lost out on those funds.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
I know I'm going to regret this. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
So while I totally get what you're saying, and I appreciate the position folks in Somerville are probably feeling like, especially with the situation as it is, it sounds to me like this is a bunch of complaints about an individual person. Is there not a way to put in processes and I'm a process and procedure person. Processes and procedures. I noticed in one of the things, in one of these documents that you've handed us, a comment about the requirements for the position are too low. There's no way to upgrade those things to try to bolster this position so that you don't have someone who's, that the personal organization and acumen of the individual does not affect your whole county. Like, is there no way to put a structure in place that kind of helps prevent that?
I wish I could tell you there were, but when the treasurer resigned, the commissioners let go of the lady that was working for. Both of those people in the county our size of roughly 10,000, they're both related to about half the county. So if they were to sign up and decide to run again, they will win, and there's nothing that anybody can do about it, and they're right back in there for another 4 years.
Right, so that's exactly what I'm asking you about. If you have someone in there who is a politician who's able to get a bunch of votes and not necessarily qualified for the position, is it possible to structure the way it works or the requirements for the position or some combination of both of those things to lessen the impact of an individual who may not be effective? And I'm trying to be as kind as I can.
Yes. The commissioners actually hired a third person to try to help her out, and it didn't get any better.
So again, we're talking about individuals here, and so in industry we would call this tribal knowledge, where you don't have structures and policies and procedures in place. You are relying on the historical knowledge of the individuals, and when you have someone in there who's not competent, everything falls apart. So is there no way to to actually structure this so that the competency level of the person does not have to impact the entire county's financial position?
Other than allowing her to draw her salary and literally sit in the office and do nothing and hire people to do every one of her duties, no.
So how will all these duties get managed if you eliminate the office of the treasurer? Who will take care of all those individual duties at that point? And will you be creating a structure for those folks to do that job?
Yes, sir. So the structure's kind of already been put in place. We brought out an outside auditor who goes around and helps clean up small counties. He's been here for about 6 months. He's actually helping train Valerie now on the duties, since she was kind of newly appointed. And our auditor is going to absorb the positions, and Valerie will stay on underneath the auditor with the additional staff that's still there.
So it's really could I characterize this as just saying we're replacing an elected position with an appointed one?
Honestly, no. We're trying to stop the money leaking from the county by eliminating a position that we can't keep from having more money leak out of at any given election in the future.
I appreciate you putting up with my questioning.
No, sir. No problem.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Gayla Hawkins. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Gayla Hawkins, the Grayson County Treasurer, and I'm currently serving as the President of the County Treasurers Association of Texas. I am here to speak in opposition of HJR 109. Hearing arguments that the Office of County Treasurer is not feasible for the operations of its county and would be more efficiently operated by another office is, in my opinion, evidence of lack of understanding and how important it is that this role remains independent in county government. This independence is important in any sized county. This elected office was created along with all other elected offices to work together and separately to act as checks and balances for the transparent fiduciary responsibilities given those offices from the voters of their respective constituency. The Office of County Auditor was later created by statute as an appointed official to have financial oversight of all county offices, including Commissioners Court. The inner workings of these financial and accounting offices provide for the critical transparency and accountability that citizens of our counties deserve and expect. To abolish the Office of Treasurer in any county is a further step towards the dissolution of that transparency and accountability, and I'm quite certain that the majority would be vehemently opposed if they are made aware of the real implications of doing so. I have served as county treasurer myself for 26 years and fully understand the duties of my office, of which I took an oath to protect and defend. I earnestly request that any actions taken to abolish the Somerville County Treasurer's Office be opposed. It is imperative that the framework of our local government continue to be preserved. Any argument made in favor of proving that we have grown past the need for an elected treasurer is evidence of a lack of understanding about the importance of direct financial accountability to the voters that has evolved with the times to include data security and compliance. Again, we are elected to serve with a fiduciary responsibility to the people, and any action taken to chip away at this framework further removes the integrity of our offices. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
And with my apologies to the entire committee for going down this road again, can I ask you just could you speak to some of the questions I was just asking about this situation where we end up with an individual in place who may be less talented or less competent at it, or even just irresponsible? Is it possible to put procedures and structure in place to buffer the impacts of because it sounds to me like what we have here is an individual who has affected the financial health of an entire county.
statute dictates what the county treasurer does, and if those statutes are not being followed, and the duties of the office are not being done, then there are grounds for removal from office.
Is the removal a political process, or is it like a commissioner's court?
Commissioner's court, or someone that brings it before.
And last question, unrelated, all the green members from the County
Yes, sir.
Treasurers Association?
These are all treasurers
The
from
green
across the
ribbons?
state.
Cool, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jennifer Henderson.
Thank you all.
Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Henderson, the Schleicher County Treasurer, and serve as the immediate past president of the County Treasurers Association of Texas. I am speaking today in opposition to HJR 109, as it will remove a large portion of the checks and balances necessary to ensure the proper use of public funds. The structure of county government mimics that of the state, as we are divisions of the state of Texas. We have a governing body in our Commissioners Court. The treasurer performs similar functions to the state comptroller, and much to your point, Representative Rosenthal, the county auditor is the independent oversight, as is the state auditor. Considering this committee's history of ensuring the transparency of government, I urge the members not to vote in favor of removing the checks and balances already prescribed by state law. The County Treasurers Association of Texas was requested by to come work with the treasurer in Somerville County back in March of 2021. Treasurer Graves is now retired. It was our understanding up until February of this year that things were heading in the right direction. The Commissioners Court appointed a new treasurer in January of this year, the Honorable Valerie Williams, who did come from the auditor's office. I did confirm with Treasurer Williams in person in her office on February 10th of this year, and she said at that time that she was interested in running for the office and would like to continue to act as treasurer. So Somerville County does have some work to do getting their financials in order. As of February of this year, the county hasn't had a full, complete audit. My records show back to 18. Earlier, Representative Burns said 2020, but still, statutory compliance requires that at least every other year, so they're definitely in arrears there. But the Commissioners Court hasn't gotten this completed. The review of the financial records, it does seem ill-timed to get rid of the watchdog of the county finances. The fiscal accountability provided by an elected treasurer is in the best interest of county government across Texas, and I do hope it remains this way. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I would be happy to answer any questions.
The chair recognizes Representative Gerties.
How long is the county treasurer, or how many times has she been elected
Treasurer Graves?
in this county that we're removing the?
Well, I know she was reelected in November and then retired and served at least a full term before that. I believe she may have been elected 3 times, but I am not positive.
Okay. So were these issues, and you might not know the answer, might be for somebody else in the audience, but were these issues talked about during her campaign? Was it public knowledge of what was going on with her particular office? And the folks of the county still wanted her to be in that position. Obviously, if they elected her, I just don't know if all these issues were made public about what kind of financial situation the county was in.
I can't speak to directly what happened in the media in that county. I can tell you in our county, when we have our outside audit completed every year, anything that is cited in those is gone over in Commissioners Court. So I would think at that time the public would know about it.
And then, I mean, was the Commissioners Court working with her to get these issues resolved?
My understanding is there was a lot of tension between the Commissioners Court and the Treasurer's Office. They have also, in the last year and a half, replaced their auditor. And so in county government, what county treasurers do, part of what we do is, like, say, to verify warrants or invoices for payment. That's in statute before we disperse money, county funds. But when you have a county auditor, they are supposed to audit what all elected officials do. When it comes to the invoices, they should be making sure it was a budgeted fund. But part of an auditor's job is to also make sure that all elected officials are following statute. So there is some
So the
some
burden of
compliance
this
in
falls
place.
on the auditor?
If you have a county auditor, that should be part of the compliance process that is in place. And county auditors by statute get to set policy It's actually a misdemeanor if they have given you a written procedure and you don't follow it. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody get the $500 fine, but it is in statute that if an auditor prescribes a process, then the elected official would have to follow that process.
Thank you.
Members, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you for being here, Jennifer. So if you have a county of 10,000 and nobody there is qualified to do this at this point, other than if they're related to, everybody else in town, what is the recommendation from the treasurer? Would you bring somebody in from outside till the next election? How do you fix that? And then also make sure that everybody on both sides is accountable, including the county judge and the county commissioners.
So I know in the case of this county, it's been a while ago, but the Commissioners Court has discretion right now of where payroll is done. So that's a Commissioners Court discretion. Payroll was moved out of the Treasurer's office and assigned to the Auditor's office. They could have assigned it to anyone, but they never assign it anywhere fun, like a sheriff's office. But, payroll got moved to the Auditor's office. They were still processing invoices there. But if there's somebody potentially not competent in the Treasurer's office, I would assume a Commissioner's Court would use the Auditor's office to help bring that into compliance. So, but were you asking specifically if it was under 10,000?
It sounds, well, the county sounds like it's about 10,000.
It's 10
There's a
to.
possibility that there's nobody in that county that has the training to do the treasurer or the auditor. It sounds like they've had incompetencies in some way in some of that to this point.
Well, they were able to find a competent auditor, so, and they are statutorily large enough to where they had both sides. Part of what our organization does is offer training, so we certainly go in person. I've gone to quite a few counties actually to go help work, whether it's get bank statements back in balance, but treasurers are required to get 20 years of education per year. So there's lots of resources available.
And I just want to advise the audience that in order, any conversations, we ask that you not speak regarding these particular issues while another person's testifying. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are education requirements that are already in play, and I would think bringing in sometimes an outside CPA, I've seen that happen, and then sometimes that person will train a treasurer to do things that way too.
Sounds like there needs to be also an audit on, the educational requirements for everybody in that county. I don't know. Are we all, in the questions that we're not going to get to answer tonight is, was this treasurer, did she have the continuing education necessary to do the things right? Or she just, as somebody else stated, not going to do it?
To my knowledge, she did complete all of her education hours. I never was under the impression that she wasn't willing to do the job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members. Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Leanne Monk. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Oh, good evening, committee. My name is Leanne Monk, and I'm the Tyler County Treasurer, and I am here tonight to represent myself in opposition of HJR 109. I'm listening to the testimony given by the previous gentleman, the attorney, and I'm here to tell you that I am the example of how you need to trust the process. The process is set forth by a whole lot smarter people than I am, and they set the Texas Constitution in place, and they had an idea that everybody deserved checks and balances, and everybody deserved a voice for their money. And we work hard for that money, and so that voice is very important to me, and that is why I ran. And I ran as a result of all the things that we have mentioned here that is happening right now in Somerville County. Our treasurer before me had all of her duties and responsibilities taken away from her because of her lack of ability to do so, to do what she was charged to do. But my county decided not to abolish the position, but instead trust the process and trust that in a county of 23,000 people, somebody would be not related and would run and everything would be okay. Now, I am related to a lot of people, but I can tell you that I have been competent in my job, in my position, and I am now in my second term. I am proud of the job that we have done, and I am begging you to understand that we have a process for a reason. And the process of the Texas Constitution does not need to be discarded because people may or may not enjoy their job, may or may not be competent to do their job, or may not get along with somebody in their county. So what I'm going to tell you today is that elected, and I'm totally off script, so I'm so sorry about that. But I am that example. I am the process working, and I am proud of that. But people in elected positions change all the time. Elected officials are at the mercy of the voter based on the job that they do, related or not. I am fully aware of this reality at all times, as I'm sure y'all are too. The decision of who fills a position is completely different from if there is a position at all. Who fills a position should remain the voter's choice, and however, the position itself was decided on long ago by those wise legislatures who believe that all Texans should have a voice voted in to ensure the accountability of their tax dollars. Once we start down the road of abolishment, we are turning away from those fundamental beliefs. Another example is since first taking office in 2019, I've learned firsthand the importance of separation of duties, responsibilities, and core functions within local government. Allowing one office, no matter which one, to control all the aspects of day-to-day operations in government can be a dangerous and unclear road to travel. In Tyler County, like most other counties in Texas, we received ARPA funds. My Commissioner's Court decided that it would be a good idea to give every elected official a $3,000 ARPA payment. Although there has been much debate as to whether we should or should not have done that, I stood against my court in opposition. I was that checks and balances. Based on code, law, legal advice, and personal conviction, I went against all but 2 other officials in my county.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Orr.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Were you appointed?
No, ma'am, I ran.
Okay. And are you bonded?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process?
The bond made out to the county judge is to take care of anything that I do inappropriately.
Yes.
To make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and that if I don't, then...
And that's statewide?
It's statewide, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Tracy Solden. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, in your position on the bill?
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I am Tracy Solden, Kerr County Treasurer, and I'm speaking in opposition to HJR 109. The Treasurer, as the Chief Financial Custodian, is responsible for assuring the accuracy and the safety of county funds. Statutorily, county treasurers are responsible for receiving monies belonging to the county, keeping and accounting for all monies in a designated depository, maintaining records of all deposits and withdrawals, dispersing all monies in such a manner as the Commissioner's Court may direct, acting as chief liaison between the county and all depository banks, and investing county funds in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act and the county's investment policy. We are also an extension of the state, collecting monies for the state and reporting on behalf of the state comptroller. The comptroller trusts and depends on our capacity to perform these duties. Somerville County will not be able to comply with many of the duties as laid out in Local Government Code Section 113, among a myriad of other statutes that specifically name the treasurer as the custodian of county funds. In addition to the statutory duties laid out for a treasurer in the Local Government Code, we also have duties prescribed by the Government Code, the Code of Criminal Procedure, and the Agriculture Code. Abolishment would remove a key layer of oversight in banking operations as well. Texas law provides that treasurers may not disperse funds without proper orders for payment. When counties act according to best practices, the treasurer verifies the legality and propriety of orders for payment, and the auditor validates the order and ensures that they are budgeted expenses. This relationship adds additional layers of accountability for taxpayer funds. Texas counties are increasingly the target of attempted bank fraud, and some have lost taxpayer funds from fraudulent ACH transactions. Treasurers receive specific annual training that is statutorily required to help guard against bank fraud so that they can be the county's watchdog. Criminals are using increasingly sophisticated methods to steal, and training is continually updated to reflect these new methods. It would be illogical to remove the county's banker from overseeing the safety of the county's financial transactions. Abolition bills usually surface from personality conflicts and political retribution, rather than a position of being a sound, fiscally responsible decision. Elected officials come and go, yet the institution remains and certainly should not be eliminated over a local squabble between elected officials. This is not just a Somerville County issue, it's a statewide constitutional position. I implore you to vote against the abolishment of the elected treasurer's office in Somerville County in order to preserve the integrity of county finances and to keep the system of checks and balances put into place by the Constitution.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dr. Carla Wyatt. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Dr. Carla L. Wyatt. I am in opposition of this, House Bill 109. I'm so sorry, I'm tongue-tied. I am from the Harris County, and I'm so excited to be here because I believe that all the ladies and gentlemen in the green ribbons, we worked very hard for these positions. I think each and every one of you ran for your offices. And in running for your offices, I'm sure that you worked your behinds off to be here, and so did we. The first thing is that this is ridiculous that we're trying to get rid of something that our forefathers set forth for us to follow in the Constitution. Treasurers across the state serve a vital role in transparency, accountability, and fiduciary responsibility. I believe that, there are a lot of people that are probably not qualified for their positions. And they probably have sat in those seats for a very long time, and they've made some mistakes and had to learn along the way. I'm from a very large county. I am from the largest county in the state of Texas. I didn't expect so many things from Harris County to be on the discussion today, but I'm just thrilled to be here, but I think it is our responsibility to preserve the wisdom of our forefathers and to preserve the checks and balances of the Treasurer's Office to provide the best service to the constituents of the state of Texas. This is an attempt at a power grab. This is an attempt to weaken the system that was established a long time ago, and so it is my sincere hope that this committee will stand with us and strike down this bill. I am not a politician. I am a public servant. I've worked for Harris County for the last 20 years. I started as an intern. I've worked for Harris County Engineering, Flood Control, Toll Road, Right-of-Way, Construction, a county commissioner, a constable, and now I am your Harris County treasurer. And so I do not take this lightly. Many things happened to and around me during my campaign. And so for this to come up at this time is truly an attack on all of the hard work that we all have done. And so on January the 1st, I took an oath. And so today I'm asking you to take a vow. And in that vow, there are 3 letters. The first one is the V. Harris County treasurers are very valuable, and I hope that you will see that. You have an O, which is your opportunity to do the right thing. There's also a W. In that W, I hope that you will use your work to show our worth. Again, I'm Dr. Carla L. Wyatt from Harris County. Carla like the hurricane, Wyatt like Earp. Some people call me trouble.
Well, if you'll stay up here, Chair recognizes Representative Slayton.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I had a couple questions because I'm trying to learn about this as well. And what I'm heard is there was some incompetency and looking to correct it by making this move. So my question is, have you heard of any other elected position where there was incompetence and then they decided to get rid of the position in the county? Or is this something typical that they kind of has happened with county treasurers? Or what do you know about other elected officials, how and this bill, you know, the concept of this bill?
My personal experience, like I said, I've worked at the county for 20 years, and I've seen incompetence in several offices, and people
Right.
didn't get put out.
Right. And I'll give
They
you,
corrected it, and they moved on. They figured out a way to put policies and procedures in place to ensure that these things would not happen again.
right. And I'm not going to mention the sheriff's department, but I know of one sheriff's department that somebody was ordering pizza using the credit card, and an inmate memorized the credit card that was read over the telephone, which they were just listening, and then they looked through the front window of the jail, called the bail bond business. The phone number was on the sign, and they bailed themselves out with the county credit card. That was what I would say is some incompetence.
Absolutely.
And no one was trying to remove different, the elected official or anything. They had different procedures how they ordered food after that point. So anyway, I just appreciate it. I'm just trying to understand, you know, how, what's causing this, and then, of course, why this solution to the problem. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
In my opinion, I believe this is an attempt to have a power grab and to put an appointed person into this position so that certain people can be in charge without having those checks and balances and not having that watchdog in place.
Okay, and thanks for mentioning that. So that brings up one more question. So someone gets elected to office, they're elected by however many people vote, right? Majority of people that vote there. If this were to be in place, that treasurer, instead of being accountable to the public, they would now be accountable to three, because just the majority of the commissioners court, that if three people on the commissioners court, assume it's, you know, 4 commissioners and county judge, if they decide they don't like the person,
They don't like
regardless
the
of their
color
job
tie they
description,
have
now
on.
those 3 people get to get rid of them instead of the public
Yes,
voting
sir.
them out. Okay,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very much.
The chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. It's a pleasure to see my county treasurer here. Welcome to your Texas House.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service to our county. I know I have been in this role a short time, and I know you have been a couple of decades.
No, well, I've been in this role since January
No,
1.
I
I've
understand.
been at the county for 20 years.
Couple of decades serving our county, and that's
Yes, sir.
what I would like you to speak to. So no human is perfect, and we cannot expect, whether they are elected, appointed, hired into administrative roles or whatever, nobody can expect everyone to be perfect all the time, right? And so, in your experience, in all these different aspects of our county government, has it been your experience that we put in processes and procedures to make sure that we can correct stuff when it goes off the rails? Because sometimes it does. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And in my office, I've been in my office for 3 months. And my first assistant treasurer is here, Douglas Ray, and he and I have been going over the policies and procedures in our office. For instance, during Hurricane Harvey, I ran all communications for Hurricane Harvey on the federal, state, and local level. 7 days no sleep, 37 days without going home. And so one of the first things we thought about was, what was our emergency management plan? What if the building blew up? What if we had a flood? What were we going to do? And we started seeking in the office, where are the policies, where are the procedures? They do not exist. And so we're in the process of setting out policies and procedures for things that may or may not happen. And so in my experience, it is imperative that you have qualified individuals who are competent, that have experience and understanding that things can go wrong, and when they do go wrong, you admit that it went wrong and you find a way to fix it.
Thank you, and I want to speak to the advantages or disadvantages of having an elected person in this role. I remember, and I probably shouldn't bring this up, but I remember during the election cycle, I do not participate in competitive primaries or whatever, and I just remember the election cycle, part of the whole debate was about issues that had occurred in that office prior. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So in an electoral process, that is an opportunity for the people to choose a correction when stuff is clearly going wrong. So I remember this being an issue. I remember in the general, both of y'all were talking about the same issues.
We were, and
I want you to speak to the value of having an elected person.
the value of having an elected person in that position is there's a separation. And so in that separation, you have those checks and balances. And so no one person or no one group is in charge. Due to personality conflicts or due to just, I don't like the color of your tie, I don't want you here, therefore we're going to do something different. I believe that it is imperative that we have those checks and balances. Before I ran for this office, and while I was running for this office, there were lots of individuals that didn't even know that we had a treasurer's office in Harris County. And people asked me many, many times, well, who is the current treasurer? And I thought that was very odd. But when they saw me coming and they knew that I was running, they may not have remembered my name. They may not have known all of my qualifications, but they knew that I was running for Harris County Treasurer. They knew that I am one of the people. There are two types of people. There's one that watches the clock, and there's another that has no clock. I have no clock. I work 24 hours a day for the constituents of Harris County. You can ask my first assistant treasurer, who gets text messages and emails from me all times of the day and night.
Well, I
So-
appreciate your service, but
Yeah.
I'm watching the clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your
Thank you so
testimony.
much.
Chair calls Pauline Medrano. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Treasurer, and thank you, Madam Chair. We're here, thank you. And committee members, bring you greetings from our wonderful county, Dallas. I'm Pauline Medrano. I'm the County Treasurer for Dallas County. I also serve as the second Vice President of the County Treasurers Association of Texas, and I'm speaking in opposition of H.J.R. 109. The Constitution established county treasurers as independent elected officials. I believe in part of the reason of this is to ensure that they have the freedom to ask tough financial questions. That a person who is hired or appointed does not have that freedom to ask. If I have an issue or need to take action to ensure that the statutes are followed, I'm free to speak up without worried or fear that I'm not going to get fired or that I'm not going to be reappointed by anyone. I answer to the voters and to the law. Removing the voice of an elected official from conversation removes a critical check on the power of the Commissioner's Court. If the legislature starts abolishing treasurers, county by county, this shadow will loom over every treasurer each time they stand up and ask tough questions. They may make other elected officials uncomfortable. No elected official should face the threat of having their office abolished for doing their job. If an elected official is not doing their job correctly, the recourse is to take the case to the voters. Shifting the duties of the treasurer into other offices causes more work in those offices, leading the need for more employees. In the end, there's likely no real cost savings because there's still a need for those key treasurer functions to be completed. The real loss, and it's been mentioned, transparency, accountability, and the fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers and to our voters. Just as the state keeps the legislative functions separate from the comptroller, the elected county treasurers preserves the same checks and balances at the county level. Madam Chair, thank you very much, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I don't think there will be questions from my colleagues, but what I will say is that we're thankful to you for your service, for all of the stuff and work that you've done, paving the road for women, for Latinas in Dallas County. But really, your family's legacy of service in our county is longstanding. So thank you for being here.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you to the members of the committee.
Thank you. Chair calls Cindy Yates Brown.
Finally. Madam Chair, members of the committee,
and Vice Chair Stuckey. Glad to be here from your home county. My name is Cindy Yates Brown. I am here representing the County Treasurers Association of Texas, and I am the Denton County Treasurer and have served in that capacity since 1999. But I altogether have 37 years in the Denton County Treasurer's Office, and so this is a very near and dear subject to my heart. I am opposed to HJR 109, seeking the abolishment of the position of County Treasurer in Somerville. I can't add any more to you tonight than what my colleagues have already said. But as Representative Rosenthal said, it is up to the voters to elect their representation. And we are asking you to preserve that right to the voters of Somerville to elect it. I've heard that this is a local issue. If it was a local issue, they would be taking care of it locally. We wouldn't be standing here before you tonight asking for a state constitutional amendment. It is a statewide issue, and every person in this room that lives in this state will be able to vote for it. So it is more than a local issue. It has implications that are widespread. It's been 40 years since we've lost an elected position in another county. And that is because we have tried our best to educate and inform our legislators and our constituents to the importance of our office. We hold ourselves accountable, and you asked if there could be procedures put in place to address the problems that happened in Somerville. Absolutely. Between the auditor, who is the chief financial officer, and the county treasurer, who is the chief custodian, we both have an obligation to manage those scales between checks and balances. I know those are buzzwords, but it's important that these rights remain to preserve the check and balances between an elected official and an appointed position, so we maintain the autonomy that exists, so there's no concentration of power with either official or the commissioner's court. That autonomy exists for a reason. So I ask for each of you to honor our oath to protect, defend, and preserve our state constitution, and join me in opposition to this bill. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Well, Cindy, I want to tell you, you do a great job for Denton County, and I have two good treasurers, Denton County and Wise County, with Catherine Hudson. So thank you for what you do. We know you do a lot of hard work. Members, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I know you were in my office at 8 o'clock this morning, so you've had a long day.
Thank you.
The chair calls Daphne Tenorio. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
So my name is Daphne Tenorio. I'm a former city councilwoman from the city of Kyle, Texas. I'm a former member of the Texas Municipal League Board, as well as the first woman president of the Association of Hispanic Municipal Officials. I currently serve my constituency of Hays County as the treasurer. We are the fastest growing county in the state of Texas. And let me tell you why that's important. It's important because my constituents got to choose who they wanted to represent them. They chose me because, one, they heard from me, they knew what I wanted to do, they knew that I could guarantee them the transparency that they deserve, and they knew that I would work for them. That is what we all do as an elected official. You asked about a bond, Representative Orr. I carry a $500,000 bond. Why is that important? Somerville, your treasurer, has a bond. Use it. Recoup those expenses. How do you remove me from office? You can. Do you know how? Well, we are all held accountable to our justice system. In order to remove me, you file a bill with the district courts, I go to court, I plead my case, I win my office, or I can lose my office. There are checks and balances for removal. Eliminating an elected official position is not the way to solve a fiscal problem. Educating your constituency, educating your commissioners, educating your community, as well as assuring that your elected official is getting the education and support that they need, is the way you solve your fiscal problems. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I thank my constituency for the opportunity to serve. And I look forward to answering any questions that you might have. I ask for your support in making sure that the people of Somerville have the opportunity that every other person in the state of Texas has, and that's to choose who's going to be their purse string holder and their watchdog.
Thank you, Daphne. How many people a day are you growing by in?
About 1,000.
1,000 in the Hays County?
Yes.
Okay. Denton's right up there with you.
Yes, sir.
Members, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. The chair calls Bill Helton. Bill, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Bill Helton. I'm treasurer for McLennan County, Waco, Texas, and I'm representing myself. I've been treasurer for 30 years, and the jobs that we do are complex. And I want to make a distinction between what we do and what other elected officials do, because not in all cases, but in many cases, we're doing the work. I've done the work in my office. I had to learn how to do it, and it doesn't happen overnight. I'm still learning. And as a matter of fact, I've got some people working for me that I think are going to pass me. They learn a lot faster than I do, but such is the younger generation. My presentation, I've set it aside because I heard some questions from the members of the committee that I wanted to address, just to give you what I think or what I've learned through my experience. I heard someone say, was asking about, well, training somebody. How, you all of a sudden you've got no treasurer. You had a treasurer, now you don't have a treasurer. And I think in Somerville County, as I recall, they really had a problem with both the treasurer and the auditor. Well, okay, you got to have every job in my office. I've structured it so I got a person and a backup. And so, and counties have middle managers. They call them chief deputies. And so it's through this process of structuring your organization that you get a suitable level of professional capability, I guess you call it. And we've got 254 counties and 245 treasurers. I asked Charles Jones in Bell County, he was here in the 80s, what happened? Why did those treasurers get abolished? And he said, well, when they first started presenting those bills, he said that the treasurers just ignored them. They just said, so, well, that's them. And so they just let them slide through. And it wasn't until later that they started working with the legislators and trying to educate them on the situation. What we have, talk about checks and balances, that to me is another word for internal controls. That's what I call internal controls. We also have independent internal audit. What it amounts to is like a dual control that keeps county money safe. The concepts are in the standards for accounting and auditing. They're complex, and you can't expect the county commissioners or the public, the voters, to have a concept of that. But it is extremely important that you have both of those positions in place, because it's risky out there. It's risky. There are a lot of counties have lost money that you don't even know about. As a matter of fact, if you don't have both of those positions, you can lose money and nobody will know about it. You can send a report to Commissioner's Court.
Thank you. Thank
Bunch
you,
of
Mr.
numbers on
Helton.
it. $10 million to be missing. They probably wouldn't know if it's a big county.
Thank you, Mr. Helton.
I'm running out of time.
Well, you're out of time, but I'm going to give, we got questions for you.
Yeah, questions.
Representative Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Helton, for your service. How long did you say you've been serving in this role?
30 years. I'm getting to where I'm getting close to about the longest serving treasurer
And can I ask the population of the county you serve?
About 250,000.
That's a pretty good sized county.
Yeah,
You
it's a pretty good
consider, and I'm sorry that Doc Anderson
Couple
isn't on
hundred-
this
couple hundred
committee.
million
He
dollars.
used to be, I love the man.
Couple $100 million in the bank.
Huh?
About $200 million in the bank.
Okay.
Or that's cash on hand.
So I guess my question is, do you consider your department safeguard for your county's finances?
What's that now?
The safeguard of your county's finances. Is that
Well-
your department?
The safeguards is, like I said, it's internal controls and independent internal audit.
But these are all structures within the treasurer's department, yeah?
In McLennan County, it's always a project we're working on. And so Galveston County, see, I've been here long enough, I know the history of of Galveston County in particular, and they've had their problems, and so, but yeah, it's never totally resolved. It's always something we're working on.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, and I believe it could be said, wise man is never 100% certain. It's the fool that is.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. I got one more question for you, sir. Representative.
My father lives in McLennan County. I appreciate you keeping them on track.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so that's the reason I'm leaning over. All right, thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Carlos Lopez. Thank you, Carlos. You know the routine. Your name, who you represent, your position on the bill, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's Carlos Lopez. I am representing the Justices of the Peace and Constables Association of Texas against the bill. You've heard it before, but JPCA is the largest organization with the most elected officials in the state of Texas, with over 2,000 members. Our JPCA platform includes the opposition of the abolishment of constitutional county offices in the state of Texas. We believe in the Constitution, and the office of the county treasurer is a constitutional office that was created as a checks and balances system, which you've heard over and over again, between offices with budgetary control and the county's treasury management. Look, and you're going to hear in another bill that's coming up, if you don't want to be a county treasurer, then don't run for it. If you have an issue as a citizen and you don't like the county treasurer, vote him out. If you have an issue with a county treasurer that is incompetent and cannot do their job, there's a process for removal. It's a quo warranto process. It's there. Deal with the individual, deal with the problem, deal with the local issue, but don't get rid of the office. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Constable Lopez. Members, any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Philip Furlow. Please state your name, who you represent, and the position on the bill.
Howdy, folks. I'm Philip McFurlow. I'm the 106th Judicial District Attorney. I am opposed to the bill. The 106th Judicial District covers 4 counties in rural West Texas. And I'm just going to state right off the front, I am not a numbers person. I'm a trial lawyer. I'm a district attorney. And I can argue about numbers all day long, but do not make me balance them at the end of the month. My county treasurers are a valuable resource to me. It's an elected position. It is important to county governance and day-to-day business, and I rely on 4 of them. Auditors are completely separate and different. They are appointed by the district judge. Your treasurers are voted on. It is an elected position. And I do want to clean up a couple of things. Instead of eliminating an elected position, there is another remedy at law. You've heard some references to it. It's under Chapter 87 of the Texas Local Government Code. They can be removed for incompetency. That has been used against other elected officials already in our state. It is a district court petition that is filed by local residents. It goes to the district judge. If the district judge certifies the petition, then they appoint someone to cover that position while the litigation goes on. So I think one of the questions earlier was, how do you resolve this? Can you appoint someone? If the petition is brought for removal, there's grounds for incompetence, the district judge certifies it, that's before the trial. They can appoint someone to temporarily cover that position while they're waiting. Instead of eliminating a position, use the remedy at law that's already on the books. I've had the unfortunate position of having a county judge ask me about a potential removal action where we had someone that was not capable of doing their job. It resulted in a conversation and a resignation. There have been removal petitions filed before. Some resulted in resignations and some went forth with litigation. If y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Furlow. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Joint Resolution 109? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Burns to close. Are you registered?
Yes, but I didn't register. I registered, but I'm not registered to speak.
We'll get you registered. You go ahead. State your name, position on the bill, and who you represent.
My name's Valerie Williams, and I'm the Somerville County Treasurer. And I'm for the bill. It's really difficult to do. It's not any disrespect to anybody else that their job, because I know how hard that job is. We just had a big problem, and now we're trying to fix it how we know how. So I am actually at a conference with all of them this week. So it's going to be really fun tomorrow. But I just wanted to let you know how I feel about it. I go in there, I work 60 to 70 hours a week. I'm still working in the, I'm learning all the treasurer stuff. That we have this special CPA guy who's coming in who is fixing everything that was messed up within the financials. And we're getting a new software system and getting all that set. And then I'm still doing, I do all the invoices still. I want to do that. That was in the APs. I want to do that. I'm going to continue to do that because I like to see what I sign. As far as questioning financials, absolutely have already done that because we had one guy that we have 2 enterprise accounts, well, 3. We have a amphitheater, an expo center, and a golf course. And he was coming in not getting POs, and we just had a big problem with him, so I had to question him about all his money. And he was upset about that. And he is actually one of the ones who is probably wishing he hadn't voted to appoint me now. But that's where we are, because I will question that. I have questioned that. When I told them, when they asked me to do this, I specifically said, I want to be better than how it was before. I said, I'm going to be the most transparent treasurer ever, because I want anybody to call me that is in our county and say, hey, what is this? And I want to be able to just pull it right up and go, okay, let me tell you, this is what it is. I mean, they ask for any kind of records. I want to be able to sit there and go, okay, here you go. This is what you get, because I want it all out there. So, do you have any questions?
Thank you, members.
I'm good.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Just say thank you for being here, Valerie. I was just going to say, any other members have questions?
I do.
Representative Orr.
Thank you for stepping up to do a hard job. Did you take an oath of office?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Who swore you in?
The county judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, are there any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Joint Resolution 109? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Burns to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. Appreciate your patience and for hearing us this evening. Again, the bill doesn't eliminate the position, it puts it to the voters. New county for me, I've represented 4 months. 4 commissioners and a county judge. Each commissioner represents about 2,500 people. They're pretty in touch with the folks they represent. They passed a resolution unanimously asking me to do this. I wouldn't do it in my county. I love my treasurer. She does a great job, and I'm sure all of the treasurers do here. So I don't want anybody to mischaracterize me as a treasurer hater. I'm not. But I'm also representing my county and the will of my local elected officials. And this is serious business for them. And they've come to me seeking a remedy because they believe that they've exhausted all of the remedies that you've talked about today. And I honor that. I appreciate your patience tonight. Happy to answer any questions you have. If not, I close.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for Chairman Burns? Okay, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Just want to say thank you for representing your constituents. You do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Proud to serve with you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. At this
There's
time,
more.
House Joint Resolution 109 will be left pending.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hear 2 quick bills, and then we'll move on to the final HJR of today. So Chair lays out House Bill 3191. Vice Chair Stuckey offers a committee substitute. Chair recognizes Representative Spiller to explain.
Madam Chair Nava, Corrado, Vice Chair Stuckey, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I will try to be brief. I know y'all got more business to do tonight. This House Bill 3191 seeks to address several deficiencies in the current statute as it relates to local hospital districts and how their boards are governed. For the most part, the statute, and this primarily deals with Chapter 285 and 286 of the Health and Safety Code. That statute has not been revised since its initial adoption in 1991. That's 32 years for those that are counting. And the provisions regarding election deadlines and procedures are not in agreement with the, and don't coordinate with the election code. So House Bill 3191 amends those provisions to follow election code deadlines and procedures for both elections for the creation of the hospital district and the election of directors of the hospital district under 286. So basically, this bill amends, and the committee substitute deals with, provides a little bit more guidance on that to the extent that there's staggered terms. So House Bill 3191 amends the current statute rules and aligns the statute with the rules outlined in the existing election code and the government code. It aims to update the current statute to allow hospital boards to operate more efficiently and enable the law to assist them as opposed to working against them. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm subject to any questions you may have of me. Thank you for your time. Respectfully reserve the right to close.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Thank you for bringing this, Representative Spiller. And my understanding is you've been involved with hospital boards for quite some time.
I have. In fact, I've been down here before I became a member of the legislature. I was general counsel for the hospital district. I have been for over 30 years, and we've come down and had our enabling statute itself amended, because many times once those are created, whether it be by a particular area or countywide or whatever the district may be, which we did for the Jack County Hospital District, sometimes those are recodified and put in the special district and local laws code. And so typically once they get there, you do it. But this deals with the statute that everyone generally relies upon when they go in and try to create a hospital district.
Thank you, Representative Spiller.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll reserve your right to close. Chair calls John Henderson. John Henderson? Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3191? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Spiller to close on the bill.
With that, I would close.
Thank you. At this time, the substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 3191 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1132 and recognizes Representative Spiller to explain.
All right. So the next one is House Bill 1132. That seeks to update the current state procurement statute by increasing the competitive bidding amount from $50,000 to $100,000 for local government entities, for schools, for counties. Raising this competitive bidding threshold will allow these entities to procure necessary items and complete projects and within a more productive use of their time and resources. Specifically, House Bill 1132 removes the unnecessary red tape and allows these entities to use their resources in a more efficient manner. Particularly here, it seems like it's a theme here, the last two bills, but the statute that created that has been in place now for that dollar amount for $50,000 for 16 years for cities and counties, and for 14 years without modification for schools. So again, with that, Madam Chair, subject to any questions you may have of me, I respectfully request a right to close.
Thank you. Any questions, members, for Representative Spiller? Chair recognizes Representative Slayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep. Spiller. So your bill would be statewide?
Yes.
Okay. And so in a small community, there could be, right now, $50,000. They have to accept bids, and those have to be public.
Correct.
So if your bill passes, in a little small community, somebody could get a $90,000 contract, and there'd be no bid.
That's true. Now, they still have a number of options for cities, county schools, and other purchase options that they can go through, and they can also do requests for proposals and so forth. But what we're finding is, and there may be some witnesses that can testify to this, is that it's become inefficient because the cost of the publication cost and the other things is more difficult, and the reporting requirements, preparing agendas for all these meetings and doing things and going through that process has become burdensome. It's difficult enough to get enough good people to come and work and get the job done. And so this was brought to me by one of my counties, one of my cities, and said, look, this would really help us out. And I've heard nothing but that throughout the state from other interested stakeholders. So there will still be accountability, but yes.
Okay, I just feel like it's a pretty significant amount in, 220 counties in Texas. Even to get a $40,000 contract with someone is significant in a lot of small towns. And I'll just tell you, I would like to talk to you more about it. I won't go in all detail right now, but I do want to talk to you about more of my concerns.
Okay, I'd be happy to talk. And we've visited with some. There are some larger counties and larger cities that would like me to amend my bill and have that amount from 100,000 increased up significantly, and I'm not really willing to do that. I don't think that that's the proper thing to do, but I do think that this would be the responsible thing to do, and I think it actually helps cities, counties, and schools operate more efficiently. So,
well, and with all due respect, I see how they could operate more efficiently if they don't have to have bids, but it also makes it to where in a lot of small communities, you could have people just trying to get these no-bid government contracts, and then it's what some people could refer to as the good old boy network in place at that point. And those are, some of my concerns with raising it. It's already, some of these are big jobs for a small business in a small county.
No, I get it, and I would say that I think some would tell you, or at least they've told me, that there are instances where it's somewhere between that 50 and 100 range that maybe they need a new vehicle, and to go out for bid and do that, and if they don't procure it through the other methods that are available under the law, and they just go into a bid, that by the time they get that, post that, go through all that process, that vehicle that they'd like to get is no longer available. And so they have to do something different, which is not necessarily what's in their best interest and the best interest of the taxpayer. So they're trying to make the most efficient use of their funds and their dollars and their time. But no, there's always a potential for abuse. I'd recognize that, but I do think that, even when you look at where, however many, 16 years ago at that cost, and the consumer price index has increased 43 point something percent since then. These numbers are pretty much in line with what it would have been that many years ago. So
I appreciate that, and I look forward to speaking with you about it.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Be happy to.
Thank you. At this time, Chair calls Rick Thompson. If you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Rick Thompson, Legislative Director for County Judge and Commissioners Association. I'm here in support of the bill. This is an issue that we've heard from statewide. It's the buying power. It's the reason, it's the process that you go through to do bids. And what we're looking for is to maintain that same buying power that we had 16 years ago when we were before you asking for the same thing to increase it from 25 to 50,000. The process, it allows, and you're going to hear some testimony from some commissioners that talk about how they use this during disasters or maintaining their roads and helping with those issues. I was going to point out a couple of things. Counties have processes in place. It's not like they can just go out and spend money. There's different sections of the code they have to adhere to. So there are checks and balances. Plus, as you've heard from other bills, there's people looking over their shoulder. So with that, I'll stop there and try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's make it real quick. You know, Rick, 16 years ago, a new truck was loaded, wasn't quite 50,000. Now you can spend 100. So
yes, sir.
It's pretty easy to do that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Melvin Hamner.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Mel Hamner, Commissioner for Bastrop County Precinct 1. I'm here for the bill. My purchasing manager is out hunting turkey, so he sent me. But at any rate, we're excited about this prospect. It doesn't relieve us, the county, from the responsibility to meet the state contracting laws, where we still have to go out and get the bids. It relieves us of the formal RFQ procedure that you go out with a newspaper announcement, you go out, collect bids, and then you have committees to go over the bids. So now you're 3 months into it. And today, with the way the cost of material and everything's moving, the cost of vehicles and everything is moving, the quote you had isn't any good anymore. We've actually had problems where we were going to build a culvert and the cement's gone up because we were 3 months later before we finally got to do the job. So this will make your county governments more efficient and let us move faster.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
With that, I'll take any questions.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lane Grayson. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
You bet. Good evening, Madam Chair and Committee. Commissioner Lane Grayson with Ellis County. Thank you for letting me approach you again. I am in support of this bill. And Representative Slayton, I want to speak directly to a question that you had. I don't want to repeat what's already been said. I don't want this bill to look, we're looking for ways to not be lazy or cut away administrative tasks. The vetting is still going to be in place. But I want to bring you a perspective as a county commissioner, 232 miles of roadways with limited resources. Let's say there's an emergency instance that happens and we have to go out and replace a culvert, or there's certain bidding processes, things that we can do immediately with rental equipment or other materials. That becomes a burden, and it's already been established that going through those formal processes, we don't get to respond to our constituency like we would like to. We don't get to have those resources available quickly. It is easy to talk about, and Vice Chair, the comment about the vehicles, spot on. And again, I don't want to weight this bill as it's so that we don't want to do the administrative steps. We just want to be more efficient with the monies that we have. The price of things have gone up. We just need to ratchet this up just a little bit so that we can be more responsive and not miss out on opportunities and be the response times that we should with the resources that we have. And for me, that's what it would be important. So I'll be glad to answer any questions as it might pertain to road and bridge work.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Blair Parker. Blair Parker. Okay. Chair calls Michael Martin. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Michael Martin. I'm with the Texas Municipal League, and I'm here to testify for the bill. I don't want to rehash a lot of what was already said. I know it's been a long day for y'all. I just want to point out, as Representative Spiller did point out, that the law has not changed in 16 years. The threshold has been $50,000 for the past 16 years. And the cost of goods and services have increased substantially in that time. So has the cost of labor. This has ended up more and more just routine city contracts being forced to go through the formal competitive bidding selection process. And the competitive bidding process is labor intensive. It often it involves preparing substantial amounts of bill materials, newspaper notices, pre-bid meetings. Any questions that are asked by any bidders have to be presented to all bidders, including the answers. It's a substantial process. And while this process is appropriate for a lot of large projects and large contracts, because of the cost of things rising, more and more just general routine everyday contracts are falling under this very substantial burden of having to go through this process. In short, $50,000 went a lot farther in 2007 than it does today. The bill just tries to raise to reflect what today's prices are and just make purchasing more effective. And with that, we hope that you all will report the bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1132? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Spiller to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me say, Representative Slayton, anything we can do, and I'm happy to have a discussion, anything I can do to make the bill better, I'm willing to do that. So let's visit. I'm happy to talk about that. But other than that, thank you for your time, and I request your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. House Bill 1132 will be left pending at this time. Chair lays out House Joint Resolution 134 and recognizes Chairman Bonin to explain.
Thank you, Chairman and members. The background for H.R. 134 is a little bit different than what you have heard earlier this evening. So I'm going to share with you some of the background, the community support, and path forward. So the current Galveston County Treasurer, who is with us here this evening, Hank Doogie, ran for election on the platform of eliminating the county treasurer's office. He had two competitors, one a 20-year incumbent, and he was solidly elected, running on the platform that this office, should he be elected, he would be eliminated to the best of his ability. There are 9 other counties: Andrews, Bee, Bexar, Collin, El Paso, Fayette, Gregg, Nueces, and Tarrant counties that do not have a county treasurer position. Some of them, as you'll note, are very large counties, and they are operating, it would appear, reasonably well without that position. Also, the state of Texas has done away with this office as well. Within Galveston County, this has become a bipartisan effort to allow the voters to decide whether to keep this position. The Commissioners Court has unanimously supported this effort and made it one of their legislative priorities. There are now 12 of 13 cities within the county that have adopted resolutions to put this in front of the voters. The one that has not has expressed their support and said, we simply don't do resolutions on any of these matters. So it is essentially unanimous among the elected leadership within the county and the voters based on the outcome of the most recent county treasurer's election. So what this legislation would do is it would not actually eliminate the position. It would take this question and put it in front of the voters. And it would then have to be approved both statewide and then, of course, within Galveston County itself. You've heard a lot about honoring and respecting the Constitution, which, of course, we do. In each legislative session, we pass amendments to the Constitution, which are then put before the voters in the fall, and most of those ultimately are adopted. So there is nothing dishonorable or sacrilegious about offering to change the Constitution. In fact, our Constitution in the state has been amended many, many times, one of the most amended constitutions in the country. The county has made provisions for how the operations of the current treasurer's office would be managed, and those do involve supervision from numerous other elected officials, including the commissioners and the district judges. We do have a number of witnesses, and I will let you get to those, and we will also hear from the county treasurer himself. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions and would like to reserve the right to close.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for Chair Bonin? Okay, we will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Hank Doogie.
I have
Can
3
you-
minutes to get 3.5 minutes worth of testimony,
Yes, you're,
so I'll go quickly.
please state your name, whom you
Yes.
represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Hank Doogie. I am the currently elected Galveston County Treasurer, and I'm here today in support of HJR 134. The voters of Galveston County elected me specifically to work on eliminating my office. This is a hyper-local issue that only affects the office of County Treasurer in Galveston County and has support of elected officials and citizens across the board. I'm proud of the work that we have done to this point, gaining bipartisan support and passing handily through the Texas Senate. I have given 16 documents, resolutions in support, letters in support from our local elected officials, as well as the Collin County Judge Chris Hill, one of the counties that does not have a elected treasurer. I'm here today because we need your help. As 9 other counties have been granted before, we are humbly asking for our county to be given the same opportunity to exercise local voter control in the makeup of our local government. Throughout the long history of county governments in Texas, each one has evolved in its own ways based on the needs of its own citizens. Many constitutionally elected offices have come and gone throughout the years, including elected land surveyors, animal control officers, and yes, in some cases, treasurers. In Galveston County, our treasurer's office has outlived its usefulness, and its elimination will result in savings that can be better used on projects and activities important to people. In Galveston County, we have an auditor, CFO, purchasing agent, each of whom perform duties done by treasurers in other counties. Some examples: I am not the investment officer, HR director, bond coordinator, nor does my office undertake many of the roles you may have been told about in a opposition one-pager. I do not pretend to know the financial systems of other counties or what might work best for them and their citizens. For that reason, I am not advocating for the elimination of any other elected office in my own county or elsewhere in the state. It is worth pointing out that the opposition largely resides outside of Galveston County, and although I believe many of them to be excellent public servants and experts in their own local government systems, their argument that allowing voters in one county to do away with their elected treasurer's office will create a snowball effect is without merit. A change in this direction only occurs under exceptionally unique conditions such as ours, and with quite a bit of difficulty. We did not stumble upon or decide to ask for this idea by accident, but by a meticulous analysis of what makes the most sense for our local jurisdiction. We can and will maintain checks and balances within our system for citizens, while at the same time freeing up desperately needed resources. In this regard, my recommendation to the Commissioners Court will be to move the check writing and disbursement of funds, all statutory duties under the elected county clerk's office, as has been done elsewhere. Their office already serves as a check signer. In closing, in the great state of Texas, we believe the ultimate will of voters shall prevail. My plea to you is that you vote HJR 134 favorably out of committee and to the House floor. Once voters are given the chance to decide on this issue by casting their ballots in November, you will never have to revisit this Galveston County specific issue again. I appreciate your time, talents, consideration. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Hank, it's good to see you. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
For visiting with me in my office, and I'm sure you did some of the other members.
Yes, sir.
I have a question about the election cycle.
Okay.
So you had no general election opponent, is that correct?
Right.
All right. So in the Republican primary, your predecessor had some issues. Is that also correct? So it was a three-way primary, yeah?
Yeah, there's a three-way primary.
Did the 20-year incumbent even run in the primary, actually?
Yes, sir. He ran very diligently. He had the support of actually Treasurer Association. And there's been issues with a lot of my predecessors, not just the previous one.
So, yeah, I can't speak to any of that because
Right.
the only research I did was on your cycle.
Right,
It
right.
seems like your predecessor had some serious issues and pretty much had no confidence by the Commissioners Court. is it true that they unanimously resolved to remove him from like investment duties or something like that?
I don't know that they resolved to move him from office, but investment.
Not office, investment
Right.
duties.
So investment duties is something that's not statutorily required to be done by the treasurer.
Yeah.
So the Commissioners Court removed it, put it under the auditor and CFO. Within the first quarter of them doing that, we saw a return on investment of more than $500,000.
Right,
So-
I'm not disputing it was a good move or a bad move.
Right,
I mean,
right.
Clearly, the dude had some problems, let's say. But in the article that I read, he was quoted as saying he was on his way out. So it seems like he didn't really make an effort. But who was the third candidate, if you don't mind me asking what the story with that was?
Yeah, so, elections, people can decide to run. So we had the incumbent of 20 years, we had a third challenger, then myself. Both of them were running. It's actually kind of funny. The incumbent.
Because you're coming in, the reason I'm
Yeah, yeah.
asking this in context is you're coming in saying you won an election based on eliminating the
Right,
Senate,
so-
which makes it a very different situation than the last debate.
Exactly. So our 20-year incumbent actually said, if you elect me, I'll keep the status quo. I'll do everything I've been doing, which voters determined wasn't a lot. The third challenger said, if you elect me, I will come in and I will do more things. I will take on more duties and I will be more involved as your treasurer. And then there was me who said, from day one of my election, if you pick me, I will work to eliminate the office like 9 other counties have and who have had success doing that. So they had the entire spectrum of options in terms of what we each were promising to do.
Very good. And you ended up winning that primary with 53?
54%.
54%?
53.4%. I round
Very
up,
good.
but
And can you speak to the voter participation rate in the county on this election?
I don't
On the
know
primary.
that off the top of my head. I think there was probably 30,000 votes, 25,000 votes.
And so what kind of participation percentage is that?
So of adults living in Galveston County, probably.
Registered.
Of registered voter. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but Galveston County is 350,000 total in population. So 10, 20%.
I was just curious. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. And if I may, we haven't had a general election for this office or other elected offices in our county for a while.
I believe it.
So, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you so much.
Chair calls Justin West. Can you please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Well, good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Justin West. I am the elected constable for Galveston County Precinct 4, and I'm here in favor of H.R. 134, the bill solely written for the purpose of Galveston County, no other county. So, as you just heard from our treasurer, he was elected running on a slogan of "Your last county treasurer." His sign said it, his shirt said it, his hat said it. I mean, it was apparent what he was doing. He beat a 20-year challenger. He also beat like I said, the other challenger who came along. And as an elected official in the county and department head, I almost on a daily basis deal with our professional services and financial departments. And I can only speak to what our county does. I don't know any other county. I'm sure they have great processes in place, but no county in the state of Texas has developed their processes in the same manner, the same way going from when they were founded to today. So if you were to take 254 counties, you would get 254 systems, top to bottom. There might be some coincidental similarities, but their processes are going to be different. So this is something that fits our needs, not the needs of anyone else. So we're asking that you consider the request of our local citizens, which in the election said that they wanted to do this. And we're asking for the passage of this resolution. As an elected constable for Galveston County, I've never been concerned that elimination of Hank's office is going to come around and eliminate my office. That's not something I'm worried about because we do completely different things. And again, our processes are quite different. So our county's already shown widespread bipartisan support for this effort. We're asking that your committee report this bill favorably to the House. In the end, the resolution and subsequent constitutional amendments will require a majority of Galveston County voters, regardless of what the state voters say. If our voters in the county don't say they want this done, then it's going to fail on its face. So I'd like to thank Representative Bonin for filing this legislation. I thank the committee members here. It's been a long day for you especially. Thank you for staying and holding this one out for us. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gayla Hawkins. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Hello again. My name is Gayla Hawkins, I'm Grayson County Treasurer and the current president of the County Treasurers Association of Texas, and I'm speaking in opposition to HJR 134. There's been continued discussion about the emphasis placed on the amendment will affect only Galveston County, yet the entire state of Texas will have to vote on this amendment. Do the citizens of Galveston County truly understand the consequences of abolishing the office? I wonder if they've really been informed of what they're giving up when they vote, and the whole state votes on this, and the whole state of Texas might not even understand what treasurers do. Do they realize they're giving up their right to vote their representation into this office? We believe the intent of the Constitution should not be destroyed. When this precedent is set, the implications are far-reaching. And I want to add to Mr. Doogie's comment about when the election was taking place and Mr. Walsh ran. CTAT does not endorse candidates. He just made that comment that we do not endorse candidates. We can't do that. So I just wanted to clear that up. Treasurers disperse the funds that have been through Commissioners Court for approval, and in Chapter 113 of the local government, which was created by this legislature, states the county treasurer shall receive all money belonging to the county. We are an extension of the state. We collect and report on behalf of the state comptroller. The comptroller trusts and depends on our existence. If this office goes away, I mean, it still has to be done, but, you know, we are equal to the state comptroller at the state level. The treasurers are at the local level. When a constitutional office is abolished, the duties of that office must still be performed. The specific statutory independence created for the treasurers would then be absent once the duties are absorbed into another office. They've mentioned in the past that, maybe the purchasing agent taking on some of the responsibilities. Purchasing agents take care of contracts for the county. Can you imagine the purchasing agent say, if this was where they wanted some of the duties to go, also writing checks to those vendors? That's fiscally irresponsible. Once this happens, the clear distinction between treasury management and budgetary control with the county no longer exists. So rather than just moving employees and duties from one office to another, which we have determined brings no cost savings to the county, I earnestly request that any actions taken to abolish the Galveston County Treasurer's Office is opposed. It is imperative that the financial transparency and fiscal prudence created through the framework of our local governments continue to be preserved. Again, I know we're preaching the same thing, but it's important.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Chair
you.
calls Pauline Medrano. And please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening again, Chairwoman and Committee. Thank you for staying up with us. I'm Pauline Medrano, County Treasurer in Dallas County, and I'm speaking opposed to HJR 134. It's been said over and over, the accountability, the responsibility, the transparency, all the responsibilities that we have. It's just so important to keep the county treasurer's position active in Galveston County. I know that the folks in Dallas County are going to wonder, why wouldn't they want a county treasurer that is respected and that will be doing the duties that they were elected to do? I don't think they would definitely understand why a county as large as Galveston County wouldn't want a county treasurer to be held responsible for the duties that Chapter 113 gives us those responsibilities to do. I think it's irresponsible for them for not to have a county treasurer. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Sean Schulkopf.
Thank you.
Was-
very much. That was a very great.
Can you Please state your name.
Pronunciation of my name. I really thank you for that. And while I'm thanking you, I'd also
State your name, yeah, who
I
you
would
represent in
also,
your position.
My name
on
is
the
Sean Sholkoff. I am for the position. I represent myself. And I want to thank you, first of all. It's been very eye-opening to be here since 10 a.m. and experience everything I've experienced. To hear all the things you've heard and to have to make the decisions that you have to make day in and day out. So I don't know how many people thank you for that, because how many people even really know what you guys do. So I'm just blown away today. And I want to thank you for all the time and effort that you put into running this great state of Texas. So with that being said, good evening now, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean Sholkoff. I'm a small business owner of a media production company that serves Galveston County and beyond across the globe. I feel blessed to be able to use my resources and my skill sets to give back to my community, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today. I also live in Galveston County, and I do support HJR 134. Our current county treasurer did run openly on the platform of eliminating the county treasurer's office with the goal of saving our county upwards of over $500,000 per year, and has formed a massive coalition of people to make this a reality. I am asking this legislature to make this fiscally wise decision to allow Galveston County voters to have the final say on this issue. I would suggest that in an area of county operations, that the needs from that county differ from county to county. That being said, it would make sense that the citizens of Galveston County could tell their counties how to run their operations. My bad, sorry, got a little past my space here. That being said, it wouldn't make sense for the citizens of Galveston County to tell other counties how to run their operations, but instead be a beacon of light. Likewise, I would also suggest that other counties might not want to interfere in the local operations of other counties as well as Galveston County. The long story short is, for me, is counties are all different shapes. You can even see it on the map. We're not cookie cutter. Not all the same things are going to work for all the same counties. I think it would be said for many situations and a lot of things that have to be done in local governments, state governments, and federal governments, that not every situation is the same. So sometimes it requires different approaches. And I trust the elected officials of Galveston County that they know what's going on in our county. I love Galveston County. I love the state of Texas. I love all of you for being here and doing the work you do. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity as a citizen of Galveston County and Texas to be able to voice this concern. And I just pray that the will of God will be in charge of all this, because I know He's in charge.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to make a statement. I bet the people that work for you love it, and you just seem like a heck of a fun guy. Honestly, at 9:40 at night, to have someone like you come testify is refreshing, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. And it was an honor to do so. And I thank you again for all your work, because I know you guys are here late, and you do it every day.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Roxanne Lewis. Roxanne Lewis. Chair calls Jennifer Henderson. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening again. Jennifer Henderson, Schleicher County Treasurer, and I am opposed to HJR 134. So good evening, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I do still serve as immediate past president of the County Treasurers Association of Texas. I am in opposition to this bill. I believe that it will remove a large portion of the checks and balances, and I'm not going to go through all of that again. I do want to say that much has been made about saving taxpayer money in Galveston County by moving duties to other offices. For an example, the budget office. But from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023, the two positions removed in the budget in the Galveston County Treasurer's Office only reduced that office's budget by $46,000. However, the one new position created in the budget office along with the awarded raises, increased that department's budget by over $100,000. So Galveston County is already spending $58,000 more in between these two offices alone this year. Furthermore, the Galveston County Commissioners Court moved the duties of investing public funds from the Treasurer's Office to the Budget Office last June. It was reported in the paper. Since then, the required quarterly investment reports have not been posted anywhere on the county website, despite the statutory requirement to do so. The transparency of Galveston County financials has already been eroded and will only continue if this bill passes. The fiscal accountability provided by an elected treasurer is in the best interest of county government across Texas. I do hope it remains this way. Thank you for your time and the opportunity. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Members, are there any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Blackwell. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you. Honorable Chairwoman and committee members, thank you for your service and constituents to the citizens of Texas. My name is Mary Blackwell. I represent myself. I live in League City, Galveston County. I'm a retired nurse and a professional photographer. I'm here today to give testimony in support of HJR 134, authored by Dr. Greg Bonin. I appreciate and thank him for filing this bill, which demonstrates his support for the folks in our community. The voters elected the current treasurer knowing he would hit the ground running to eliminate the office of the county treasurer. My presence here today was not by chance. It is for a time like this that citizens like myself speak boldly about the government legislation that may impact those citizens that come after I am gone. I believe in smaller government, which translate into government efficiency. By abolishing the elected office of treasurer, the taxpayers will save more than $500,000 per year. Leaner budgets will help reduce the likelihood of wasteful spending. In May 2018, my county was scammed out of more than $500,000, $525,282 to be exact. To this day, no one has been held accountable. Our state legislatures, who claim to be fiscally conservative and support lower property taxes, should move on the constitutional amendment that will put the decision to abolish the treasurer's office in the hands of the Galveston County voters at an election to be held November 2023. I ask this committee to pass HJR 134 favorably. I personally appreciate your dedication to the legislative work that you do. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
Mary, thank you for being here. I guess I'm a little confused. If the 2022 budget and then the 2023 budget was 100,000 more than the 2022 budget, how did we save taxpayers $500,000?
Well,
Other than if it was stolen.
From previous calculations, that's what was projected
previous
at the time.
Other than the money that was stolen from, or maybe stolen in the process or not accounted for. So,
Right.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bill Helton. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Bill Helton, McLennan County Treasurer, and again, I'm opposed to the Galveston County abolishment. I've listening to a proposal here to reinvent the wheel, basically. I've noticed a couple of y'all saying, well, what if? Well, there's all kinds of organizational structures out there. This is the one we've got. And I really don't think that when the framers of the Constitution were putting this thing together.
And what was your position on the bill?
Opposed. And that we would say, well, you know, this is a little uncomfortable. I think we're just going to abolish this position and do it some other way. Well, I can understand why the voters would be subject to receiving misinformation. Like I said, these are complex issues, internal controls, internal audits, dual control. It's easy to trick them. And if they knew the truth, I believe that Kevin Walsh probably would have been elected overwhelmingly if they'd known the full story. It doesn't save money. The only it's transaction. You know, you have to pay personnel to perform transactions. That costs. If there's any fluff, it's for the verification, the validation, the internal audit. These expenses that are not actually part of the work, but you wouldn't want to give them up because that's what makes it safe. The other thing, reason I said there are no other statutes, we talk about, well, the statutes are structured right now with the assumption that there will be a county treasurer. So without those statutes, there's really nothing to control the assignment of the duties, how the thing gets structured. It just adds a lot of risk. I hope you'll vote against this measure.
Thank you for your testimony. Members,
Any
are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Zach Davidson. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Zach Davidson. I'm the Government Relations Director for Galveston County. I'm here to testify on behalf of Galveston County and the Galveston County Commissioners Court in support of HJR 134. There's overwhelming bipartisan support within Galveston County for a constitutional amendment to eliminate the County Treasurer's Office. The Galveston County Commissioners Court unanimously supports this effort. 12 out of 13 cities in the county support this effort. But most importantly, the people of Galveston County elected a Galveston County Treasurer and gave him one singular mandate: eliminate the office. Galveston County's effort to eliminate our treasurer position is by no means an indictment of the county treasurer's position itself, nor is it a call for other counties to eliminate their local treasurer's positions. We understand that in many of the 254 Texas counties, the county treasurer plays an important role. We are simply saying that in Galveston County, which is all we can speak for, the county treasurer is no longer necessary. Within our financial system, and with how Galveston County's unique local government has evolved over the years, our Galveston County Treasurer's Office performs mostly redundant operations that could effectively and efficiently be performed by other officials. Again, Galveston County can only speak for itself, as we don't know the intricacies of other counties and their financial systems. It is for this reason that HJR 134 only applies to Galveston County and no other county in Texas. The collective voices of voters and elected officials across the political spectrum in Galveston County have brought us here today, and we ask that you support HJR 134 and give the voters the opportunity to vote in November on the ultimate future of the position of county treasurer in Galveston County. Thank you for your service. Thank you to Representative Bonin for filing this important bill. I know it's been a very long day, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. You might have had a long day, but you had a long drive to get here, didn't you? You made multiple references to bipartisan support in an election where there was no competitive general. Let me ask, so there was no competitive general election. So let me ask about the Commissioners Court. Have those been competitive general elections for Commissioners Court?
Yes, they have.
Would it be out of bounds?
Not every
Would it be out
seat.
of bounds for me to ask the partisan makeup of your Commissioners Court?
There are 4 Republicans and 1 Democrat.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I might add to that, we do have 12 out of 13 cities, and our cities, some are red, some are blue.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jennifer Henderson. Chair calls Spencer Lewis. Please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Spencer Lewis. I'm the Director of Communications for Galveston County, and I'm here to support HJR 134. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am pleased to address you as the Communications Director for Galveston County and to provide testimony in support of HJR 134 on behalf of our county. HJR 134 has garnered strong support from the Galveston County community, and importantly, it would exclusively affect Galveston County without impacting any other county in Texas. There is bipartisan support for this issue across Galveston County and the State Senate, who recently overwhelmingly passed the companion resolution SJR 28. Furthermore, there is bipartisan support on the Galveston County Commissioners Court with a unanimous vote on this issue. In today's political climate, such widespread bipartisan agreement on any issue is to be celebrated. The voters of Galveston County have expressed their backing for this constitutional amendment by electing a county treasurer who campaigned transparently on the pledge to eliminate the office. As you have heard today, every county in the state has developed their own unique policies and procedures. Galveston County, their county officials across the state play crucial roles in serving the everyday needs of their constituents, including county treasurers. Other county treasurers know their local government and financial systems best, just as our officials in Galveston County know best about how to run our local government systems. We are only seeking a solution that makes sense for Galveston County and allow our county residents to have a final say on local issues. We urge you to provide the voters of Galveston County with the opportunity to make the final decision on the elimination of their treasurer position by passing HJR 134. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and we look forward to your support on HJR 134.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
You must have said bipartisan a half a dozen times. Once again, not competitive general election with 20% voter participation?
Bipartisan in the fact that our Commissioners Court unanimously supported this.
So could you speak to the voter participation rate in the Galveston County election where this treasurer was elected?
I cannot. I've been on board since December.
Fair
so
enough.
I wasn't
Just a
actually
question.
around during the
Thank you
election,
very much.
but I'm here to support. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Chair calls Chris Lane. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Chris Lane, I represent myself, and I'm in support of the bill. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Chris Lane. I'm a former council member in Lamar, Texas, and a resident of Galveston County. Our county and local municipalities overwhelmingly support the passage of the local bill, HJR 134. Voters elected a treasurer who transparently ran on a platform of eliminating the office, and the whole community has rallied behind the ideal. It might not make sense to other counties in the state, but to us, it does. We are asking the opportunity to vote on the issue in November and to become the 10th county in Texas to make this change. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? No, thank you. Chair calls Leanne Monk. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening. I'm Leanne Monk. I am the Tyler County Treasurer, and my position is no. It's just no. Sorry about that. Again, I started telling you all ago that Tyler County decided that it was a good idea to give $3,000 ARPA payments to our county officials. And I stood against my county in opposition, and I thought it was the right thing to do. I stood against my court based on code, law, legal advice, and personal conviction. When I did so knowing that I was going to face some repercussions. I did so and expressed my fear. And I'm going to be honest with you all, that's why we're here today. I'm speaking for myself, but I believe within my heart that every treasurer that is here today is speaking based off of fear. We took an oath to protect our offices, and I'm sorry that Mr. Doogie did not go on this basis. But when I ran for office and the people of Tyler County voted me in, it was a gift. It was a gift to be able to serve. And to have somebody stand up here and so easily discard that gift and it actually gets this far is heartbreaking to me. And it is fearful to me because the next time I have to stand up against my court and the next time something happens to me, where is my protection? I look to my senators and my representatives and my state officials to protect my county government because that's what you're here for. And so if I'm scared to death that I can't represent my county constituents because I have made my judge mad, or I have stood against 3 commissioners, and the next thing I know, I'm going to be standing here defending my position. How in this world would you expect us not to be here? We must defend all of this. Galveston County is in my backyard. And I'm sorry that that's how he ran it. I'm sorry that he did all those things. But he is giving back to Galveston County the gift of service. And I hate that for him because that's a sad thing. We are in this position to serve our people and our constituents and do it to the best of our ability. And what if he had taken this gift and instead of trying to abolish a position that the Texas Constitution supports, what if he had spent that time trying to make it the best position that it could be? What if he had educated his constituents on what a treasurer ought to do instead of what he didn't do? What if we'd have taken this time and said, you know what, I see all the things that went wrong, and you said that it's not the same as it was in Somerville, but it is because we were talking about a treasurer that didn't do the right things? What if you'd have spent time saying, you know what, he didn't do it, but I can? Because that's how we all got elected. Because we said we could do it better than the person before us. So why do we stand up here in fear of our jobs and in fear of our commitment to service, begging at 10 o'clock at night for you all to keep the state constitution the way it is? And it is a big deal. And it is in my backyard. And I am scared because I love the gift that I was given. I love serving my people. And I'm sorry that not everybody sees it that way.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Della Brown. Chair calls Tracy Solden. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity again to speak to you today. I'm Tracy Solden, the Kerr County Treasurer, and I'm speaking in opposition to HJR 134. I'm not going to go over all the statutory requirements like I did in the previous time, but I do want to reiterate the Treasurer, as the Chief Financial Custodian, is responsible for assuring the accuracy and the safety of county funds. Abolishment would remove a key layer of oversight in those banking procedures. Texas law provides that treasurers may not disperse funds without proper orders for payment. When counties act according to best practices, the treasurer verifies the legality and propriety of orders for payment, and the auditor validates the order and ensures they are budgeted expenses. This relationship adds additional layers of accountability for taxpayer funds. It would be illogical to remove the county's banker from overseeing the safety of the county's financial transactions. As I mentioned before, abolition bills usually surface from personality conflicts and political retribution, rather than a position of being a sound, fiscally responsible decision. Elected officials come and go, yet the institution remains and certainly should not be eliminated over a local squabble between elected officials. Again, this is not just a Galveston County issue, it is a statewide constitutional position. I implore you, please, to vote against the abolishment of the elected treasurer's office in Galveston County in order to preserve the integrity of county finances and keep the system of checks and balances put into place by the Constitution.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Don King. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Dawn King. I'm the president of the Dickinson Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here in support of HJR 134. This elected position has long outlived its usefulness in our local government structure and has unfortunately become, in many instances, a well-paying political stepping stone and a position of influence at our taxpayers' expense. The time for this change is now. The pump has been primed with Hank Dugy's singular and successful campaign message of abolish the office of county treasurer. The voters responded with a resounding yes. I am confident that a proposed amendment would pass if it was given the opportunity. I thank you for your kind consideration and for your generous amount of time tonight and waiting to hear us and hear our hearts about this. And I'm asking for your support for this important legislation for Galveston County and help us to choose what we believe works best for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions?
I do have a quick
Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal.
political stepping stone
Yes.
for Kevin Walsh as he run for another office?
I was born on Galveston Island, and I've lived my life in Galveston County. I've worked in municipal government for 12 years of my professional life. I started the Dickinson Chamber of Commerce from nothing but a membership directory for the
question about
city
the
of
previous
Dickinson.
guy.
So I'm telling you that I have lived there all my life. It's not just Mr. Walsh. This has become so outdated, and the qualifications and the job responsibilities for this position has minimized so much that there's not really much for that person to do. So what happens is people who want to be an elected official, people who've always wanted to do it and see if they could do it, people who want that level of influence in Galveston County have run for this position. For many years it's happened, and I've seen it much of my life because it's easy. There's not a lot of responsibility once you get it, and it pays a pretty good amount of money. That pays over $100,000 a year, and some of these people don't come in more than 4 or 5 hours a month. And I don't know of anybody else in America who gets to work 4 or 5 hours a month and gets paid $100,000 a year for it.
You
And
should
it's
spend
hard
more
for me.
time in this building, ma'am.
So it was hard.
let
It's
me-
hard for me to hurt these people's feelings
get
by
you.
saying this, but this is what it is for us.
So just from my perspective and what I've seen so far, I don't see that the immediate predecessor had any political future. Who was the one before him? Who preceded Mr. Walsh?
I can't even remember. It's been so
Okay,
many
that's fine.
years. And
Thank
they
you
don't
very
always
much.
want the political next step. What they
was
want
just
is that
asking about the
money for
statement.
doing not much.
Thank you for your
You're
testimony.
welcome.
Chair calls Dr. Carla Wyatt.
Here comes trouble.
Can you please state your name, whom you
Dr.
represent?
Carla
and your
L.
position on
Wyatt,
the bill?
Harris County Treasurer. I'm going to make this very brief. I am against House Bill 134, and I ask that you will collectively strike this down and put this away. I am so glad that there are employees and people who could do potential business with Galveston County that are here to vote for this. People who could be fired from their jobs if they did not come speak for this. I'm so excited to see them here. So what I'll say to you is seeing a sign that says your last county treasurer could mean a lot of things. It could mean that I'm going to run and I'm going to win forever. It depends on who's reading that sign. Perception is reality. I can put a sign in my front yard that says peanut butter and jelly. It doesn't mean that I like peanut butter and jelly. Perception is reality. And in this instance, I just ask you all to do the right thing for the right reason at the right time. This is the time to make the right decision. And so thank you all for your service. I understand what service means. I worked really hard to do more work. And I believe that each and every one of you worked really hard to do more work, possibly not thinking you were going to be here till 10 o'clock at night, but we truly appreciate your time and we truly appreciate your hard work. Again, Carla like the hurricane, Wyatt like Earp. Let's make the right decision at the right time for the right reason.
Thank
Any
you,
questions?
members. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Brent Irwin-Wirt. Chair calls Cindy Yates Brown. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Yes, Madam Chairman, Committee, my name is Cindy Yates Brown. I'm here representing the County Treasurers Association of Texas. I am the Denton County Treasurer and have served in that capacity since 1999. I'm also a former past president of the County Treasurers Association from 2009. I want to address some of the comments that have been made this evening. One, Representative or you mentioned the bond requirements. I do fear that the same bond requirements that are required of me would not transition to another elected official that doesn't have statutory bond requirements that are as strong as we are as county treasurers. My bond is $500,000, which is the maximum amount. The lowest amount is $5,000 for populations over 1,000, which Galveston would qualify for. That bond is also $500,000. So if it gets transitioned to the budget office or the purchasing director, those same bonding requirements do not exist, which creates a liability for the county. Our office is not public-facing. It's not as popular as maybe the county clerk, where you get your passport or your birth certificate or file for courts. But we're still very important and still viable. And if the same energy had been spent in Galveston County to the leadership, if it had been spent mending things with the county treasurer, supporting one another as elected officials, those duties might not have been, they shouldn't have been stripped away. There should have been collaboration and support to make sure that that office remained viable. We are still viable. Cash doesn't discriminate or become less effective in any county, regardless of our size. So our jobs are there. The job is in Galveston. It needs the support of the Commissioner's Court to rightfully give back the duties that had been stripped. I also want to talk about the fraud. I believe it was Representative Rosenthal that brought it up in Galveston County. It wasn't just the treasurer that had a fault in this. It was also the county auditor that had fault in this. There weren't sufficient protocols in place that allowed for that fraud to occur. I'm hoping that from that things were mitigated and improved upon, but it wasn't just the single error of the treasurer that was at fault in that place. I'm hearing what if, very passionate from Leanne, what if? And, I've also heard that this only affects Galveston County, yet even the author, when he laid out the bill, said that it's happened in 9 other counties. It does have repercussions. Next session, somebody else will be back here doing the same thing because it was happening here now. This is their second attempt. Support us. Oppose this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Member Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey. Ma'am.
Cindy.
Ms. Cindy.
Cindy, I have a question. We just heard the statement that the previous Galveston treasurer spent about 6 hours a month. Can you tell me about your work schedule?
I am at the office typically by 7 a.m. and I'm good to leave out of there by 6 or 7 p.m. every day. The money, we do so much. Payroll alone, all the bills. I'm there. My hands are on it.
I know you are, and you work hard, and I appreciate you. And, again, I don't see this as a reflection elsewhere, but I see your concern, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Sean Saunders. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Sorry, I'm a little bit slow. I just got off a 48-hour shift. I had about 5 hours sleep last night, so let me get my notes up so I can make sure I get all my points across. My name is Sean Saunders. I am a League City Council member, and I am here in support of House HJR 134. Honorable members of the County Affairs Committee, my name again is Sean Saunders, and I am the City Council member for League City Council Position Number 7, as well as a 30-year firefighter paramedic. I am here today again, as I said, in support of HJR 134. Our city is the largest in Galveston County, and the elimination of this office has the support of the League City Council. Our city has an overall budget that exceeds the county's. In municipal government, we do not have an elected treasurer, and our financial duties and obligations are still met for our constituents without any issues. We routinely win awards for financial transparency. Over time, offices that were once deemed essential in the operation of a corporation or a government can become unnecessary and moot. It is my belief that in certain instances, such as ours in Galveston County, that time has come. The office of the Galveston County Treasurer is a redundant office and is unnecessary. This has become clear, especially when others, as well as the state of Texas, have done away with theirs to their benefit. I have heard multiple times this evening at how essential this office is, but it is my understanding that 9 other counties throughout the state, including the state of Texas, have done away with their treasurer's office. None of them have ever tried to go back and reinstate it. To me, this is the right time to make this change. Our county treasurer ran on a platform to eliminate this office in a 3-way race with a 20-plus year incumbent and won outright without a runoff. That's very difficult to do in a 3-way race. Hank Doogie is a trusted person in our community. He and his wife have even decided to forego the salary due his position. If that doesn't show commitment to a cause, then I don't know what does. Thank you for your time and consideration. In closing, all we are asking for is to allow the citizens of Galveston County to make the determination for the elimination of this office. I would also like to draw your attention to those here to speak against this bill. To my knowledge, not one of them lives in Galveston County and has no vested interest in the operations of Galveston County. I also must note you called 3 other people tonight that were in favor of it. They had to leave. They had a prior obligation. With it running so late, they couldn't stick around. I do have their written statements if anybody would like to read them. Thank you very much.
The written statements can be provided to our clerk, and we'll get it distributed to the committee members.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your
Any
testimony.
questions?
Members, are there any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Philip Mack Furlow. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Howdy, folks. Philip Mack Furlow, District Attorney of the 106th Judicial District, in opposition to the bill. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, council members. As an elected official and that covers 4 counties, I do think it's extremely important to recognize that the comptroller for the state of Texas serves a very similar role for the state that your county treasurers do. It is an independent elected office. They have statutory duties, and that person should not be controlled or appointed by another political person or body. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Carlos Lopez. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair Niavi Criado. My name is Carlos Lopez, and I represent the Justices of the Peace and Constables Association of the State of Texas. And quite frankly, I did not intend to speak on both bills. So, but I am available to answer any questions that you might have.
Members,
I'm sorry, we oppose.
Members, any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Daphne Tenorio. Can you please state your name, whom you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Daphne Tenorio. I serve as the Hays County Treasurer. And boy, did I run for the wrong county treasurer. If I had run for county treasurer in Galveston County, $500,000, really? Do y'all get paid $500,000? Because I certainly don't. So I took office in January. And let me tell you, January was the longest year of my life. I have worked harder than I have ever worked before, and I own my own county business. Oh, I'm opposed.
Thank you.
So I wanted to talk to you about a lot of the things that we heard, and that was we're wanting to abolish an office because we're going to save $500,000. That was a bamboozle to your voters in Galveston County. You have already heard that is actually costing over $100,000 more to the Galveston County budget. Where's that savings? That was a misrepresentation to their voters. Additionally, I wanted to talk about the savings of the salary. When you specifically state that you are running to abolish an office under section 152.052, you automatically have to give up your salary. There was no, oh, I'm doing this because I'm a good guy. I'm doing this because I have to follow the Constitution. And the Constitution specifically states what my job responsibilities are as the treasurer. Additionally, another thing that I heard was that we are not vested in Galveston County. Well, let me tell you, my family vacations in Galveston County quite a bit. I am vested in Galveston County. I pay taxes when I go there. I spend money there. I am vested in the state of Texas. Additionally, I want to remind you that as the treasurer of Hays County and all of these other treasurers, we are the county comptroller. We are responsible for making sure that the court fines that are collected in our civil courts and our criminal courts are sent promptly to the comptroller's office. We are holding ourselves up liable. We are liable, putting ourselves out there with a $500,000 bond, knowing that anything that happens in our county, in our office, is our responsibility. It, to me, is a straight chaotic mess to think that you're going to save money, bamboozle your voters, and say you're a bipartisan effort when you have less than 11% of your voters turn out. My name is Daphne Tenorio. I am the Hays County Treasurer, and I am proud to serve the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Joint Resolution 134? And I see Chairman. What's your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Brad Boney.
Did you register on the kiosk behind?
No, I didn't. I just got in here and this is going on. I tried to make it earlier, but I was tied up in
Okay.
mediation. I'm sorry.
Okay, so my understanding is he will not be registering. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Joint Resolution 134? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Chairman Bonin to close.
Thank you, Chairman and members. It's been a long day, and I really appreciate your time. And I do want to say that I also really appreciate all the people who stayed here late and came to testify. This is a healthy part of our democratic process, and I'm really proud that we're able to do that and that everybody gets to come, share their perspectives, share their views. And there's nothing about this legislation that is intended in any way to be a slight or an attack on any of the hardworking people who serve their communities throughout this state. And I just want to make absolutely clear that it's in no way my intention to demean or belittle their public service in any form or fashion. I do think it is important to point out that not one person from Galveston County, to my knowledge, showed up in opposition to this, and you actually had a pretty remarkable turnout and a very interesting cross-section of people. And they were not here under threat of losing their jobs. These were primarily citizens who chose to be here. Three of the folks that left, they were here all day long, hoping to testify, and they were here on their own, their own effort and at their own expense. So there was a lot of talk about fear. There's really no fear in this process or in this legislation. I would remind you guys that while we do have a huge responsibility and a lot of power, ultimately the voters decide this. No matter what's decided by the people in this room, only the voters can make this decision. And this would have to be a decision not only of voters in the state, but of the voters in Galveston County. So there's nothing to fear because I don't think anybody who testified is afraid of the voters. And we should not be afraid to give them that opportunity. And again, I'm thankful of your time. And I just would ask that respectfully you would honor the request of my constituents that they be given an opportunity to weigh in on this matter.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Stuckey.
She's good. She's quick. All I did is move a finger forward. Chairman, I appreciate you. I know you're trying to do what you can for your constituents back home, and I know that we had a conversation about the importance of this bill, and that you assured me if somehow it did make it to the House floor, that you would not even consider an amendment from another county.
Let me just be clear. I will personally adamantly oppose anything that would include any other county in this bill. And anybody who wants to do this, they're going to have to get somebody to run for office in their community on the platform that they want to abolish the position, get elected, get uniform support throughout the community, get their senator and their representative to carry and pass the legislation, and then go to the people and get it approved. That is an incredibly long, arduous, labor-intensive journey. And the folks in Galveston County have done that, and I'm not interested in anybody else hijacking this process. This is about Galveston County, and I am opposed to any other county becoming a part of this legislation.
You know, one concern I do have, though, is if it goes on the ballot generally for the whole state, I mean, what kind of message does that send to my county?
Yeah, and if it does, again, it would be specific to Galveston County, and it would have to have a winning or a majority in the county as well as statewide. It's still specific to Galveston County.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative or Mr. Chairman. I appreciate, you're representing your district. I appreciate you answering questions, appreciate what you're doing in your job. But I have a couple questions because I'm just learning about this and just trying to figure out. So you said in your opening that 9 counties have done this before. And the state of Texas.
Yes.
Okay. Those 9 counties, when they did this, did they give the duties of that office to an appointed person or to another elected position?
Yeah, so I do not have the detail or the specifics on what each county did. I think it's pretty safe to say they didn't all do the same thing. And even when you look across governments, there are different organizational structures. So it is not a cookie cutter approach to this.
Okay. Now, the state of Texas, when they abolished this position, they gave the duties of that elected position to the comptroller, another elected position, and to the Texas legislature, elected positions. I'm just curious why the solution here that we heard today, and I know you can't answer for another bill, I'm not asking for the other bill, but why is the solution to the problem to remove the elected office and give those duties to an unelected person instead of trying to give them to another unelected person, which is what the state of Texas did in 1996 when they abolished this position?
I think in this position it's a little more complex than that. So, for example, we also have a county tax assessor collector, and then some of the other functions would be taken on by individuals who are supervised directly by elected officials, whether they're state district judges or county commissioners. So it's really not an apples to apples comparison.
Okay. Well, I understand supervised by elected official in the 3 counties I represent. Most of those races, like for county clerk or something like that, what happens in every debate is, one candidate accuses the other candidate of cleaning house and firing everybody. And then that candidate has to promise everybody they're not going to clean house, they're going to keep the people that are there. And I just feel like there's the possibility, if this were to take place, and I don't know what's going on in those other 9 counties. I'm really just learning a lot about this. I learned a few weeks ago when Mr. Dugan, if I said that right, came in. And so I'm learning more, but I'm just like I say, just trying to wrap my brain around why these duties are going to unelected people. And I feel like...
Well, the county clerk is an elected official and would have some of that responsibility. So it's not entirely going to unelected officials.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think I might be in a different place than my peer over here. I kind of think the process is very difficult and it's not hard to get to where you are right now. And I want to find a way to support it, but I want to make sure that I've been in and out quite a bit. So can you give me very briefly, who's going to get this task, or is it going to be broken up to different people?
It'll be broken up.
So
and-
different people have responsibility for it, but it's totally covered, everything 100%, and there's no issues, no gaps to your knowledge.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, there is not. I have inquired about that. Some responsibilities would go to the county clerk. Some would be under the auditor. Some would be actually handled through the purchasing agent, a smaller amount. Some would fall to the current CFO. Now, having said that, I'm not the county judge or a member of the commissioner's court, so or a state district judge, and those are or the county clerk. So those are all elected officials that are checking the balance against one another. They, as you guys all know, there are natural, healthy tensions at times locally, and we have some of that, and so they look at one another. But those are all different locations where some of these responsibilities would go, and frankly, some of them have already been moved, even regardless of whether this were to be approved ultimately by the voters.
And I appreciate you saying that you won't allow amendments, you won't allow people to try to rope in their counties, because I know the people behind you are very passionate about what they do, but I also believe in a level of local control. And so,
Yeah, and I'm very thankful for that. I think it takes a lot to be here at this time in the evening, and you don't run for office and serve as a county treasurer for glory or riches. That's for sure. And I don't doubt for one second the passion that they share for their service and the value of the service that they provide to the people in their communities. And so I commend them and applaud them for that. And I would just ask that people in Galveston County be given the ability to make a choice as to what they want to do. We do have precedent in other counties, and they seem to have navigated the process and are in a reasonably good place.
thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Chairman Bonin. House Joint Resolution 134 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
And I'm happy to answer your questions offline.
Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. The committee stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.